Conrad, sorry.
Mike.
Shayne.
This is Shane at the Maryland Open 40K.
All teams that are primarily co-considered.
Hello, and welcome back to the Maryland Open 40K GT. My name is Shane,
I'm Conrad.
And today we're going to be walking you through games 4 and 5 of this 5-round event. Up here on table 1, which we're going to get through the list in just a moment, we've got Mark Hertel versus Davis Fry, our 2 highest ranked players right now. Chaos Knights and AdMech will surely be an exciting game to watch. And on table 2, we've got a Dark Angels player as well as a Drukhari player starting to ditch it out. Conrad, how are you doing today?
I am doing well, rested and refreshed and ready to go and ready to watch these fantastic players, get ready to, bang their plastic minis together and wholesale slaughter.
Yeah, this is going to be a blast and a very exciting day. We actually got this command up in chat, !list, if you're hanging around, if you want to see the list at any point. It's in the title as well. That will pull you up to a pace bin that we're going to keep updated with the list of the players playing. Already awesome. So we've started a few minutes late just because the Best Coast pairing's doing its thing again, not working correctly, and the players started to get all up and going. So we're going to get into these lists real quick. We're going to start off with Davis Fry. Where did I put my phone?
Did it end up over there?
Yeah, you still got it. Hey, Mike, can I grab my phone? Yeah, let's take a look into this list. So we've got Davis Fry with his Chaos Knights. We actually got it up on Battlescribe here to see exactly what he's running as well. So he's got 3 different knights in this list, 3 very powerful ones. We got to see him in round 3 yesterday, where he handily took care of some Space Wolves with 4 models, 4 of his giant models left at the end of the game.
A fantastic, personal upset for me, expecting Space Wolves to win. How foolish of me.
Yeah, I mean, you should have expected, like I did, that
had I known,
win.
The caliber of man that Davis Fry is, I would have not put money against him. Or, as it turned out, an egg roll.
There you go. That is your biggest mistake so far, but we'll make up for it in this game once we get to our predictions later on. So, up in the Lords of War slot, we've got a Chaos Knight detachment with the Dread household of Endless Torment. Now, Endless Torment is, let's see. When a model with this bond fires Overwatch or is chosen to shoot with, you can reroll a single die when determining the number of attacks it makes when attacking with a weapon with a random number of attacks. So for those like the melter gun, stuff like that, or something with multiple shots, you're going to be able to get that reroll out of it. Get some higher value, 2 choices. Yeah. Make sure you're not stuck with a 1 at the cost of no CP, right?
Yeah, it's really going to do its work. It's going to be able to make sure that everything you want to hit hits, and you're going to really get some consistency with it.
And to complement that, his two knight despoilers, the Thermal Knights. So Thermal Knights, I believe that's going to be D6 shots on thermals, if I remember correctly. We should take a look at them real quick. Yeah, thermal cannons are heavy D6. They're just constrained strength 9, AP -4, D6 total damage, and if they're within half range, you roll 2 dice.
Just basically super mega melta cannons that are just going to tear any vehicle apart.
Exactly. That's going to be absolutely disgusting. Got 2 of them. Yeah. And he gets to reroll on the D6.
Man knows what he's doing.
Basically 3d6 drop the lowest. That's kind of absurd on a knight of this value and caliber. So this knight it's got its Ion Shield for the 5.
Oh, yeah.
Not counting close combat, though. Pretty standard. But he can still rotate Ion Shield to get some value out of protection for shooting. Definitely something AdMech's going to try and put into him. And then he's also got the Val of the Beast Slayer. It's a stratagem that it chooses the Iconoclast household, which he is, declares this vow. Until the end of the battle, when resolving an attack made by that model against an enemy unit that contains any models with a wound characteristic of 8 or higher, you reroll into 1. And since he's strength what? He gets doubled up. Or no, his Titanic feet are just going to be strength 8, but still, most things in the game.
I mean, that chews up most vehicles. I mean, you're only looking at like Land Raiders and Fellow Knights.
You're going to be like wounding on 3s, wrong 1s for most anything in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Which will be definitely very sick to see. And that's it for that Knight Despoiler. Then he's got a second Knight Despoiler, and this one's got a little more going for it. He did take some boons and banes on this one, which I'm really excited to see. I really like that design philosophy they ended up using, and just kind of adding some variance to it. You get some powerful buffs, but you get some punishments as well.
Each of these knights are supposed to be, they're supposed to be their own ancient war machine that has, a rich tapestry of history and secrets and who knows what. So it's fantastic. It's real flavorful. I love it.
So here are his banes. He's got Thunderous Charge. So when it finishes a charge move, you roll a d6 for each enemy unit within 1 inch, and for each 4-up, they suffer d3 mortal wounds, getting some extra smite value without even needing to be a psyker. Definitely something that we'll have to keep an eye on. He should get some damage and some vanguards or whatever he ends up charging here.
Those tech priests better watch out.
Exactly. And then he's got the Demonic Vigor. You roll a d6 and it gives you different buffs. On a 1 to 3, adds to the model's move characteristic. 4 to 5, weapon skill goes up to 2 up. And on a 6, you improve the ballistic skill to a 2-up, which will definitely be insane for these iconoclasts, or the thermal cannons against Digi's 8, where you're -1 outside of 12 inches. Once Hertel's rocking. He's got the Engine of Destruction on it as well. That's not going to do anything because he's not going to have the Reaper Chainsword or the Thunderstrike on. He switched those out for the thermal cannons. Both these knights rocking 2 thermal cannons, both of them getting 3d6 drop the lowest for their amount of shots. Definitely something that is going to put some hurt onto any tank it looks at.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you put a single thermal cannon into one tank, it's gone.
Mark better be watching out for this because he runs a really tank-heavy list. If those tanks get shot off the board, I mean, he's not going to be able to maintain the lead he's got right now.
Exactly. But luckily, it's a 36-inch range gun, so he can at least try and plan for that, but those knights do have a bunch of movement.
And they move fast. 1 foot movement for each of them. You're walking across the board pretty much for free. And not only that, but you cannot tie these guys down in melee combat. They're Titanic. They basically fall back for free and just step right over your models. So.
And the last knight we got, albeit far from the least, his Warlord is the Knight Rampager. He's got the Eager for the Kill trait, so when he advances charges, he can add 1 to the result, and you add 1 to the attack's characteristic when they're wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. So that's, like we saw in the Space Wolves game, his main goal with this, even though he's his Warlord, was to get him up in the nitty-gritty, getting some damage done with this melee knight, taking out those Dreadnoughts, taking out whatever else he could get his grubby little mitts on. He's got the Frenzied Rampage, and this one is going to come into play with his Relic. So he's going to, each unmodified hit roll of a 6 is going to score 1 additional hit. And if he's using that, you're spreading out your attacks with the Stomp or anything like that, that'll definitely be more massive attrition.
I believe he's using the Chainsword.
So he's got the Reaper Chainsword, the Titanic V. You can't change it without, but he also has the Relic, the Gauntlet of Ascension, and this is going to double his strength, so strength 16 -4, 6 flat damage. You reroll the hits and the wounds when a character model is destroyed as a result of an attack of this weapon. And then you add 1 to the bearer's strength and 1 to their attacks for whenever they're killing a character.
Luckily, is Mark running a lot of characters in his list?
He's running about 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
But they're going to be trying to stay away. They're going to be in the back line. Those characters aren't characters that are ever going to be up in close combat.
A lot of them
other
are
matchups.
Tech priests that are trying to provide support and whatnot for the various machines, the holy machines of the Omnissiah.
Yeah, give him
march
rerolls
forth
across
and
his army.
do battle against the corrupted knights.
And then alongside these knights, we've got 2 Keeper of Secrets. Now, these Keeper of Secrets are a model that we didn't go too deep into last time, just because they were kind of there, not as big as the knights, but we got to see them pull some serious value.
They put value into this game. I actually was talking to some fellows who run Keepers of Secrets, and a fellow who actually was taught a little bit by Davis Fry, and was saying he was, his eyes were opened to how good the Keeper of Secret was, and just how much value you can get out of them. In close combat, they do flat 3 damage for everything they hit. They are armor penetration -3. They get, I think, something around 6 attacks. Weapon skill, obviously, 2 up. And if they kill anything in close combat, they heal D3 wounds. Fantastic.
Absolutely absurd.
Sticks in combat, always strikes first, and can advance and charge, +2-inch movement for both advances and charges. They're going to be in your face. They're going to be chewing you up. It's nasty.
And although they might be easy to kill on paper, in practice, not so much.
Not so much.
With -1 to hit, and they're always swinging first, they can definitely put on the pain. These ones, they're armed with their Snapping Claws and their Wood Stealer Swords, just kind of different attacks to do different kind of things. Their attacks are going to degrade, but they do get 6 attacks with the sword, 4 attacks with the Snapping Claws, and then he's got the Sinister's Hand, which is at the end of the fight phase. If any enemy models that are not vehicles were destroyed as a result from an attack from this model, he's going to heal D3 wounds. That's how we saw him stay alive so far in that Space Wolves game. He was able to kill something, and he was telling us he regained 9 wounds that game just from killing things on the same Keeper of Secrets, and they just couldn't fight through it.
Oh, can't get through it. And that 5-up invul saves, making sure that no AP is really being useful against them. -1 to hit. Man, they're surprisingly difficult to kill.
Giving this 280-point model basically 25 wounds from that, absolutely absurd.
Fantastic.
I'm not envious of that Space Wolf players, but I am not envious of having to put this list up against Mark Hertel, the best AdMech player in the world either. Let's go ahead and start going with what he's got. He's got the Inquisitor first and foremost. This is how he deals with the Succubus and the Dark Eldar list. Just to kind of tech, you don't see many other players running the Inquisitor. It's something that I've only seen in Mark Hertel's list. But he definitely pulls off work with it because you get smites from it. You get smites, you get denies. It brings a lot of value to all kinds of different matchups. He's got, next he's going to have his, I think it's the Tech Priest Dominus he's got here. Just kind of dish out some rerolls. He gets to pick different buffs as we saw him do in the in round 2 against Sean Naden yesterday.
Yeah.
An excellent game we would love to see, but hopefully we get to see him go all the way with it. And then he's also got a Tech Priest Manipulus, and this is also just going to, same thing as the Dominus, it's going to provide some kind of different buffs. You get to choose between a few of them, but these are providing different buffs. They're going to be buffing up plenty of things around them. They'll be buffing up those Veloris energy cannons from those tanks and kind of just moving through, doing their thing. Let's see what else he's got for the infantry. He has 3 units of Skitarii Vanguard. These just have their radium carbines. They're just anti-fire or anti-horde kind of stuff.
Yeah, just there to kind of sit down, sit on a point, shoot anything that comes close. You know, good point-getting, objective holding models that really are your bread and butter of a list.
Only 45 points for him too. That's pretty good for infantry.
Outstanding. Just great to see it. They hit on 3-ups, right?
Yep.
3-ups ballistic skill. Yep.
And then we've got the Coruscari Electro Priest, 10 of these guys. These guys are more of a massive attack kind of thing, and they have the charge thing where if they finish their charge within 1 inch of an enemy unit for each model that they have in there, on a roll of a 6, they're going to take a mortal wound.
Yep.
And then after the full grade Coruscari Electro Priest, we have 2 units of full grade Electro Priest, and these are the scary ones. They're 2 8-mans that are going to be inside his AdMech transports. And these guys, if they kill a unit in close combat at any point, then their invul is increased from a 5-up to a 3-up for the rest of the game.
3-up invul. I mean, there is nothing nastier than that in this game. We were talking to some people after the tournament last night, and people were mentioning how you could throw an entire army's worth of shot into some characters who have 3-up invuls. Don't get anything. You lose, basically. If they roll hot, you're done. You just waste an entire turn trying to kill one character, like Robote Gilliman, or maybe a really, really powerful a Vanguard Veteran Squad or something. Just, you're gone. You're done.
I've definitely heard my fair share of bad beat stories surrounding those kind of situations. Even yesterday, going home with my buddies, like, he just got destroyed by Roby Gilliman. Charged his knight, killed his other knight, absolutely destroyed. We're on table 1 right now.
Table 1.
So next up in Mark Hertel's list, we've got the Iron Strider Bellistari. These are your big chicken walkers with their las cannons. These are going to be pulling a lot of value in this matchup because they have those las guns. They need to be staying out of range of those knights, out of their threat range, which might be difficult while trying to maintain their range. And they've got 48 inches, so they should be able to stay out of the knight range for a turn or 2, especially with this being the I think it's Vanguard deployment with the 2 opposing sides they've got here.
They get that free extra 7 inches out of the deployment zone at the start of a turn. So
yeah, that'll definitely be some value. It looks like Mark has gone first, which is definitely probably what this game is going to come down to. First turn. So let's see what else he's got. He's got the Surptus Raiders. These are those 3 you see in the bottom right, kind of just moving up onto that objective. They're just kind of be screening things out. They'll get killed by a knight, but they'll have gotten their points back for only 48. Being able to keep a knight from killing a tank in close combat, definitely super valuable. I think first turn, what's the huge thing in this game? I think they were talking about that earlier. That whoever went first is definitely going to have a huge advantage.
Huge advantage.
Especially just into this matchup. It's just very go first, get in there dependent. But if Mark doesn't roll well on his shooting and Davis makes his saves, then this won't be a problem at all.
Well, obviously one of the biggest problems for knight players is that no terrain can obscure them. So you can't even, if you go second, you can't even hide behind buildings. You can't rely on that. People are going to see you through them, and you can't see back. So it's hard being a knight player sometimes on those first couple of turns when everyone's still hiding away in their little buildings and hidey holes.
Yeah, watching the gatekeeper get gate capped sometimes is definitely a very interesting match, and I can't wait to see how this one turns out. Oh, I think Davis has gone first.
Davis has gone first.
Okay, so Mark was just doing his pregame moves then. He was using those Stygies pregame moves to kind of screen out. So we had gotten that information all wrong, but now we see the tides may have turned.
Let's see what's going on.
Now I'm not fearing the AdMech so much. Davis moving onto that objective. They're starting to get some advances done. Just moving around. He's going to start setting things up, definitely pushing into that right side where Mark's got everything backed into a corner. He's got those chicken walkers in the back right hiding away, as they should be, because they are the best solution to deal with these knights here. And just to finish off Hertel's list, we've got 3 Scorpius Disintegrators. These just have the Belarus energy cannons. Not super useful in this matchup because they're only strength 6 AP 1-2 damage, but they'll be able to put some shots in. They don't need line of sight. They'll just be in the backfield.
Just trying to plink away.
Yeah.
Those Keepers of Secrets being 7 toughness and the Knights being 8 toughness. 6 strength, not something you want to be really using against this army list.
Yeah, he'll be getting rolls of 1 to wound most likely from one of his buffs, which will hopefully help a little bit, but not enough probably.
Not enough.
And then he's got the Archaeo Fusilov, the helicopter. This isn't going to be doing much in this game. Maybe it'll be able to get over the 3 units Davis has in his army just to hold backfield objective. But that's
mostly useful against massed infantry because when they fly over a unit, they can, for every model they pass over, they can drop a bomb basically on it. They roll a die and they see if they can get a mortal wound on that.
Yeah, on a 4-up.
4-up. It's pretty good. It's just one of those things where there's not a lot of models in a big list, big monster mash list like what Davis is running.
Have difficulty with. And then to finish it up, he's got 3 Scorpius Dune Riders, and these are just going to be carrying around his Electro Priest. The Electro Priest might be able to get some value here. I think they're what's going to be countercharging those Knights, trying to get in there.
Yeah, those mortal wounds might actually really do some work here. Cutting through that Knight's toughness and being able to hold their own. But I really, it would be interesting to see how much Mark is able to, punch through that defense that Davis is going to be showing.
Yeah, yet again, the unstoppable force and an immovable object. We're definitely going to see which one comes through. Now, the real question here is whether Davis is going to have enough firepower and attack damage to start to chew through all these valuable AdMech things. He can certainly kill whatever he touches, but there's so much to touch.
There is a lot of vehicles. There's a lot of units on the board, and if Davis cannot get, his high volume shots out, we're going to... This is really, I think, anybody's game at the moment.
Yeah, I think going first has given Davis a big advantage, but I think it's still an uphill battle for Knights in this just 9th edition overall with their secondaries.
Yeah, in general meta, it's you can, and there's some really good secondaries you can take against them, like Titan Slayer, and also Bring It Down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of those are just great to use against a Knight because the moment you pop one, that's delicious. That's delicious victory points right there.
Exactly. I wonder if we could one of y'all go into the room to table 1 and snap us a picture of the score sheet so we can see what secondaries they're rocking? All right, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Really appreciate it. Our producers are amazing here. Best we could have asked for. Seems like we're going into the Shooting Keeper. Six has moved up, but we've got one staying behind, looks like. Or maybe he just hasn't moved that one yet. The purple one that's moving up is the one with the relic. He's going to try and be getting close into some characters. That relic has some character shenanigans going on. I think he can shut off an aura ability, which would definitely be interesting to see. It's the gem of something, I believe. I'll let you know what gem it is something in a moment as we get that up and going. Measuring out who's closer for the charges shooting into different things. He's going to be putting the thermal cannons from his... he has one knight there in the bottom right that we can barely see, but he is there, and that's going to be one of the thermal knights. I think the blue one is his warlord, if I remember correctly from the last... Or no, it's the one in the bottom right is going to be his warlord. Which one from the last game? Because the blue and the pink were the ones we had standing
Excuse me. I think it is actually the... I think it's the pink one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, we're trying to recall yesterday one of many
my brain is
details in that
going like,
game.
hold on, which one is it?
Yeah.
No, okay, so the red and blue were the one that stayed on the board last time.
Thanks.
Towards the end of the match, which weren't his warlords. So I think it means that the pink is the Rampager. I'm trying to remember. Hold on one second. I took a picture of this army list.
Writing down the secondaries real quick, just so we have a hold of those.
No, it is his red one. It is the red knight, which actually from right now I can't really see him right now. He might be deep striking in or coming in from reserves at some point later on.
I think he's that one in the bottom right. If you see that big or oval shaped model.
It might be, yeah. I think it is. We just can't see him right now. The red knight is the Rampager, equipped with that Reaper chainsword, which can really carve up some mass infantry if it really gets in there. I think he might have learned a lesson from last time, not diving straight into the middle there. But then again, that kind of pulling out and kind of maneuver to draw out the enemy and try to get them to focus you can be a great strategy to maybe make Mark expose his models to attack. So
although Mark's army is incredibly shooting heavy, it does punch back quite hard in close combat. He's got those pinatas full of Corsari and full grade Electro Priests, and they're no joke. I've had to play against Mark's full grade Electro Priests before, and definitely you just can't deal with them, especially once they kill that model. They're absolutely absurd. But we do have Psychers coming out from the Keeper of Secrets, 2 casts from each of them. So we actually have the secondaries here. Mark ended up taking Titan Slayer, which he'll get at least 1 for after he'll get 10 points after he kills that first knight, 12 after he kills the second, and then 15 after he kills the third, maxing out on that. I don't believe the Keepers of Secrets are Titanic.
They are not considered Titanic.
Yeah, they are not considered Titanic. They're just monstrous. Those big dudes. We also have engagement all front, so he's trying to be in all 4 table quarters. He's in 3 right now currently, but it looks like he's going to be pushed back from that bottom right table corner. And he's got Data Intercept, which is this mission's special secondary. So what this mission's got is, those banners you were able to place down in previous missions, where if you hold an objective, you continue to hold it. That's what that one's doing right here with the Data Intercept. And you spend an action end of your turn, and you get 1 victory point at the start of your next command phase, which gives you one victory point for every objective you control.
Yep.
So if you do that 3 times, and you've got 5 objectives, you'll max out on 15. But we'll be able to see if Mark's able to get a hold of that mini objective with the Knights kind of starting to meet up with its push-up. They've gotten to move up. They've gotten to just kind of charge in here. I think the Blue Knight is going to go into that tank, possibly. He might be trying to shoot it out first. But those full-grade Electro Priests are going to have to be something he has to deal with if he ends up charging in there.
Absolutely.
So that might not
currently
be
firing his fusion cannon into those tanks in the back corner. See, all right.
It's 2 of them.
2 hits.
He's -1 to hit. He rolled 2 5s though, so he should
2
be
5s
fine.
and a 3. So,
Yeah.
Oh, that's 2 wounds going through.
2 wounds. He is not within half range, so he gets to take or no, these are the fusions. Okay, so he's switching up what he's shooting. I guess he ended up missing with the second one. Maybe his knight's been maybe he advanced. Could be something.
Could be. I mean, 2 5's still going to be able to hit with even that Ballista Skill 3 on those knights. Curious to see what's going on.
And then Davis's objectives will bring them down, just killing as many tanks as he can. Deploy scramblers, like he was talking about strategizing yesterday on our stream. He's taking the scramblers just for those 2 units that do deep strikes in every game. The Furies, he gets an automatic 10 points from that, and maybe more if he get activated with a knight later on the game. And then engage in all fronts, also trying to be in all 4 table corners. This is going to be a battle for the board, seeing who can maintain and get as much table control as they possibly can.
Definitely trying to move up there. I'm sure that Davis is trying to move up into that back line. He's going to probably in the charge phase get his knights into melee. Already, those Keepers of Secrets and those knights, man, they book it. They can really move across that field in just astounding amounts of speed.
And I believe they do have a stratagem he was talking about yesterday, where they can advance and charge.
Yeah. They have advance in charge, and the Slaanesh demons just come with that.
Yeah.
As part of being Slaanesh.
That is
so good.
Definitely the benefit, as well as being the coolest Chaos faction.
Absolutely. Gotta love those weekends.
100%. All right, looks like we are finishing up the shooting phase here. He's trying to figure out what he wants to shoot in yet. -1 because he's outside of 12 inches, and he's also shooting the rocket in. He gets 6 shots. He's about to roll these dice, doing his ever so evident shaking up the dice into the microphone.
Yep.
Looks like we got 2 misses, 4 hits. He's looking for 3s on the wounding, and he gets 2 of them. He's -1 on those missile pods. He's going to take just 1, so 2 damage coming out from that. Yeah, 4 up armor save while in cover. just talking about the different things. He's got those going into the...
He's activating his pink Dread Knight.
He's trying to decide what he wants to shoot into now. Let's go ahead and listen in on the players kind of while they're going through the shooting phase. Just kind of see what's going on here, give you all a view into what
Can you
we're
score
hearing.
engage with that plane?
Yeah.
All right.
Dave is asking if Mark can score engage with that plane. Yes, you can because it's an aircraft. One of these secondaries that does not
Stubbers.
exclude it. You might be trying to take care of that plane. Stubbers would have gone into those lockers on down at the very bottom. Those newer AdMech models. But it does not look like we got anything out of him. He's going to be shooting the missile pods next.
Force.
Fours. Gets through.
Not bad.
He does have the Beast Slayer.
No.
No, Beast Slayer.
Yeah. So he's talking about the Beast Slayer here, and that's that thing we were talking about earlier where he gets to roll once per his wound range. 8 or more wounds, which all these vehicles, they do have that.
Really got kind of a decent matchup here against Mark with the amount of vehicles that he's running. I mean, AdMech known for running vehicles. I mean,
Yeah.
really,
That's
you're
kind of
not,
the whole thing.
you're not running big old machines as AdMech. What are you really doing here? Like,
Yeah.
Charges?
Yeah.
I was looking through the list last night. I did see an interesting list of some Castellan robots. I haven't seen those in a while. I think they might be a little bit overcost this edition. They can definitely pull some interesting stuff as long as they're not tied up in combat. But if you get tied up in combat, they become pretty useless.
they have some. I mean, they punch hard, but yeah, the overall 4-up weapon skill for a lot of AdMech is less than impressive when you get getting close and get in their faces.
Yeah, pretty detrimental. So I think Mark would have taken one of the Canticles that's more protective. I think he has one that gives him a Feel No Pain 6-up, which is probably something he ended up taking here.
Yep.
AdMech, for those who don't know, they can switch their Canticle or army-wide abilities around. They've got 6 different options. You can't pick the same one twice, but you can roll for it randomly. And if it rolls on one you already have had, you are allowed to keep it that way.
D3 damage, minus 2 AP on 6.
Kind of similar to how Necrons work.
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to look in depth at what the Necrons, their protocols are, but I would love to see some of that. And we can actually see over here on this table that we've got some of Davis's units in the bottom right. Those are the Furies, I believe, just holding down on that objective. When we moved over there, we also got them on the bottom left. So those 2 units are stated on the board instead of being in deep strike this
I
turn.
believe that bottom left is actually Slanesh Demonettes.
Okay, so those are the Demonettes, and then probably 1 unit of Furies started and 1's in deep strike to get that scramblers.
Trying to probably hold on to them. They're not exactly the toughest models. Pretty easy if you just dump them on the board. They're going to get shot off early on in the game, and you really want to be able to put them in once once Mark moves out of his deployment zone, and you're going to be able to put a few models back in there and worm your way into any hole you can.
I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make that hole. That way we can get that deep strike in there, start deploying some scramblers, because Mark's aware of what he's trying to do. Mark's a smart guy.
Yeah, and of course, if, Mark knows that if he, if an area gets cleared for deep strikers in the back line, he knows he might need to pull back his troops, which I think Davis is hoping for, so as to prevent him from getting his secondaries.
One of the secondary Mark usually takes while we stand we fight, where the 3 most expensive units in the army are still alive in the game. He hasn't taken it this game because he is not super confident. Because those knights, they can pick a target, they can just
It's going to be
this matchup.
just be taken up.
You're going to be losing 15 victory points just because the knight looks at you the wrong way. Looks like we're starting to measure out charges 8 inches from the pink knight going into those chicken walkers down there. Or not chicken walkers, these are the
Raiders.
Raiders. Awesome, yeah. Chicken walkers up there in the top right, those guys are going to be going nowhere close to the knight if it's possible.
Stay in the back line. It's always interesting how much using that stratagem to pull his guys out, trying to keep some distance between him and the knight.
Make the charge further. Looks like that Keeper of Secrets did make it into that tank. Blue Knight trying to go into that tank there with the Electro Breeze. Makes it 11. Gets him wherever he wants. An amazing charge roll. Gonna put him right there off that objective, but he doesn't care all that much. Putting him onto another objective. The Electro Breeze should be able to hold it just because they'll have more models on that objective after the Knight. But the Knight is he will take a look at this Electro Priest and he will make a snack on him because I doubt there's any chance they're able to take him out by themselves in one turn. But that might be the new target. He's one of the Thermal Knights, So he should be able to get some damage on him from all of his different las cannons. That might be when he starts to focus down.
Davis rolling
this one's
hot
mine.
right now. Look at those 5s.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable for us to expect the plane to go straight into the other battlefield corner at the end of the next turn, fly over those demonettes, drop 10 mortal wounds, that's a 10-man squad, and then put a shooting into him. Should wipe it out, especially with morale coming around.
Definitely clearing up some back lines in Davis's deployment zone.
And that'll also be getting Mark all 4 corners for engaging all fronts, because for sure he'll throw some vanguards into whatever he needs. 6 is exploding on the Keeper of Secrets. And exploding means you get, on every hit roll of a 6, you're going to get an extra attack or 2, depending on the rule. That's one of those 40k terminology that just comes around and gets ingrained into your memory.
No, I see it in actually a lot of games out there in the greater world. Not one seen commonly for D&D though.
Yeah, no.
Gotta get up with the times, guys.
Come on. Wizards of the Coast, ever so far behind.
I'm just gonna roll walk over there while you do that.
Looks like he's starting to roll his dice, making some attacks in with the Keeper of Secrets and just tank.
Threes.
Music of the spheres right here. The
Looking
sound
for
of clattering
threes.
dice.
Looks like he gets 7 of them. And now he's going to be looking for 3s in the tournament.
That tank is down.
Yeah, that tank has been killed.
Electropiece piling out on the backside, trying to create some room so that they're not right there in engagement.
Looks like the Knight did the disperse stomp against the tank up here, and that's what we're seeing instead of the Keeper of Secrets. The Keeper of Secrets made quick work of that tank. He just kind of glanced at it, and it left. Looks like no explosion from Mark. He didn't lose any
Not
guys.
probably getting a lot of value out of that stratagem in this kind of fight. 1 to 2, 1 to 3 mortal wounds on a Knight.
Hey!
Against a bunch of Drukhari, you're getting a lot more out of it.
That tank did just get an attack in on the Knight, and the Knight did take a wound. Against all odds, the tank wounding on 5s, hitting on 6s most likely. He got through, Knight didn't make his save. That's 1 wound down, and those wounds start to add up.
Stepped on his toes.
Yeah. That's
Ran over,
how you
scuffed
deal
some
with them.
pain. But as long as you hurt his pride.
Exactly. He's trying to decide where he wants to consolidate the Keeper of Secrets into, and he's going to choose to consolidate towards the Electro Priest. He's got all 3 corners for engaged, so he's going to get 2 points for that. He's got Scramblers, didn't do anything this turn, and bring them down. He's gotten 1 so far, but he'll get more certainly on later on this game. Now that his turn's just about over, let's go ahead and look at Table 2 and talk about some of these lists we haven't gotten a chance to talk about yet. Show on what's going on over here. So Table 2, we've got the Dark Angels versus Drukhari. I'll go ahead and take us through the Drukhari list real quick, and then you can run us through the
I can run you guys through the Dark Angels.
Dark Angels. So what we've got here, this is a pretty standard Drukhari list coming out from Kurt Phillips here. I'll get it loaded up. So we've got the Cabal, the Blackheart in a patrol detachment. This is very standard. Definitely, it's not the, or no, it is the raiding forces where they get free patrols if they're only taking patrols. One of Drukhari's little known things that came before the Codex, but they can still utilize. He's got HQ of Drazar in this detachment, just being the combat beat stick that he is, doing his attack twice thing, taking down any character he looks at. Doesn't have a great time against higher toughness things like knights, but he doesn't have to worry about that. He's got other stuff to deal with those. He's got a 5-man Cavalite Warriors unit with some blasters doing their Cavalite Warrior things.
What's the strength he hits at?
On the Cavalite Warriors?
No, Drazar.
Let's take a look at Drazar real quick. I believe he's strength 6 or 5, if I remember correctly.
Let me tell you a lot about the Dark Angels list today, right now. That list, heavy on the bikes, and bikes known for their increased toughness.
Increased toughness, and they're what, 2-3 wounds a model?
2-3 wounds a model, maybe 4 even in some cases. A lot of this on the Raven Wing for this Dark Angel list.
All right, so Drazar, he is hitting at strength 5 with his dual blades. With his single blade, strength 6, so he might be switching over to that. His dual blades, he gets to make 2 attacks with each attack, or 2 additional attack each time he makes an attack with it. So that's going to be 15 attacks with the dual blades. That can't be right. It makes 2 additional attacks. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's whenever he fights, not whenever he makes an attack. So he's going to get 7 attacks with those dual blades, which is strength 4, AP 3, 2 damage, or single blades, strength 6, or I'm sorry. Strength 6, AP 3, 3 damage, and strength 5 on the dual blades. He's got his 4 pinball. He subtracts 1 from the damage, whatever damage characteristic of attacks going into him.
Yeah.
Just getting a little bit extra value out of him. He's re-rolling attacks once to wound on him and friendly Incubi units. And he also gets to fight twice in the fight phase. He has to be eligible to fight each time.
A
he's
nasty
selected to do
dude.
so.
Drazar, always good to take.
And at the start of the fight phase, you select one enemy unit within engagement range, roll 2d6. If it's greater than the enemy's unit leadership until the end of the phase, the unit cannot fight until all of your units have done so.
Pretty good.
That's definitely just picking out some extra value out of him. He wounds a knight on a 4 with the tank. That's insane. Must get a bonus to doing that. Then he's got 2 units of Incubi, 1 9-man and 1 5-man. These are certainly going into the 4 raiders that he has up next in the list. Just doing their standard raider things, high value for Drakari, as they have been and will continue to be until they're changed. And he's got a patrol detachment with the custom Coven, Dark Necromancers, of course. Nothing else if you're going to take a Coven is really as good or contest. He's got a Prize of the Dark City just to get the Tutelated Ambition, Warlord trait for Master Generous, and then the Helm of Spite for his Relic on the Homogulus. I mean, this attachment. 3 units of Rax. One of them is an 8-man. We usually just see them run in the 5-man, but this 8-man over here does get the 2 liquefier guns. Or I'm sorry, 3, because he has 1 more for the their elite Rax dude. And then he's got 2 units of 5-man, each with 2 liquefier guns. And then this is something interesting coming up from this list. He's got 2 3-man Chronoses. Now, Chronoses, I believe they heal and bring back a model similar to how an Apothecary does it for the Space Marines. Let's take a look at the specific profile on those real quick. So you've got the Reservoir of Pain ability. Each time model in this unit destroys an enemy model with its Spirit Leech Tentacles, you can select a unit or one other Jakari Core unit within 6 inches. After it is fought, one model with a selected unit can regain 1 lost wound, or they get 1 model back with 1 wound remaining. Definitely very good, and they can be set up in engagement range of an enemy unit that is also in engagement range. Which is kind of insane, putting them in combat, not that restrictions, you can't box them around, to make them not able to be brought back to life. That's kind of pretty absurd. You get these toughness 6 on them. They've got their Talos, standard Talos body profile with 7 wounds for this fairly cheap model and a 3-up save. They'll be getting their initial 5-up from Power from Pain, and then it'll increase to a...
Spooky, horrible squid monsters that are floating across your battlefield.
Yeah. I think it starts at a 6-up MO and then goes to a 5-up later on the battle round. Then you just got some Spirit Siphons for shooting, then a Spirit Vitex, 2 different guns here. Definitely very interesting, can get some interesting results out of this, especially with Blast. So hopefully able to put on some damage with the Marines with the AP2 Strength 5. Then he's just got your standard Succubus. He's got the Dark Lotus Toxin with Precision Bows and Razor Flails. Only doubling once, not doubling twice, because that's how we rolled it for this event, but certainly good either way. Doesn't need to double twice. Then he's got a unit of Witches and 2 Manhellion squads to finish it off. Both of those having random 2 combat drugs, so we can just roll for it and go with the punches, play them however that. Those Hellions something that we haven't seen on stream over these past 3 games that we've seen in this game today, so hopefully we get to see him pull off some Dark Eldar magic.
Interesting. Yeah, he's definitely running a list that, while still got a decent number of raiders, not as many as we've seen previously. You know, the last guy battling against Necrons yesterday as in one of the last matches, longest match, last match of the game in the day, not the game, in the day, had about 6, 7, 8 raiders running around.
7 raiders.
7 raiders. My God. But yeah, this guy, he's only running about 3. A much more unique list, running with those Chronoses. Chronosi.
Tell me a little bit about this Dark Eldar list. Or, I'm sorry, Dark Angels. It's ever so hard to get.
Speaking with the player, yeah. It's a dark millennium with dark people in it.
Yeah.
Dark Eldar and Dark Angels.
The darkest timeline.
The darkest timeline. So, talking with the Dark Angels player, he actually said that he's been playing Dark Angels for 20 years straight.
20 years straight.
He's not stopping anytime soon.
That is consistency towards his army.
Yep.
And hopefully he has his skills to reflect that. Definitely practicing with the same kind of army so much does give you a benefit over other players who are medic hopping around.
Addition and addition and addition. But yeah, no, this guy is taking, can you remember his name, please?
His name is Kurt Phillips, I believe. No, his name is Kyle Myers. Kurt Phillips is his opponent.
Colin Myers.
Or Kyle Myers.
Kyle Myers.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
You're all good.
Kyle is, he is taking, yeah, thank you for bringing it up on the screen. Yeah, he is taking a Vanguard detachment and a regular, a Raven Wing Outrider detachment and a Vanguard detachment. Vanguard detachment's allowing you to take a lot more elites in your army and not really requiring any troops. And he has certainly done so. There is not a single regular troop in this list.
I guess he just says that he doesn't need them.
Yeah. So he has taken about. Let me count this up right now. Each of those. Oh, easily. So, I would say somewhere in the realm of about 20 bike models.
20 bikers.
20 bikers. Each of his lieutenants on a bike. Each of these an HQ choice. Each of these running. Each of these running power swords. So they're going to be going into melee. Nasty. And he's got 3 bike squadrons, attack bike squadrons. Each of these equipped with multi-meltas. Going in hard, trying to probably run in quick, run in fast, trying to get into those raiders. Multi-meltas, of course, are medium-ranged heavy weapons that shoot at strength 8, AP -4, and D6 damage. And if you were at half range, 2D6 damage. Take the higher. So definitely probably using these guys to run in close and melt down some raiders. We also got some attack bike squads. Each of these are running 3-man, melee-oriented Astartes chainswords. So hoping to get in fast, get in hard, and beat some guys up.
That's definitely the goal, the thing we're trying to do here.
And then we've got his Vanguard, and that's all part of his Raven Wing detachment. So heavy on bikers, heavy on power. Then we've got his Vanguard detachment, which is being led by Ezekiel. A very powerful character model.
He's the Psyker, isn't he?
I believe he is. No, he is. Nope, no. Yeah, he is. He's equipped with the Psychic Hood, of course. Very potent relic, allowing him, I believe, to... Yep. Adding 1 to all of his Deny the Witch rolls, which in a normal game would probably be pretty good, but here we are against Drukhari. Not many Psychers in here, so Ezekiel's kind of being a little wasted on those guys in that regard.
But he does have some powerful psychic powers to dish out on his own.
Oh, incredibly. He is, I believe, coming equipped with the Deliverer and Trader's Bane, which are 2 psychic powers that... Give me a moment. Let me double-check them. I am, unfortunately, unfamiliar with Dark
Space
Angels.
Marines are not our forte in any kind. Are Dark Angels bike Obsect? I don't believe they are. They might have a special rule that makes them be, but I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, I would have to double-check a Raven Wing detachment. Although I don't know if he's actually aiming to be OBSEC as much as he's trying to clear everything off.
Yeah, I feel like his bikes are trying to get some value out of that.
Because he's not going to outpopulate any zone anyway with his with any OBSEC. Because for the rest of his army, it is Terminators.
Just Terminators?
It is just a big honkin' Terminator squad. We've got these attack bikes coming in, or not attack bikes. Sorry about that. Come on. Battlescribe being a little slow to load this roster. Thank you. Yeah.
He's also got the 2 bike squads, the 3 bike squads along with the attack bike squads.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the multi-melts, but they do have their bolt guns to kind of just dish out some pain.
Yeah.
And these are going to be his objective holders instead of troops. They're only 90 points, about the same
Yeah.
value you get out of Wind Riders, with probably a little bit less movement just because they don't have that fly keyword. And then as Ezekiel and Lieutenant definitely pulling out some power, not pulling their punches at all like you said before. Not being able to make the most value out of Ezekiel's +1 to deny just from the Drukhari, which is feels bad, but he's playing against Drukhari enough, so I'm sure not having to deal with the Psychics is something that he's able to find respite in. Then he's got the Blade Guard Ancient to be able to stand back up and fight on death is one of this guy's big abilities, if I remember correctly. And then 2 Deathwing Command Squads to protect some characters. And then to finish it off, it's just like you were talking about, all those Deathwing Terminators with their Storm Shields and their Thunder Hammers, putting on their punches, Lightning Claws in there as well. Some with Cyclone Missile Launchers as well, playing with different variants. They're just going to be pulling out some value. And then a Raven Wing Apothecary just to get more value to those Terminators, bring them back. And that's the ever-changing tide of Necrons, similar to them.
Yep. So we're looking at a mixture of very fast, kind of slow, but heavy hitting army right here. Definitely definitely trying to use these bikes to his advantage strategically. I don't know if he's going to be any faster than Drukhari, though, known for their speed. And
yeah, Apothecary's literally better at reanimating than Necrons, 100%. But hey, they're Space Marines. They got to be better than Necrons.
Space Marines got to be better than everyone else.
All right, they do have OBSEC. That is awesome. That is definitely something that's very powerful for them. Against smaller troop squads, they should be able to beat pretty much any troop squad in close combat.
They're, easily. Let me double check something real quick. And,
as we can see on the screen here, though, Dark Angels ended up taking the first turn because we're on the second half of Battle Round 1 with the Dark Eldar player starting to push back up. He mostly spread out on the left side, starting to push up, take control of those 2 objectives while sending some infiltrators, or no, he didn't have infiltrators, some of his company commanders over to the right side. And the Venoms and a Raider are starting to, or no, just like Raiders, he looks like a Venom on the camera though, starting to approach them, kind of contesting that objective over there. He's got plenty of psychic powers on the table as indicated by those magic cards, and just indicating the different stratagems the psychic powers using. I've seen some players do that. We saw a dude do it yesterday. Definitely very useful. Good way to keep track of all this stuff.
Absolutely.
Something to look into in the future.
Yeah, each of these bike squads are, each biker in an attack bike squad is, or just a regular bike squad, is going to attack about 3 times with a strength 4. And with a with a AP -1, making each of these guys kind of just blenders. Each of these bike squads are going to be running with a sergeant and 2 other Astartes. Each of these coming with 3 wounds, a model with toughness 5, 3-up save, and a 3-up weapon skill. So they're going to be coming in 3 attacks each, strength 4, AP -1, really chewing up through some Drukhari who, with their unfortunate measly toughness of 3, means that this can be a slaughter if he gets those Drukhari caught out in the open.
100%. But he's got to deal with those Raiders first. Let's jump out of table 1 real quick because it looks like they're going into the melee phase. It looks like the Keeper of Secrets on the left side of the, or on the right side of the board was downed in the shooting phase. Didn't even get a chance to be countercharged with.
Oh, and there goes
and
another
those
knight.
Electro Priests, they just picked up a whole other knight basically by themselves, killing a Keeper of Secrets and a knight. Now that the Electro Priests, they're at a 3-up and will save the rest of the game. They got a couple mortals off on the charge. That's going to be a huge swing for Mark. Davis only having 2 knights and a Keeper of Secret left, and it looks like both of those have started to take some damage. Keeper of Secrets does have that die next to it, indicating that it's a little bit worse off than it was before. And those 2 knights on the bottom side facing down the rest of Mark's army. The I don't remember, the Fuselage helicopter, the cool steampunk machine, flying over to the bottom right. Looks like he wasn't able to fly specifically over. Maybe if he counted the wing, those day managed to get some mortal wounds, but he wasn't able to do his
only model
there.
base cannot use the wings for that.
So he was definitely not able to do as much damage as he wanted there. Yeah, this is kind of a blowout. Just Chaos Knight's not able to put as much damage as they wanted turn 1. Probably didn't roll as well in the thermal cannons as he expected to. That is one thing that he was saying that he liked about the Chaos Knights. You finished it real quick, and then you could just go grab a beer. The game is usually decided by turn 2. It looks like this game is about to be decided, but that's also what we said when the Space Wolf players started to kill their knights off.
Yep. Lost a knight. I didn't lose a Keeper of Secrets last night, though. Only lost 1 knight. But, that is the hazard of being so good in melee. You clear people out and leave yourself open to shooting in the next round.
Exactly.
Don't know really how to fix that.
Now. I think AdMac definitely has this game, and all of those las guns being still alive and going to be out of range of those knights with their 36-inch thermals next turn. Looks like because they're all the way across the board. And they've got a 5 impulse too. So those knights, I don't think they'll be able to deal with them. I think this is a wash game for AdMac. But seeing what we saw about the game on table 2, now that Mark's back to his movement phase, we'll go ahead and pan back over to that and just catch back up and start talking more about what's going on over here on the second table. Who do you think is going to win on this Dark Eldar versus Dark Angels?
Well, right now, let's see. Well, right now we're so early on to it. Obviously, Drukhari probably taking the initiative and going first.
Dark Angels were the ones.
Oh no, the Dark Angels went first. That's right. Looking at it like right now, I'm not seeing a lot of bikes coming up. Not coming up very quickly. Still kind of stuck over on the left side of the map. So I'm a little curious as to what his strategy is right now. Maybe he's trying to lure the Drukhari out and get them into the midfield so that he can charge into them on his next turn. I the moment, I gotta see how these Terminators do. I mean, they are tough. 2 up armor, 5 up invul. None of these Primaris, so none of them using transhuman or have it available to them. As so often happens with people who've been playing a Space Marine list for a long time, not willing to buy into the new Primaris models, missing out on that beautiful, beautiful new GW shiny new MIDI special rules.
Exactly. I'm thinking, I don't know, because I was talking with the Dark Angels player earlier, and so far this tournament he's played 3 different Admech players. 3 out of the 6 of them missing Mark Hurdle. Not something that's super easy to miss, especially with both being so high-scoring players here. But I don't know. I think if he wins this game, then it'll definitely be a tight and close game in Game 5 between Mark. But I think if the Dark Angels or the Dark Eldar player manages to win this, I think Mark's definitely got the upper hand in that matchup, being the best Admech player in the world, into a Dark Eldar armor, which he's had so much more practice with.
And he's had a lot of success with too.
All Deathwing and Ravenwing have permanent transhuman. That's
Permanent transhuman.
Now, for those of us that don't know, that means that normally, if you're like a knight attacking just something, you've got strength 8 against their top times 4, you're wounding them on 2s. What transhuman does is a stratagem Space Marines can usually use, or some different factions among them, that make it so the lowest you can wound them on is a 4-up.
4-up. That is great.
And having that permanently without having to spend any command points on it is definitely super good, getting high value out of that.
Being able to stare down a Dark Lance right to the face and say, nah, man.
No, I don't think I will. I don't think
strong.
I will let you hit me.
That don't hurt.
Not at all.
Very strong, very strong. Thank you for that, chat. Like we said, we're a little unfamiliar with Dark Angels, more specifically in their special rules. We can only, of course, we don't have a codex right here in front of us.
Yeah.
And, all 30 of the codexes that exist.
All of them.
I wish I owned all of them.
Yeah.
That way my girlfriend could be extra mad at me.
Good things Hellions poison, always wounding
a
on
good
4-ups
thing.
anyways, so definitely not caring about those transhumans. This is definitely, I don't know. I think that I'm rooting for the Dark Eldar player here. Personally, just being an Eldar player myself, you got to stick with your roots, your day ones, your road dogs. Got to stay by them as much as you can.
He's certainly using a very interesting list. It's a little off meta.
Especially with the Chronos. These are not something I've seen today or
And the
expected to
Hellions?
see.
The Hellions. We've not seen a lot of Hellions today. So, I gotta say, I'm rooting for the guy who is trying to be imaginative and trying to play a new way of looking at each of these armies, not running heavy Raider spam, not trying to just rely on the back of those Dark Lances, just plowing into the enemy.
I do respect that, but he is also, let's not forget about the amount of racks he has in his list.
Oh, yeah.
Those are definitely something that can't be shied away from if you're trying to play a Dark Eldar top list, and he has certainly not shied away from it.
No. He's really, really investing in some racks. I do love to see it. Frankenstein monsters of, the darkest sciences and all that coming up the field.
Let's go through some of the other players that have started to do well in this event. Because we do have the pairings from the last round. So in 5th place, Patrick McKinney, and he has actually the highest scoring player with 1 loss, who is now Rob Harris. He just has his game in already. He just won his game, so he's a little bit higher than everyone else. Sean Naden actually has the amount of points to be in 5th place currently, so he can shoot up to 3rd or 2nd, maybe even 1st if Mark does not manage to score high in this game and the next game. But I think Mark is going to max out this game with no sweat. All right.
Might just.
And then Necron's player we saw won the last game is only behind Kurt, the Dark Eldar player here, by a total of 7 points. So he definitely still has a shot to get back in this.
Is that
highlights.
Stephen Christopher?
Yeah, Stephen Christopher.
Yep.
Go Kurt and his Dark Eldar. Definitely who I'm rooting for. You and I in the same boat. Let's go ahead and take a listen in on the players here real quick. Just kind of see what they're saying. It looks like they're talking through the shooting phase of the Dark Eldar's turn still. Looks like the units on the bottom right are still hugging that corner. I think they will be able to shoot each other just because of the windows in the building. So that'll definitely come in handy for them. Yeah, going to strength 5 here. these guys just are a little bit quieter. Do you want to run over to their room and grab their secondaries real quick?
Yeah, I can do that
Yeah,
right
we
now.
only managed to grab the secondaries on the first table. So just kind of figuring out what they got.
Give me some fours, homeboys.
Thank you.
All right, chat. Just me and you and me.
So the 6 is a 3
Getting to tell each other jokes, stories,
And they're
have a
all,
laugh.
these are AP.
A budding romance between you and I.
4, and there's your AP.
Future relationship that will surely develop and never speak again. AP4.
Flirting with chat?
Shh. Gotta work my magic.
Oh, well, I get 5 saves on one guy.
5 saves on one guy. He's going to do them one at a time, probably because he has a higher invul. It's actually something interesting you can do in 40k. You can elect to take your saves on whoever you'd like in the unit. So if you have a guy with a 3-up invul and none of the other guys in the unit have invuls, and they shoot you with an AP5 gun, which would take away your save. Normally, you get to make your saves one at a time on that guy with the invul first until he dies, and the rest will just go 3 other dudes normally.
So Sergeant has 2 base.
Kyle's your teammate, and you fought that list a bunch. I know so much. Second founding, love to hear it. Is that your team? Are you guys local in the area? I traveled up from Atlanta just to commentate, and I know
My chapter tech.
he's from the area as well. We have a few people, because I'm from Northern Virginia originally, but I just moved down to Atlanta for work.
Like in your previous turn?
Definitely the Nova Open, something that I'm going to miss out for the next 2 years, if they end up doing it again. Which I hope they do. Nova Open was definitely a really fun
I
event.
actually did not separate the chainsword out, so I'm going to reroll the whole thing.
Looks like he did not separate
So here's
his
the chainsword
saves
first.
correctly. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do, so he's rerolling.
3s. So 1 chainsword.
So chainsword going through, only one of them.
4 up.
For 4-ups, he does not get
1
it.
damage. And then
That's only 1
4
damage.
hits with the other stuff.
4
and
hits
4
with everything up,
wounds.
aside from the chainsword, looking for 4s. This is 1.
2 more. So I'll put it. So 1.
So we got some more dead models here. I believe those are the Hellions fighting over there, or actually they could be the Incubi. It's kind of hard to tell. These models, they all look fairly similar with the same color scheme. You can tell the Dark Eldar ones because they've got the white snowy bases. That's the main way you're going to be able to tell the difference here. And the Dark Angels all kind of look the same to me. Northeastern Philadelphia, actually from Baltimore. How many people in this tournament? 106. How many points are being played? This is... How many points are being played? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Most I've done all.
Oh, 2K points. Yeah. Awesome, yeah. Most competitive Warhammer 40K tournaments, especially majors and GTs, are around 2K points. You'll definitely see a lot of smaller RTTs, team events and stuff run at 1K points per player. You can definitely get some interesting kind of lists coming from that. Interesting list building. I definitely love the 2-man team events that RTTs sometimes run. Some of my favorite memories are from those. Just like Adepticon had a decent one. I wouldn't advise playing in the Adepticon team tournament. It was kind of really shadily one. My team ended up getting the most battle points, but they didn't give us the most battle points award. They wanted to give it somewhere else because we got in the event last minute, so they ended up doing it kind of shadily. We ended up just paying the dude in cash, so they didn't actually put us in the thing. It was a feels bad after all our hard work. But alas, I'm not going to fly to Chicago for that again.
I get 1 for banners and 2 for stubborn.
And that was just the Long War doubles tournament. The Adepticon team tournament for 4-man wasn't bad at all. That was really fun to do, and I would advise either the ATC or the Adepticon team tournament if you're close to either of them. ATC is definitely a blast if you can get 5 dudes or 5 people just together for it. A lot of fun. Probably my favorite event that I've gone to for the past 3 years.
Is there anything where I can't pull back?
Dark Eldar witches make it so they can't fall back, which is what he's referencing now. Gotta make it so those Terminators or whoever's up in combat there aren't gonna be able to fall back from that combat.
Range out of the Raiders?
So get out 3, move 7.
All right.
They can advance and charge
I got?
next turn, so.
I got their
Get out 3 7s.
Alright, so Kyle.
secondaries.
And Kyle is our Dark Angels player, right?
Kyle is our Dark Angels player.
So he's got banners where he's trying to plant a banner as an action, maintain control of that objective and get 1 secondary point per turn. He's got that banner ranking up some points. While we stand, we fight, which are going to be his 3 most expensive units. Are going to be those Terminators for sure, and probably 2 of the Melted Bike Squads if I had to make an assumption. And he's got Stubborn Defiance. Do you know what Stubborn Defiance is?
I believe that is a Dark
Yeah,
Angels
seems like it'll be a Dark Angel special.
specific.
Probably not the core rulebook if anyone in chat knows what that is. That'd be a huge help if you could enlighten us. And then Kurt, the Dark Eldar player, has Heard the Prey, one of the Dark Eldar special secondaries, which we don't know what is as well. As far
New
as I'm aware,
codexes, new secondaries.
the Dark Eldar secondaries are not something super good, if I remember correctly, or none of them really stood out to me, but if he's taking it and he's doing this well in this tournament, 3-0 and high scoring, he definitely does not have anything to be worried about. Banners versus Drukhari, bold move. Most certainly Drukhari being able to step on an objective contestant and take away that banner, making him take a whole action, especially since his army's very elite. He does not have many, like, just trash unit. He's got his 90-point bikers, but those are going to be valuable cutting down on some chaff.
Well, he does have a lot of characters. He might be hoping for that heroic intercept to kind of keep people off of objectives.
Yeah, that could be the play he's going for there. And the Dark Eldar player also has banners. Both players try to set up banners here. I think the Dark Eldar player is more kind of suited list-wise to be able to play that kind of strategy. And then he took data intercept the mission secondary.
Mission special secondary.
Because he's going for like the double flag strategy, because you're standing on an objective, you do the action flag, and then data intercept puts its own kind of mini flag on them. Whenever you step on them, you just retain control even if you step into it until someone comes in and intervenes. And then as an action, at the end of any one of your movement phases, you can have that unit, if it stays alive until your next command phase, it will give you 1 victory point per secondary for each objective you control.
Yep.
So 17.
And you get pointed to kill enemy units in melee. Yeah, that makes sense with Drukhari's thing. I don't know if they'd be killing men, or I guess his whole army is kind of melee thematic with the dark, with the Hellions and all that, but I think it might be more suited to shooting against these Melta bikers and other different things that he's got represented here. I think killing things in melee, or he does an Incubi in the Drazar, and that could be what he's going for here, but it might be more difficult, especially with their better saves here, which won't be doing much. So Stubborn Defiant, which is what the Dark Angels player took. Your first command phase, select one objective marker at the end of each of your command phases after the verse. You control that objective marker with the Dark Angels unit from your army that has the objective secured ability, which they all are going to have. Score a number of victory points based on the consecutive number of your command phases that you have controlled that objective marker with that unit as well. So he's trying to just stamp
So
down.
both armies are really trying to plant their feet in these objectives and just hold them for as much as they can. I think the Space Marine player is going to have an easier time with that, given the Terminators. But his mobile list really suggests that he's going to take an aggressive stance, trying to get into some objectives and hold them down.
Yeah, so he gets 15 points if he just stays in that one back objective all game.
Yep.
So I think that's what he's going for here, but he needs to branch out for the banners, otherwise he's only going to get 5 for that raise the banners objective. And the Dark Angel, or the Dark Eldar player, Kurt, has managed to kind of take control of this entire right side of the board. They both kind of picture their board, but they're fighting over the left side, and the right side's going fairly uncontested with...
I think to save on sanity, we should just say Eldar and Marines.
Eldar and Marines,
for
okay.
this, because both these armies start with Dark, and that's just going to
That is a good point, because that's been confusing me, twisting me up all day long.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm really curious to see what the Angels player is going to be really going for here. Just what strategies he's going at. Especially with this bike heavy list. I'm actually kind of surprised he's taken Stubborn Defiance without some kind of backline artillery piece, like maybe a Razorback or something else that can land have a las cannon attached to it, or a cyclone missile launcher or something, just to punch at these Drukhari. I know that he's got attack bikes with Melta guns, so I know he's got what he can. He's got anti-tank enough to deal with these raiders, but just I would be curious to see like why he took Stubborn Defiance and not a big artillery piece that you would want to just stick on that spot and just hold it for the whole game.
Yeah, I think some of the characters maybe are just leaving things, because he'll maintain control of the flag, so as long as he can keep Dark Eldar off of that objective, which is probably a taller task than might be anticipated with their movement. He has played only AdMech players for this tournament, managing to rack up against 3 of them, so maybe he's wary about this objective, but I was talking to him earlier and he told me that he was practicing against some of the Art of War guys a few weeks ago, and they are some of the better Drukhari players in the country, so we can definitely start to get show off that experience in this matchup. Column Master Landspeeder is a character in Can't Be Targeted. Oh, is that the guy down there in the bottom? So that's probably what he's got holding up to that objective. And he's going to be able to spend some... you can tell he's got the book on him. That makes him a good character, if I remember correctly from the modeling. Makes him a Talon Master. And he's just towing that objective, so he'll be able to stay there. And going to start dispensing some shots. Now we're on battle round 2 with the Dark Angels player starting up. He's got control of that left side of the field. You can see that big wall with Terminators he's starting to establish. They're going to be putting in some work charging whenever they can. Looks like the Witches might have gotten killed in close combat, and the top left side he was trying to make so they couldn't fall back. Seems this might have been a little bit too paper thin in close combat. Back on table 1 with Mark Hertel and Davis Fry. It looks like Davis's turn. He was not able to kill. He was able to kill a few tanks. He's only down to 3 tanks, one of them being a transport, 2 being the disintegrator. If we want to switch on over to table 1 real quick, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much. And then Davis is still having his 2 knights. And then the 1 Keeper Seekers, but looks like those wounds are starting to get taken down. And you can see that Pink Knight is starting to be surrounded. Those Electro Priests, while they haven't killed anything in close combat yet, I don't believe, the ones in the top left have certainly taken care of that Knight. And they are going to be charging the Keeper Secrets with the 3-up Immol. They'll be fighting last, of course, because of the Keeper Secrets special ability. Or at least she'll be fighting first, yeah. Mortal Wounds, so that's going to be, there's 8 of them. 8 of them charging it, each roll of a 6. Is going to be a mortal wound on her.
I think she has about 5 wounds on her right now.
Yeah.
Given the Keeper of Secrets has about, it's somewhere around like 10 or 11 wounds on it. That's not in the best of shapes at the moment. But they are living models, infantry models that the Keeper of Secrets can get help from. That might have actually been one of the things that was really important, is that the Keeper of Secrets killed a tank instead of infantry when it did attack, and thus didn't get was not able to get that healing off of that D3 wounds back from killing that model.
Yeah, the Chicken Walkers up there in the top right, and all 4 of them still being alive. That's 2 last cannon shots from each of them. So 8 total last cannon shots going into that.
Ballistic skill 3 up, they're gonna hit, and they're gonna hit hard.
It looks like there remains of both of those, the Pink and the Red Knight. The Red Knight being the close combat oriented one, if I remember correctly. The Pink one being the double thermals. You can see that poking out. So he's throwing them in.
Feldmann behind here.
The characters drop banners.
Let's go ahead and play the audio from table 1.
Yeah, they can't scramble.
I believe that the flying machine was taken off the board.
Yeah, flying machine would have been killed probably by some thermals. He's starting to shoot the missiles from the disintegrator. This is the 3D3 gun. 4s. Hits 4 of them, getting a reroll 1 from his canticle. He's got 4 wounds on the 5 of the Keeper of Secrets. He's gonna make 8. None of them. So he's gonna take 8 damage. That Keeper of Secrets is gonna fall down very quickly. Heavy stubber shots going into Keeper of Secrets.
I believe this is actually someone shooting at the Keeper of Secrets.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's but still, Mark has the those heavy stubbers on top of those.
Yeah, Keepers have 16 or 18 wounds.
16 wounds.
But they can get some wounds back. So with their war gear option, their kind of weapon thing they've got, whenever they kill I think it might have been. I think it might not be vehicles. It might be infantry only. They get to regain D3 wounds.
Only infantry. They get to get some wounds back. If they cause damage in, or if they remove a model in melee, they get some wounds back. But of course, it does not work on vehicles.
Yeah, no.
It does work on monsters, but does not work on vehicles.
Yeah, the technology that makes them go is simply not enough to satiate the ever life-hungry Keepers of Secrets and other Slaneshi Chaos models. They prefer a more fleshy sword. And it definitely seems their preference here is valid, because it looks like they are not able to take a good enough bite out of this Admech army. They are not having an amazing time with it yet, but the game is not over yet.
Yep. Admech definitely punishing from range. It's really where Admech shines is in using their very, very advanced technology to just pound the crap out of you with those guns. Kind of always surprised. The Electro Priests do work. I do know that. It's just that for things that have no guns and having ballistic skill 3 up, always an interesting little bit of flavor that GW throws in there for that kind of blanket AdMech 3-up.
Yeah.
Ballistic skill.
On freeze.
It's like we're looking for 3s here. These are still going to be some of the heavy stuffers. Just coming up from his tanks and transports. They just get a lot of value out of a lot of different shots. And they're just going to be pumping them into the Keeper because with her low save, it's fair because their AP0 weapons.
Yeah.
And like it's just a massive shot. So we only got 2 armor saves there. One's going to go through, and that's another wound. I'm just going to go onto the knight. Look at that knight is also getting pretty low. I think he'll for sure be finished on close combat. We'll see if anything remains more than Red Knight. I think the Red Knight might remain this turn because he's not that scared of it. That thing's close combat oriented and can't deal with any of the shooting Mark's got left. Looks like the Electro Priests are starting to charge into that Keeper Secrets. These are the ones that after 3-up, and I won't say because I take care of that first night, so they should be able to keep out some pain. They're going to be -1 to hit in close combat. Mark's going to roll 4 all the mortal wounds. Going to take 2
mortal wounds.
2 6s. He's getting ever so low. We'll see if she's able to put out some hurt. She's going to have, since she's probably in her bottom bracket, she's going to have 4 attacks from her main weapon, her sword. She's going to have another 2 from her claw. Hopefully able to put some hurt in the electric beast, enough to have her live 1 more turn. Take him out of the next turn to be in a deal with him.
That's what Dave's probably hoping for. Goodness.
Now, I'd like to remind everybody that I did predict for Mark Hertel to win the entire event before the first round even started. He's been my character, my player that I've been looking out for. Just gotta kind of rub that in. And I am ever so genius. And he's currently undefeated.
Those boxcars, yeah, absolutely.
Looks like all he has to do is keep rolling high.
Yeah.
Even going second in this matchup.
Turns out to be the best player, you just gotta roll boxcars.
Exactly. I think that's what it comes to. Definitely his dice, something that I have not been friendly or favorable to seeing across the table for me, something that I don't want to see again. Although he's a pleasure to play against, it does make me think a little bit more than I like to, and you know me, I don't like to.
Just punch him with those Eldar swords.
Eldar, go in. I predict third place. I can predict third place now. I think Maiden's third place. Maiden's third or second place.
You think Maiden's gonna be third place?
I think because he's scoring high, and he's already in 5th, so 2 of these top 2 players are going to be dropped out here. Davis not going to be able to score a super lot. He's not going to get anything from scramblers here. I don't think he won't get much from bringing down. I think he'll get 6, 7 points out of it. And engaging all fronts, he'll have gotten the 4 points, but he's not going to get it for another chapter. That's the Keeper of Secrets already down, and we're starting to throw more wound into that knight. All of those other 4 great Electro Priests with all their attacks. It looks like this core of Scar Electro Priest might be in there as well.
As Mark said yesterday, he thinks that flat out, there it goes, and man, that is pretty much game right there. As Mark has said, AdMech being the best army in the game right now. Of course, most expensive to collect, so you know, definitely a kind of a pay-to-win faction. Although I'm not throwing shade at anybody who does play it, obviously.
Yeah, it definitely takes more skill than some armies like Marines. I do love shitting on Marine players at every single opportunity I can get. All right, so let's watch Davis finish up his last turn. He's gonna throw that knight in. He's gonna try and get as many points in as he can, and then this game will end.
Declaring that this is a whooping.
It's a whooping.
It's gonna be a whooping, Mark.
I thought this game was gonna go very differently, especially since Davis was able to go first, but he just wasn't able to get much value out of his first turn.
He tore up some of the tanks. I don't know what he could have done.
It just looks like it wasn't enough. I think Mark just outplayed with those chicken walkers being in the back.
Got to have some way to deal with them. I think they were definitely overlooked. I think they probably firing at those with those thermal lances instead of worrying about these tanks.
And then, so even if Davis makes every single shot for every single thing that shot tacked into him for this game, he still can't win just because of the amount of stuff Mark has to win. Just the amount of things that can set on objectives. Still got the 1 knight and 1 squad, maybe 1 more squad in deep strike, but that's not going to be enough. It's just a bummer, but that is the cost for playing knights. You will just get destroyed as you destroy people sometimes. Your games are fast, but you just don't have many things to hold objectives with. And those things that you have that can hold objectives, they'd much rather be in the opponent's face, going for their high-value units they can take care of.
Yeah, he's definitely, he's only got two quarters of this map covered with models, so engaging on front's not going off, not getting the points for that.
50 for primary, right?
So, yeah, he's definitely on the back foot right now, having a rough time. I think he's just probably playing for points at this point.
He's just going for what he can, which is what you have to do when you're this kind of event. He's going to go for the top 3. He's going to get the value that we can. We do have a awards going on later today at 5:30 after the final round has concluded. We showed some of the trophies off earlier today. We've got so the first place, the best overall trophy, showed it off on stream. It's the giant golden 3D printed Marine.
Taking number 1, you get the about 50-pound Marine that has a full resin model.
I mean, this is super heavy.
About 3 feet tall. Looks great, looks fantastic, painted in gold. We've also got some plaques made of marble, cut stone, going home to a bunch of different winners of prizes and other prize money going out to those people as well. We've got all kinds of awards to give out, of obviously top scorer. We've also got like best looking army, best runner-up, all kinds of things. Best players, obviously everybody's getting their own score sheet. It's going to tell you what kind of player they are, and we're going to be calculating those together and handing out awards for people that just show good sportsmanship.
And more than $3,500 in prize support at this event. Definitely one of the larger GTs prize support-wise, I've heard, because this isn't just a lot of GTs and tournaments to do prize support in GW product, which is fair to do because that's what they're coming to play the game for. But it is definitely sweet to take a bit of a chunk of cash home.
Really helps pay back the airplane bill, huh?
Yeah.
Those tickets.
Yeah, those airplane tickets. All right, so now that this game is finished up, we'll try and have them come over for an interview. I was talking to them earlier, and just get both of them on here, talk about their game, see what could have been the changing factor, because since Davis went first, I had a little bit more faith in him. Let's go over to table 2 here and see what's going on. Get a little bit of an update on this.
The terrain killed me, man.
Game lasted only about an hour.
Yeah, but that's Knights.
That's Knights for you.
Looks like the Dark Eldar still kind of in the same position. Not much has advanced. Not much has been pushed
Looks
in.
like it is the shooting phase for the Dark Angels. I'm watching him put some wounds on those, Raiders.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot of 6s right there. Curious to see what he's actually shooting with.
5s and 6s. Looks like those might have been some saves. I think we might be hearing the audio from table 1. Thank you.
No, it's all my talent.
Alright, so now we can tell what they're shooting.
All my multi-melted shots.
So multi-metal shots, they've all already shot, and he's looking for something else to shoot. Might do some charging.
What's that?
Let's see what we're going to do.
Better here, better.
Okay, so at the beginning of my turn,
So now we're going to the beginning of the Dark Eldar player's turn. He's not going to do it. The Dark Angels player won't do any charging if he has anything.
at the beginning of my turn, I rolled 3.
Put his
Really
best on.
surprising given how many bikes there are. I guess maybe trying to find where they are.
I think he's trying to kind of hold his area so far, just to kind of rack up those banners and his various secondary objectives. Although he does have the mobility to match up against the Dark Eldar,
starting
I think the more he spreads out, the more the Dark Eldar player has
into my
to
turn, so it'll probably be 2.
Okay.
win a big win. I want to be first. True. I wouldn't want to, but the $1,200 paycheck does definitely help with that in the marble plaque.
Don't worry about
And I'm
that.
sure you can,
Don't worry about that one.
that trophy is definitely something
We'll
you
get
can
on a mantle or your coffee table.
put it
or
on display in your local friendly game
Defend
store.
your home with it.
Yeah. You could put it on like a gargoyle.
Scare your neighbor's kids away.
Or even better, entice them into playing Warhammer 40k.
If you were a noble soul indeed.
Yeah. Looks like only one of the Kronos has been down so far. And all the racks are probably still remaining in their raiders.
Can we see the stats on Kronos since they're kind of an unusual model here to see today?
Yeah, sure. So do you know what Talos do?
No, tell me about them.
So Talos and Kronos they've got the same kind of stat line, but they do different things. Talos are way more killy and Kronos are way more just kind of healthy, tanky, and kind of bring your guys back was their big ability. We ended up seeing that they had. I was already on it. But the Kronos is going to be strength 5 T6 with 7 wounds and a 3-up save. They're going to have a 6-up invul on turn 1, increased to a 5-up. There's a different Coven trait that used to be taken instead of Dark Technomancers, which increased that to a 4-up. But no longer, since Dark Technomancers are kind of insane right now, kind of a little bit broken with the liquefier racks. Chronos are all just cheaper than Talos. They are cheaper, and the value of bringing racks back, you know, especially bring those liquefier racks if you've only got one more remaining rack in the squad. And they've got some interesting shooting as well. 2 different profiles, I believe. So you got the Spirit Siphon and the Spirit Vortex. These are both guns they have, and they also have the Spirit Leech Tentacles for close combat. The Spirit Siphon is a 12-inch assault D6. Each time you make an attack with this weapon, the attack automatically hits a flamer. And each time on an unmodified wound roll of 6, it's damage 2, strength 5, even minus 2. So that gets some value out. And remember, these are, I guess this automatically hits because of, or no, since it's Dark Technomentors, every roll of a 6 is going to be damage 3, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where that series comes in. And since they automatically hit, they can't get themselves killed off of that. Definitely coming to value with that. And then the Spirit Vortex is a black blast, and it has the same thing. On an unmodified wound roll of 6, each of that attack has damage characteristic too. This is blast instead of a flamer. But this is a lot of shooting coming out from them. I think it'll be able to put some hurt on the Marines or the Terminators, especially with the volume of attrition there. Any 6s are definitely going to be super detrimental to them.
These Chronos sound like they are mean buddies. That strength 5 though, it's I mean that's going to be good against the Terminators. You said that, you know, damage 3 really going to be valuable. You know, being able to pop a Terminator with even just a 6 wound. What was the AP on that though? -2.
Yeah, -2 all around.
You know, making those Terminators make saves on 4-ups, man. You might be able to pop a couple of Terminators with those. Very impressive, and multiple shot. So better watch out with those Terminators. But unfortunately, not going to be the strongest against bikes, given that bikes are toughness 5. Going to make it at only a wounding on a 4-up.
But remember, they've got the transhuman constantly as well.
Oh, yeah, you were right. You were right. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, oh my god, I can't believe you forgot about that rule.
Can't believe
the one rule in the Marine Army that you should have remembered. Oh my god, I can't believe you forgot about it.
So those Terminators might be actually be standing up to these Chronos a little bit better than I was saying.
But Terminators, you just gotta kill them once. They're like Mortarion. They're a fourth of his army's total points, and he loses significant firepower and threat as soon as you get rid of him.
And Thunder, not to mention Storm Shields and Thunder Axes, Thunder Hammers, as well as one of them is equipped with a Cyclone missile launcher and an assault cannon. So laying down some heavy firepower from these Terminators. These are definitely a mainstay backbone unit, something that's going to really punish your opponent for leaving alive, and yet so difficult to get off the board.
Yeah, and it looks like the Terminators are going to be at 3-up saves since they've got their 1-up save, just from their Storm Shields and being in cover and all that. Terminators being dumb, you know how it is. They consistently do that, but once you get rid of them,
They don't do anything.
yeah.
I have never seen a list suffer from taking Terminators. They are always a good choice. Highly recommend to any Marine player. No matter what, if you want to be competitive, you probably need to take Terminators.
Yeah, Terminators and Blade Guard are the flavor of the month as far as I'm hearing. I've played against a few Blade Guard players myself. I wasn't really threatened that much by them. They kind of just sat in the middle of the board, and then I just kind of went around them.
Got your objectives.
Just kind of ignored them and won the game that way.
Indeed. Banners, though, taking banners, taking Stubborn Defiance, really makes those Terminators sitting on an objective. You know, yeah, you can ignore them, but man, they're earning points when
And
they
they're
do
sitting
it.
on 2. We got the 2 objectives in there, and I think we have some bikers up there in the very top left objective. So each player kind of dividing out which half of the board they control. It looks like the Marines that were on the right side of the board got finished off by those Dark Eldar, maybe those Incubi or some rack shooting went into them. Looks like we're measuring out a Raider, seeing if he's going to put the Dark Lances into him, or maybe he wants to move up and get some shooting with the racks. Doing the movement phase now, he might be getting out some Incubi, or here, Succubus, that super Succubus. So you might be able to put some damage on those Terminators, especially with that damage too.
So
3 wound to pop?
Terminators, yes. Terminators have 3 wounds pop, so do the bikes. Regular bikes, 3 wounds. I think attack bikes have 4. Let me double check. Question about the Drukhari and Incubi and Succubi and all those wonderful people coming out of the Raiders. Do Drukhari have a special rule that let you move after they have moved a Raider, their transport?
I think you can do it with characters, but not normal things. And I think you have to be, I think it's something with either Red Grief or the, it might be Cold Strife if people don't run much because they're more transport oriented. They have a stratagem that at the end of a fight phase, you can, after they fought, you can move up to 6 inches towards your transport. And if they all end within range of that, they can hop right in.
Man. Interesting, interesting. For those who don't know, transports, if you move a transport, it cannot disgorge models.
Does the Dark Angel have the -1 damage? I'm not sure what would give him -1 damage, but I assume if it's something good like that, I probably would.
This Dark Angel player is definitely trying to win War of Attrition, given that they're running an apothecary on a bike. Given that fact, you know, we're definitely going to see them kind of swoop in and try to heal up models, being able to kind of jump around the map, put on some, you know, get some brothers back up and back into fighting shape.
Let's see if we can get Mark in for an interview now that he's won his game, and I think they're all cleaned up.
Oh wow!
Just kind of figure out where he went off to. And Davis too, if he's around. But I figured it'll probably just be Mark. And then it seems like it was kind of, although not a feels bad game for the players, definitely not what you want to be seeing. It's really either player probably wanted a tougher game. I'm sure Mark will take it because he got the battle points out of it. But they're both from the same team and they're both from the same area, and I've known them both for a long time, and they're friendly dudes. So I thought there was any kind of altercation, they both understood what was going on and that you couldn't really control it. Ask Mark about the -1 damage. Okay, he knows. I'll ask him when he gets on then. Looks like we're still just moving around with the Dark Eldar, kind of figuring out what he wants to do. He didn't end up getting those Incubi out. He's measuring for the second squad of Incubi in this one, trying to see if he might get these ones out.
Oh, he's coming to play.
I think this is Drazar getting out of the transport.
As I was saying, transports, if you wanted to you know, drop off your models that are inside a transport can't move that turn, and at least initially. You have to get those models out, and they count as having moved, even if they're just plopping right outside. They can, of course, move afterwards, fire, shoot, charge, all that good stuff. They just count as having moved previously for anything with like a heavy weapon or other kind of things that say, you know, you need to have been standing still. They don't get the benefit from that, but I don't think the Dark Eldar are really worried about that right now. So,
Yeah,
you know, fantastic rule. Great at, you know, getting things in. Raiders drop some shots.
Okay, cool. He just walked towards the main.
Drazar's going to advance. There's no reason not to. Oh.
Yeah, Drazar advancing because he can advance and charge with Power from Pain.
That doesn't matter. Just how many you kill.
What can't the Drukhari do?
That's kind of the whole theme of their book. Nothing.
Nothing.
They've kind of taken control of everything, kind of just leading.
Take hits. That's what they can't do.
Well, you say that.
Say that, and Power from Pain proves me wrong every time.
Power from Pain, they're just general. Someone's phone going off with what seems to be a Disney theme. Tone.
DMCA, DMCA!
No! You can't do that to us.
You can't stop us now. All right.
Looks like Yukari player has kind of pushed out, has all three of those objectives, but he's not contesting the objectives yet. He's going to move onto there. Starting to kind of measure out, see when he wants to go. Maybe get a charge to the wall, or just kind of contest that objective by staying right there. Yeah.
Moving into that terrain.
Looks like the Incubi, yeah, is moving through.
Ink Boys.
Drazar and the Incubi getting real ones, and just doing general fight with each other. Drazar getting to fight twice. Kind of insane. Even for free. Like, it's not a stratagem or anything he has to use. He just gets to fight twice.
Just fights twice. Man.
Yeah, Sagibus can do it for a stratagem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the Eldar armies, just because they're so paper thin, they do have some ways to fight twice, just with a varying kinds of, like, you know.
Does Drazar have any like duelist ability, or the ability to, like, you know, engage with characters to a better degree than normal?
I don't think he does. I think he just has his two different profiles that you can attack with, and decide whatever's better.
Standard strength 4, but a bunch of attacks, and then he's got strength 6 damaging attack that he takes, but he loses out on some attacks with. His paltry, I think, 5 attacks. Drazar, you could be doing better.
Yeah, he could certainly, but if those Marines manage to fail and he saves with the AP -3, it's going to be a dead Marine per single blade attack. And he gets 2 attacks, so that'll be 10 total going into those.
Of course, he's actually dealing with bikes and Terminators, so 2 damage, not going to cut it against these Marines.
But remember, there's Incubi, if he's able to beat, when they get into the Terminators, if he's able to beat their leadership on 2d6. Oh, is this the YouTube? Oh, okay, awesome, thanks. I didn't know we had the hi YouTube chat, and we'll
Hey,
start
Mark,
reading that as well.
welcome back.
Mark, welcome back.
Good to be back.
That was a good game. So when Davis went first, I thought he had it for sure. What ended up happening? What changed?
Turns out Stages 8 is really hard to kill, and he just wasn't able to kill enough. Like, he killed like a tank. He killed everything he could, but it's like he's got to like overcommit his knives to kill like a tank, and like he wasn't able to kill the plane either. So this is like, if you get swingy dice, you get swingy dice, and it's like it's not like you can put like one thermal cannon into one tank and reliably kill it. He's got to put 2 thermal cannons, so that's one knight kills 1 vehicle.
He's getting outnumbered.
He's getting outnumbered at that point. And this is just like whittling them down. Whittle down one night, then I charge them with electric priest, get the 3 up in will save, and then it's just like
those electric priests just gonna deal with the rest of the
It's like all I have to do is bring the knight down low enough to charge it, and I was saving my extra CP. So basically, I knew that if I needed to, I could fight twice, just in case they whiffed and just like didn't kill it, or brought down like one was just like, alright, cool, fight twice, I'm gonna kill you now.
And then, like you were talking about earlier with those Cognitus heavy stubbers, those must have put a lot of damage onto the Keeper's Secrets, just with her low save and the amount of shots you get.
Well, actually, I didn't even get a chance to shoot them at the Keepers, really. Because I killed the Keepers with, like, other stuff. But, like, one of the things I was really worried about is that if Davis had the -1 to wound his Keepers from shooting, if he had that on the Keepers and all the Knights, I would have been in a lot of trouble. But, like, because he randomly rolled and he didn't pick that one, when he randomly roll, you don't necessarily get a pick that. You don't get what you want. But like that one would have screwed me up if all of his keepers had that and the knights and everything. But my Inquisitor, she was a beast. She did like 8 damage to the keeper. She did like she smited and castigated it. So she did like 2 mortal wounds, and then she did like and then she melted the gun to for 8 wounds. So she did 10 wounds to the keeper all by herself.
All out of
she got a full 6 on that.
Yeah, because I had she got 6, but she was 1.5 range.
Damn. Yeah, that is definitely insane work out of the Instigator. And that's not something that we've seen in any of the other admechs here lists here. I believe. I think you're the only one.
That Inquisitor, she's really good. Well, basically, it's like she goes around. It's just like if you give her a combi melta and like I give her the Blade of the Order, so she does D3 damage with the Power Sword. But against Chaos, she gets to reroll all her hits. She gets to reroll all her wounds. And then she's flat 3 damage to melee against them.
That's flat 3 damage?
Yeah, flat 3 damage. So basically she goes in against the knight. It's just like 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, rerolling, wounding on 6s, rerolling. Oh, I got 2 6s. All right, give me 2 6-ups, 6 damage.
Yeah, and she's your Dark Eldar tech to deal with the succubus, right? With those just psychic powers. Just
No, she's just my tech to just like smite spam and just deny psychic powers and just like. So what I really use her a lot for is if like other people have like a lot of forward deploys, because like I do my scout of 9 inches, but like some people if they have like scouts and stuff like that. I use the Inquisitor for 1 CP. She can forward deploy. She can scout deploy herself, and basically that gives me a pocket on the battlefield for me to move up my other tanks, because other units can't be deployed within 9 inches of her.
So what's up with the Corpscaria Electro Priest? For me, just looking at the data sheet, they seem a lot worse than the full grade Electro Priest.
They are a lot worse than the full grade Electro Priest. However, 3 full grade Electro Priests are too many. So what they also give me is like they were able to put a good amount of hurt on the knight. So like it's how you use them. There's a 1 CP stratagem to get them AP 2 in the shooting phase. Without that, I would never take them.
Do they have shooting? Like, is that the
Yeah, they're assault 3. They're assault 3, 12-inch range. On 6 of the hit, they cause 2 additional hits.
Okay, so they're exploding.
So they're Tesla. There's Tesla strength 5 hits, and they Tesla in melee too. 2 stacks hitting on 4s.
That's great.
Yeah, they did like 4 damage to one of the knights when he like charged them in and he didn't kill him. He killed like 5 of them. I rolled pretty hot. He did 12 wounds. I rolled 7 5s and 6s because they got 5 wounds, 5 in no pain. And basically, he only killed 5 of them. The other 5 went in there with full rerolls from the Manipulus. They got like 6 6s. So and they all hit. So basically, it was like 20 something hits. They did like 5. And they did like enough.
Sounds like the dice were on your side a lot.
They were on my side a bit. Not more than any usually.
That's true. There were a couple of ones where we saw where you threw, and I was like, "Oh, that's a lot of ones right there, man."
Yeah, it's like you get good rolls, you get bad rolls.
Absolutely.
Like my last cannon's turn 1 didn't do much, but like my disintegrators did.
Sure.
So what we got right here in the next game, we've got Dark Angels and Dark Eldar. Which of these lists do you think are going to fare better against? The Dark Angels player has only played AdMech this tournament, aside from this game. Each minute just hit. There's 6 of you. And he's hit 3, and if he wins this, it'll be 4.
All right. Well, so it looks like he's got the know-how on how to play against AdMech, except maybe not my AdMech. We'll see.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what he's been playing against. But like if he's been playing against like
just Castellan robots, 9 of them. No.
Yeah, just a ton
That'd
of
be lovely
Castellan.
to see.
Yeah. So if he's been playing against like not my AdMech, then he's probably doing a lot better because my AdMech is probably the optimal way to play him. If you're playing him like Mars, like you're paying for call and calls like 200 points, and then it's like I just have the 180 point guy who's my warlord. and he just goes around there buffing everything. And
Yeah,
it's just
you
like I don't
get to
need
choose
call.
their buffs, right? Well, both of the.
I always choose. I get to choose the Manipulus and the Warlord. But the Warlord, all the other buffs are bad. So basically, I always pick the Exploding Sixes Warlord trait.
Exploding Sixes, okay.
Well, the Exploding Six is part of the Warlord trait for models 1 to 6 inches.
Okay.
Then the Manipulus, I almost always pick the +1 to move, +1 to advance, +1 to charge because I like maneuverability more than I like just sitting back and shooting people. Because if you can't see your opponent, it doesn't matter. You just can't shoot them.
Yeah, I remember those buff dispenser units just being a pain to deal with in 8th edition. Gave you, and especially with the Canicles, like you could just reroll one on the shooting.
It's like, oh, by the way, my entire army's rerolling ones. Even the guys who aren't near my buff guys. Or my entire army is cover safe. That helps out a lot. Too.
That's really strong.
It is pretty
As
strong.
you said, strongest army right now, Mechanicus, AdMech.
Yep.
Marcus has said, watch out for them. Invest if you really want to be strong. Invest in them because
Especially when that new codex comes out. There's gonna be some good
Yeah.
stuff.
Ooh.
They're only going to get better because GW
But wants to sell some of those expensive models.
Yeah, like, I think it's probably best to buy now before they become Drakari 2.0 with an 80% win rate.
Man, it's gonna go to 90. It's just gonna.
It's gonna be 90. It's just there's not gonna be many people playing it.
It'll just be you.
It'll
and
just be
you'll
me.
just play 10 games and it'll be set, and then you just
Yeah.
stop for a while. So we had a question about Dark Angels earlier. Do they have a -1 damage kind of thing?
There is a buff from their banner. There's a banner, so basically in your command phase you can choose a unit to give -1 damage to that.
Okay, so that'll probably go on the Terminators in this.
Yeah, it goes on Terminators, and then it's just like the Terminators are just such a huge block of just like hard to kill. But like
Especially when they're
so
in a
basically what I
circle.
usually try and do is they're all in a circle because they're Terminators. But like Dark Angels Terminator. But I usually try and just like slow them down, just like try and avoid them, just like try and keep them from being able to play the mission. And it's just like kill everything else. That's usually what I try and do. Problem is when he has like the Land Speeder, Talmasters hiding behind them, where it's just like you can never get to them because they got the chapter, they got the command squads. But like it's a pain, but it's like it's a slow moving pain. So it's like you just outplay them.
For how many bikes this guy's taken, calling them a slow-moving pain is kind of.
You kill the bikes. You kill the bikes.
You just kill the melted bikes.
You just
Really
kill the
don't
melted
need
bikes.
Yeah.
You win.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kill melted bikes. Profit.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I feel like
Fight
that's
Dark
the-
Angels, kill multi bikes, question mark,
Profit.
profit.
Yes.
How many GT wins do you have?
0.
0. So this will be.
I have won a major.
What major was it?
I won the Atomic Empire major.
Okay.
But I have not won a single GT. I've won a major, but I've not won a
You've
single
gotten
GT.
close so many times.
I have gotten second at the last 2 GTs I went to. I got 6th at the Dallas Open. That was major. This is a major too, so
Oh, okay. So
I can't win a GT, but I can win a major.
All
So
right,
if you can win here today,
You've been working harder than
Your
anybody else
second
I know in
major.
practice on this, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely awesome.
fantastic.
I'm glad to see you doing so well, especially when I put my entire life saving on you and limbering. So
One whole egg roll.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm gonna do it for you, Shane. I'll do it for you.
my day ones, yeah, it's definitely. How do you feel about 9th edition in general? Do you like it more than 8th edition?
At first I didn't, but like as I got used to it, I like that there's so many more viable armies because it feels like you just go into this and there's so much more variety. Like look at the top tables. You got Necrons, you got White Scars playing, you got Dark Angels playing Drakari, I got AdMech versus Knights after 3 rounds, and it's just like there's so many more viable armies than just like 8th edition, where it's just like Iron Hands, Space Marines.
We do have 26 different armies
Triptide.
represented in this event.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 or 2 more if they came in last minute, and only 20% of them are Dark Eldar.
Only 20%.
18%.
No, oh yeah, it was lowered a little bit because the other cities weren't running Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
And we got the one Yinari player.
Right.
We got
I mean,
4
that
mixed
always
Eldar.
happens, right? Right after the new, whatever
The
the
one
newest
Eldar
codex
Soup
is.
army, yes.
Yeah.
Sean
Whatever the
Payton,
newest
yes.
codex is, you're always going to see that the most at a tournament. Unless, for some reason, that codex came out bad, which it has happened in the past, where, codex comes out and it's just bottom of the barrel. And you have no idea why GW did what they
Thousand
did.
Suns.
Not wrong.
I think I'm
Not
still kind
wrong.
of bitter about 9th edition because you know me, I like to just hold more, kill more, not think. ITC
Nope.
last edition
Nope.
was my forte.
This new edition with primaries,
Once you get used to it, that edition is pretty good.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is pretty good.
I feel like it'll start to grow on me, but I actually have to delve into it and do research and play in more tournaments. And now that I'm like in an area with a more competitive thing, and I'm not staying with my parents anymore, so I don't, because I wasn't going out because I didn't want to get them sick or anything like that. So now that I'm actually out on my own, I can definitely start to play, especially since we're kind of vaccinated now, get more 40K in.
Absolutely.
Like Warzone Atlanta.
Speaking
ATC.
of 9th edition changes, how do you feel about CP dependent on the size of your game versus what leaders you take and other things that would award you CP.
I do like it, and I don't like it at the same time. But like, I do like that. Basically, it's just like, I wish you could take more different detachments. Like maybe it wasn't 3 minus 3 CP for a Vanguard detachment all the time, something like that. But I do like what they did, where basically it's like certain armies like Custodes, they can never get CP. But now where you have it, where basically you just lose CP for the more detachments you take, it's more like it hamstrings certain armies, but like it opens up other armies.
That's awesome.
And it also means that you're not having to say like, oh, I've got to take these 2 battalions to get my 13 CP, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Because like, then you're just like hamstring against like, I gotta take 6 troop slots, I gotta take all this, I gotta take all this just to get my CP. And so you don't necessarily want to take all those.
And of course, you just fit your entire army in 1 battalion because that's all you need.
That's all I need.
There you go.
Works out perfectly.
Because most of your tanks are counted as dedicated transports, right?
3 of them are. 3 of them are dedicated transports. 3 of them are heavy support. I fill out all my slots basically. Except for elites. I haven't filled out elites, but I filled out all my heavy support and all my fast stacks.
Awesome.
Fantastic. And those are the chicken walkers. I think they were the Striders, right?
Iron Strider.
Iron Striders.
They're just chicken walkers. That's
They're
it.
just chicken walkers.
Chicken walkers.
Just chicken walkers.
So you put them in the back line. Normally, you know, these kind of things are supposed to be really maneuverable. You want to get out into the front objective zones, but you really just hid them in the back and just used them as artillery pieces. You know, was that?
Against the knights, I have to, because like those
Yeah.
are my main damage sources.
That's
So.
all its
Yeah.
value.
But like
Those-
against other armies, I'll basically like throw them in. I'll throw them out there like just to get better angles. Like against Shayne, I put them on the front line. And I infiltrate them up, so
Right.
basically like, they can get line of shots
Right.
to his stuff.
I mean, that's
Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to. But
that's a-
against like Davis, he's got to come out to me.
Yeah, that's a great example of changing out how you use your tactics depending on what you're facing.
Yep.
You know, that's great. Is there anything you want to say to people before your 5th round,
For your finals.
your finals?
Stay tuned. It's going to be ugly. I mean, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be mechanical.
Let's not finish this one in 2 rounds, okay?
Come on, man, we gotta get
3
content.
rounds. 3 rounds.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Davis had his 3rd round. I
Okay,
mean,
okay,
We
that's
kind
good.
of said it was over after that. My bad, guys. My bad. I'll try and give you.
Come
I'll
on.
try and give you a show, but if I take my opponent in turn 1, it's like, what can you do?
Bummer. All right, we'll let you get back to mentally preparing and doing whatever study.
Mentally
you don't
preparing.
need
You
to
mean
do.
drinking water?
Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated.
Stay
Drink fresh.
hydrated, walking around.
Drink water.
Drink water.
All right,
H2O.
guys. I'll
All right.
see you guys later.
Yeah, thank you
See
so
in a
much for
bit.
coming in.
Make sure you
Thank
bring
you.
home the bacon.
Oh yes.
All right. That is awesome. I'm excited to see him play in the next game. That'll definitely be exciting to watch. Good to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's get back to table 2. Let's see what's going on. Those Chronos have moved a little bit forward, and we're still. Oh, looks like he's picking off some dudes.
Yeah, it looks like some of the squads behind the Terminators have been killed. Does not look like the Terminators themselves have made it done. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and we'll get back into it. Glad I have a small chug.
All right, chat. So let's see what they're saying on the board real quick.
Okay.
All right, it is. Yep, it is Drukari shooting into. Looks like they're shooting into those Terminators. 8 shots going into Terminators from the Chronos.
First one. Gonna do some more. Let's go
All right.
Second
2
one.
wounds. All right, and those 6s do increase to 3 wounds each.
5 hits. And we're going to do 4 mortals. I ignore 3 of them. So
Some good rolls.
we got 5 hits. We need 3. 2 of them are at 3 damage. 1 is at 2. All minus 2.
Yeah, I failed one of them and one.
No, it's
I failed the one that's 3 damage.
Same with the reroll.
3 damage going into a Terminator. That does, but he does have feel no pain. Taking out.
So it's not an aura. It's just
Oh no, not against Terminator. Against a bike. Sorry.
Nice.
Let's just see. Yeah, those bikes having 3 wounds and 3 up armor save. Let's look at chat real quick.
It'll be non-auto hits. 3 shots.
Admech, for Dakota, Admech was versus Davis Fry, who was running a mixed Chaos Knight and Chaos Demon army.
10.
Sorry we didn't ask Mark that question. From the way that he was talking, I think he was backing the Dark Angels player
And one is at 2
right then.
Start with 2 damage here. Good. Failed 1. So
3 damage.
so 2.
3 damage.
Fatal pains for that. Pass both of them. Alright, so we got 2 so far of those. The next one, fail again. So take 2. So we're at 1 now.
All right.
Good there. So he's down
These
there.
Terminators really showing off how tough they are, but relying on that feel no pain from the banner, really making it tough to kind of punch that center line and making sure those guys don't get to just keep holding that
Not
objective.
allowed.
They can't have it.
I do not allow it. Alright,
Obviously, with the while we stand, we fight. That secondary objective is giving him points at the end of the game. If probably these Terminator units, which is the one I would very much hazard a guess to say is the most expensive unit in the Dark Angels force. If that unit stays alive at the end of the game, he's going to be earning a bunch of points. I think up to 13. Yeah, 5 points. 5 points per unit. He picks 3 of his most expensive units, and if they are alive at the end of the game, he gets 5 points per. So can total up to 15 points.
I don't care enough to reroll. Instead of reroll here.
I mean, you can reroll it. I'm.
They're measuring for charges at this point, or maybe just range. As being someone who's a little unfamiliar with the Drukhari list, and I think those are. Oh, yep, no, that is a charge right there. 6-inch charge. Very likely to have made that. Only needing to get 1 inch away just to reach engagement range with any charge. I would have to guess, yep. Those guys are going in. I believe those are incubi charging into those Terminators.
Should be the incubi, and especially with Drazar there, they're going to be able to put on some pain.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to take a break.
Right.
A moment.
Who does Mark think is going to win on table 2?
I think he thought the Dark Angels. Unfortunately, I didn't see that chat while Mark was here.
Yeah,
Sorry about that. We in their next interview, we should definitely make time for chat to kind of glance at and say, what's chat? What happened?
it is ever so hard to see on that tiny screen. And then nothing new there. All right, I've got updated secondaries up to the minute, or at least what they wrote down, which you'll find a lot of the time they just don't do. They usually use the BCP or the battles app, the IC battles, is a good resource for players to use. You can keep track of actually all your games that you play on there. They're like your win rate, your stats, stuff like that. Definitely something useful to keep around. We'll see. Where did I put it?
Drazar.
Okay.
He wants it.
So currently, Kyle, he got 10 for his primary on turn 2. He got 1 for banners on both turns, only holding that 1 objective, and 2 for Summer Defiant so far. But that objective is going to scale up as the game continues to go on. And then Kurt, he's got his Heard the Prey, hasn't gotten a kill yet. 10 for his primary, matching up with Kyle. 1 for banners as well, and none for data intercept yet. He just hasn't had the units to kind of just plant their banners down, stick around there, and try and get the extra secondary just from taking some time. You gotta waste a whole turn of a unit's just potential to get that data intercept, so probably something on his backline or something that was in the bottom right corner, but last turn they did have to help clear up some Marines there. So he'll start getting that from this point on, and he'll just get 3 points a turn up until he can start to claim more objectives. Looks the Incubi are continuing to charge into those Terminators there. Drazar is over there as well to attack twice, maybe make the Terminators fight last, and give the Incubi just some general buffs. We're going to see some rolls start to come out.
You might be able to get me out of 1.
Let's see what we got here. About to start the attack. I don't think he has any more charges left. He's kind of considering what he wants to do for the rest of his turn now. How strong are the Dark Eldar? How do lower tier armies compete? Thank you very much. So Dark Eldar right now have a 73% win rate pre this event.
Insanely strong.
Insanely strong. I think they just need a few key nerfs in a few key places. Some things put them over the edge.
Yeah, something is putting these guys over the edge. But I also think it might just be new codex, new strategies, and the meta hasn't really evolved yet to like really take control of them. I mean, Mark Patel, who we had on here just a second ago, was talking about how he's just basically figured out how to counter them. He's had a great time fighting them, and I think it's really just come down to knowing what you need to take to fight them, and knowing kind of designing your list to be accepting of this kind of strategy. Because really, the Drukhari strategy is just one that you don't see a lot from other armies right now, especially in 9th edition. Their strategy really revolves around dedicated transports, getting troops up real close, and dumping them on top of you real suddenly with tons of attacks that just punch through your armor. And
so the Clavex can do a different.
It's actually kind of interesting,
but I said
because
it's more
most armies in 9th edition have really been designed around being real tough, getting to objectives, and just sitting on them. And the game has not really been based around mobility and getting to places, and it's really just been about sitting down and holding a spot, which the Dark Eldar really don't do. They're just out there running around, and the thing is that they're still Eldar weapons. They can still, they have long ranges, those Dark Lances, so they can just keep Raiders. Raiders drop all their guys off, and then just come back to the back line and take that objective and get their points for it, and just keep laying down this really heavy-duty anti-tank fire, and using their units to really mop up any of your normal troops.
Just getting the best bang for their buck. To enter the second part of your army, how do lower tier armies compete? Warhammer 40k has this kind of interesting dynamic where if you put a player of equal skill levels, say we've got the average Drukhari player versus the average Space Wolves player, Drukhari will come out on top as the win rate against that army starts to reflect. But a lot of these people meta hopping onto Drukhari aren't sticking with Drukhari for a long time, and sometimes aren't the best players either. Now, granted, if you like Shayne, one of the best,
I'm in that. Not the best players ever. What do we really mean is at Drukhari? I mean, a lot of these guys are still really talented players. Just they might be new to Drukhari.
And then, like, if you're switching from Marines to Eldar, it's a very different playstyle. You have to get used to a lot of different things.
Yeah.
But if you're a good enough player at your army, like Mark with Admech, you probably won't have as much of a problem unless you're playing against another player of that caliber in Dark Eldar.
It is generally my advice not to meta chase. I know. Sometimes your army can fall apart, and in a new edition, especially when a changeover to a new edition occurs. Speaking as someone who plays Tau and did not even play Triptide back in 8th, I can say that sometimes it's just your army is not tenable anymore, and you might need to jump ship. But I would recommend that if your army is still mildly viable in an edition, don't jump ship. Stay with it. Keep practicing it. Get good at it. You never know, because your army might have the answer to the meta anyway, and you might be able to really be competitive. But if you jump ship, you'll never find out if you did. You'll never come up with new ideas. I was talking to some people last night about Chaos Marines, saying that I was mentioning my Night Lord list, and people going, I don't even know what Night Lords do. I go, you know what? I might be able to walk into a tournament and really get some ground on just playing an unfamiliar list with people.
Exactly.
Getting off meta can sometimes kind of break you through, but that's definitely a gamble.
Yeah, it's definitely Warhammer 40k. The games aren't set in stone based on win rates. It comes down to more player skill and experience, and then a fair bit of times luck. If you get some really lucky rolls or some really unlucky rolls, that can definitely turn the tide of a game in your favor. But being able to consistently place out your strategy and figure out what you want to do is how you'll get a consistent win rate and start to win more games.
Yeah. As Mark put it on here, like sometimes your dice roll hot, but no more than they're going to roll bad, and just sometimes, you get one of those games where you can't seem to roll anything better than a 1, and sometimes you get those games where, man, those dice really seem to be allergic to anything under the number 4.
Exactly. How do traditional gun lines adapt to this meta? So, talking like guard gun lines, not very well at all, I don't think.
No, they're
just
doing
because
real
the
bad.
terrain's very heavy. While the boards are smaller, This does help the things with shorter ranges, but is a boon or a bane to things with longer ranges, like your wyverns and stuff like that, are at less of an advantage because things are going to have an easier time getting closer to them. You're going to get more value out of things with lower ranges, and just a lot of close combat is how this edition has ended up just kind of feeling out with the just different secondaries and primaries being very objective, holding centered and staying in different places, moving around, dealing with your opponent, getting them off the objectives. Close combat has kind of become the forefront of the meta.
All right, I think we're losing Terminators here. Oh man.
So we've lost 3 or 4 so far.
Oh, it's bad. It's nasty. Those Pronoses, just definitely melted a few of them.
Definitely doing some damage in the Incubi, and Drazar doing as much as they can.
I think we're seeing the hit back from the Marines.
Take, we need one more lightning claws because they're what? F3 and 3 at.
Yeah, we're getting the hit back from the Marines.
Yeah, starting to attack back. Let's see.
Can we get the other dice cam? Mike,
Takes that one.
can we get the other dice cam for the purple one?
Thank you.
4 feeling of pain.
Yeah, great.
Takes it all. Did he die? Did he hit? He hits. Alright, so I got some.
3 dudes hitting me.
So just, I am.
Looks like that's one of them. So this must be the Incubi finishing up. Pulling one more Terminator.
Drazar's second attack.
Oh, yeah. Popping a strat. +1 to hit. Gonna get these attacks in from the Terminators.
Chain fist.
Chain fist hits.
Wounds.
And a wound. Gonna make a save.
3.
Neg 3?
Yep.
Good, sir.
Does D3.
D3.
Oh, they have one of you.
Yeah. It's gonna kill that Incubi.
I got you.
The leader of the Incubi has 2 wounds, but the rest of them just have 1 wound each.
Power sword hits.
And then Drazar with his 6 wounds. I thought Incubi were 2 wound models. That's
Yeah, there are two models.
or just the Clayvex. The other ones are just 1.
Do what?
Just the their leader, the Clayvex, is 2 wounds. The rest
Yeah,
are
2
just 1
wounds?
wound models.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they are 80 points for something that hits fairly hard,
Oh yeah.
and it is scary to fight against.
Probably one of the actual highest quality units in the Drukhari list is the Incubi.
Yeah.
Just for that 3-up save, those really powerful claves. They aren't. They're normally a 3/3 on strength and toughness, right? Just Drazar kind of stands out as being 4 strength, 4 tough. Some kind of monster from the deepest pits of Conrad made manifest. Drazar.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is starting to look better and better for the Dark Eldar player as the turns go on.
I think the Dark Angel player is really suffering. That Incubi charge was devastating to those Terminators. Let's hope he can, kind of pull around here and see what he can do now that those Incubi have been stuck into combat for, a good number of turns. Now that he didn't get the clear, so let's see what happens with this return fire.
I think these
fighting.
Terminators are going to be able to kill either Drazar or the Incubi, but not both.
Not both?
He's got to decide what he wants to put his attacks into, which I think is most likely going to be Drazar. If he gets a little bit too greedy and tries to split them up, I don't think things are going to fare super well.
No. He does have a bike squad that's actually hidden up in that building up to the top left. Those might actually make an appearance now and come charging out and charge into Drazar's squad.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to put any damage on those. I think those are just the regular bike dudes, not the attack bikes.
My lightning claws are
Oh, -1 to hit, -1 AP, 3 attacks each,
matters for like the power fist and stuff.
strength 4, weapon skill 3. Those bikes still can shoot some guys up. Pretty hardcore.
2 for the lightning
Incubi are
claws.
probably death, and that's a fair assumption to make.
Incubi are mean. I remember when they, like I was saying, when the Dark Eldar really got their newer list that was over 12 years due. Incubi just, swept the meta. These guys are mean, and they are always relevant whenever you're playing against Drukhari.
Exactly. I think pretty much every Drukhari list is running them.
You would be a fool not to. If you did not run Incubi, do you just not know how this game works?
Come on. Like 80 points you get from them. They just have so many attacks.
So much pain, those claves.
Yeah, a little bit tankier than witches. And then Drazar, I think, is super good value, though, but I understand if you just want to take a Super Succubus instead for half the cost and twice the damage sometimes.
The Drazar looks so cool.
He is an amazing model. I wish Janezar had more use.
Janezar?
Yeah, the Eldar. Howling
Howling
Banshee
Banshee.
character.
So 6.
She had some interesting
you
rules.
and a lot of people actually. My significant other, she loves Jane Czar and really wants that model to be way better than it is. She has no end of complaints about how the Phoenix Lords really don't feel that great, even though they're supposed to be like masters of their art form and war form. And you just look at them and go, yeah, but they're not Ezekiel.
Yeah. That was definitely last edition and this edition. They're not holding up with the Phoenix Lords. Occasionally have their time to shine in the sun. Sometimes being run like the Dire Avengers occasionally.
Yeah,
And it was mostly Naden pulling out Phoenix Lords, to be honest. And the other players not really using them, not really feeling a need to.
They are HQs, eating up those those slots, especially in this current edition. That kind of just burns you out of CP real fast in the early game if you're really relying on a bunch of cheap HQ. Which I understand is, kind of built into the system to prevent people from, for example, smite spamming.
Knocked off 5 Terminators.
I think there's a very good used conversion kit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a beautiful model, and you can get a lot
Yeah.
out of her. I haven't seen named Yinkarn and like super closely observed it. I think it's made of a Slanesh model and then some of the Yinkarn Wispy stuff. But I'll probably have to do some kind of conversion for my Yinkarn in the future, just because I love that model so much. Such an amazing model with good rules.
Yeah. Well, we are the new codexes that are coming out soon are going to be Sisters, and I believe is AdMac is coming out soon. Yeah. So AdMac already considered one of the best army lists by
These are
one of the
both
best players
two
here.
Tier 1 armies. that are
Tier
getting
1
new
armies
codexes.
already getting new codexes in this edition. Uh-oh.
I
Watch
think-
out.
yeah.
Imperium are probably going to be standing up at the top of the tier list for quite a while, to much of the chagrin of all reasonable people who play this game.
Yeah. Although some of them are day one road dogs, diehards for Imperium. I understand it, sometimes respect it. But, come on, Eldar is so much cooler.
Yep.
AdMech, then Sisters, then Orcs, 2,000 Suns, and Grey Knights. Where's Craft World Eldar on that list?
Yeah, I don't see any Craft World. I don't see any World Eaters. I don't see any Emperor's Children.
I feel like those are things we need at the top of our bracket.
Yeah, the Death Guard and Thousand Suns got their own book. Very, over the course of time. It's kind of a surprising thing to me because I always figured they would just sit in the Chaos Space Marine roster, but they really, tried to flesh out those factions, and I'm sitting here going like, where's my Fulgrim?
I think just because they've made them so different.
Well, where's my Angron?
Yeah.
I don't need Chaos Magics. I just need pure, unadulterated bloodshed.
So what's the difference between Death Guard and Nurgle?
So running Death Guard are obviously just Chaos Marines. They are a much more, I would say, like a much more in-depth use of Nurgle and kind of the themes surrounding that Chaos faction. Death Guard being one of the original Traitor Legions of Space Marines. They have been fighting the Imperium for 10,000 years. And have the blessings and are completely dedicated to the grandfather of plague, Nurgle. When you play a Chaos Demon list with Nurgle, you're getting about, I'd say about 6 to 7 different kind of model types. You're getting your Grand Clean ones, you're getting your Beasts of Nurgle, you're getting your Plague Bearers, you're getting your Nurglings, you're getting your big fly drones.
Do we know what CP is at? No, they don't keep a track in place.
No, they're not showing it. I'm sorry,
Easily
guys.
see. It might be that 10 in the top right, but I doubt either of them are 10 CP. They're not even tracking secondaries well for us.
Yeah, these guys aren't playing for us. They're playing for each other and playing for the tournament. We're kind of just here on the sidelines, just hoping to know what's going on.
I feel like in the
sometimes.
future, our solution will probably be to have a judge stand by the tables, keep track of CP, and just be there available as a judge. They can get a judge now if they need to, but it would be nice to have an extra dedicated one over there on those tables, getting the information for us, what secondaries are being scored, stuff like that. Yeah.
Grab card. Yeah, if you are looking and you see any cards on the table that maybe resemble magic cards, what those are stratagems or other kind of special rules, specific things that are psychic spells that are going on characters, and it's just to denote what these temporary effects might be on them. But as I was saying, Nurgle is the demon list, a lot just about being tough and invulnerable and hard to kill. Much similarly, Death Guard operate that way. But Death Guard have a much more interesting kind of You know, they have a lot of ranged, which normal Nurgle demons don't, and they use kind of interesting psychic abilities and have access to tanks and other kinds of.
Yeah, not specifically the chaos magic, but do have that kind of mix in between the two factions.
Because predominantly, if you play demons, you're playing melee lists. There's Zinch models are pretty much the only ones that
You got some flamers.
have flamers. Some of them can like throw fireballs, and some of their units have the ability to cast smite, but they only ever roll like one die.
Yeah, with the brimstones and the pink swords.
So you can get some smites out of them, but
Just be at the end.
It looks like the incubi were obliterated, incinerated even, by those Terminators. But Drazar is still remaining. Hopefully going to get killed in the shooting is probably what the Dark Angels player is hoping to accomplish here. How many entries? There are 106 players in this tournament. We are 4 rounds in, going on to round 5 next. Currently we have, let's see how many we have undefeated. I know Mark Hertel, who we had on for an interview earlier, is going to be at the very tippy top. He is the highest scoring player with 376 points. He's currently the only reported undefeated player. We have this table right here with the next 2 undefeated players. One of them going to walk away non-defeated. And we have table 3 with a Necron player and a White Scars player duking it out to become the 3rd undefeated player. And I think that's all.
Everyone from now on.
We have Kyle, Kurt, and then Patrick. Okay, so yeah, Patrick making these the White Scars player. And also Philip Kovac playing Drukari against Sasha Edelkrat. Looks like, oh, we do have a few more. We have a lot more undefeated players going to this round than I thought we did. Zachariah Herman playing Drukari, Sean Reynolds with his Admech, Daniel Kennedy with his Admech, Ben Hunt with his Tyranids, Anthony Birdsong with his Drukari, and then that'll round up our undefeated. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I'm trying to get all 3 of them within this unit.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to have a total of 6 undefeated players after this tournament, taking it down to 3 undefeated for the final standings. But we are scoring based on battle points and not specifically who's going to be ranking highest in the Best Coast Pairings app, is what I believe they're going with, because Sean Naden, going into this round, although having lost, he is still the 5th highest in battle points.
yep.
Yeah. It's going to be 3 undefeated, which will definitely be very interesting to look at.
So Psychics? Where's this smite?
Psychics going into the Drukari, getting some smites off. I don't know. This game still looks like it's pretty even. Looks like in general area of board control has gone to the Drukari. But the Dark Angels player still has some punch left to give. He has not run out of units. It looks like he might have 1 or 2 attack bikes left, but certainly less than he started with. And Melta bikes being priority number 1 for the Drukari shooting.
Absolutely. Trying to get those Raiders off the board. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, definitely going to be very interesting. And I'm excited to see who...
12.
I don't, like, the outcome of this game doesn't matter to me as much for being the outcome of this game, but I do want to see what Mark is going to be playing against next round, because I think that's what a lot of the interest is going to see. I want to see something that he hasn't played against before. I haven't been able to watch him play
That
against
is
Marines.
a perils.
Does it?
Oh.
So it forces me to perils. It doesn't.
Forces him to
denies
perils.
and causes me to- Right. Okay, I got you.
Ooh.
3.
Takes 3 mortal wounds. Unfortunate. And it was Ezekiel was on the Psyker?
I think that was Ezekiel. Yep.
Who's happy?
It still does go off on 12.
That is unfortunate for him. Going to make the Drukari player's job a little bit easier.
I'm putting 2 mortal wounds on Ezekiel.
Was he out of command points? Is that why he couldn't reroll it?
I do not know.
I think it was some rules interaction with the Drukari forced him to take a perils when he was denied. And from what I looked at when I was in the room from the Necrons game, looks like Stephen Christopher, the Necrons player, is doing probably better than the White Scars, who just at a glance didn't look too in-depth.
Oh, he's got that massive list of warriors. I mean,
And the
it's
Silent
like
King.
60 warriors and a Silent King.
Yeah, I think the Silent King's still alive, so
Well, he is not an easy model to get rid of, let me tell you.
not at all.
4 up info, 3 up armor save, 16 wounds.
Nick DeVoe wasn't able to do it the entire Drukari game last game, and that ended up being the reason that he lost. fast.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely that trap of that secondary of kill the Warlord first. I've definitely fallen prey to it against Mortarion, taking it, thinking that I could kill Morty turn 1, and then just Morty not dying.
Saying, no, sit down.
No.
With the -1.
I'm Death Guard.
3.
I'm Death Guard. Go away.
Probably the deny relic that is put a knock on allow you to deny if you do the enemy perils. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
There it is.
What I'm going through.
Subtract 1, is it worth 4? If I make this, then 1 would go through a d6 plus 2.
D6 plus 2 damage.
So it looks like we're
I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the spreadsheet that was sent in by Captain Andrew from the stream.
Thanks again to Captain Andrew for showing, telling us yesterday's win-loss ratio.
So I gotta figure out
Compiling that for us.
how this is formatted.
Oh, it hurts.
That's when I roll high.
It hurts.
In fact,
My baby.
You had to do something. Alright, I'm not -1.
okay, so tracking Drukhari, round 1, they had a 63% win rate. Lower than we might expect to see. Round 2, 58, and round 3, 58.
I definitely think the meta is shifting here at this tournament. The people are learning and figuring out how to answer the Drukhari threat.
Oh, Jesus. Not
I
Drazar.
believe Drazar has been taken off the board. I'm seeing him kind of in the dice cam over there on the side. Not on the board anymore. So Drazar and those Incubite gone. That is a big blow to Drukhari after those guys are a mainstay force in melee. But there's, of course, other horrible things to come out of the pirate haven of Kamara and assail the noble Dark Angels in their
Yeah, it looks like
Noble
Drukhari are
quest.
the only that we have win rates for. Only stats. But hopefully we'll get those updated later on and get some more information out of them. But yeah, thanks for getting us those Drukhari win rates at least. Those are definitely interesting to see.
Definitely.
Not as high as I thought they would be.
Nope. Like I said, I think people are just really learning how to counter these armies and learning what they need to do to get ground, get points, and stop from being overwhelmed. I think a lot of it might even just be knowing that the Drukhari are going to hurt you on that first turn with those Dark Lances.
And this definitely is not the easiest meta to play into. This northern Virginia, Maryland, DC area has some of the most competitive players in the world. The East Coast is probably the most competitive place for Warhammer 40k in the world.
Absolutely.
There's some competition on the West Coast, but on the East Coast kind of just beats that out by a fair margin.
It's the best coast.
East Coast is the best coast. We do have the Beast Coast and the Least Coast. Looks like Raiders starting to take some wounds just during the shooting phase, starting to kind of rack those up on there.
I'm really surprised. I'm guessing what happened was those attack bikes kind of got shot off the board early
Yeah,
on.
I feel like
Might
that's
have
priority
been
number 1.
Paying attention to Mark Hertel's game and Davis Fry's Knights list. A very interesting and very dynamic and fast game. Of course, we had to pay attention to it a lot to even
Just the first one.
see the whirlwind of action that was. And might have missed those attack bikes getting taken off the board, or they might not have made an appearance yet. Reinforcement deploying bikes is a common thing to do. Maybe trying to get those bikes in on the side and get them close to those raiders and shoot them out with those melta guns.
Yeah.
Each of those bikes equipped with multi-meltas.
Looks like we had at least one squad of our Hellions deep strike in the bottom right corner. I think one of them might still be in deep strike, one might have gone to the top right. Yeah, that objective looks to be populated. I can't tell what's on it though. I just see some
I think
black.
it's a lot
acceleration.
of speeders right now.
2 heavy bolts.
Or in the top right one.
Raven wings, speeder bikes, or not land speeders. Definitely making it difficult to deal with them. They are really potent vehicles. Can get you all kinds of places.
Right here, if you want to come check it out.
There's our death. Looks like Drazar was taken out though.
Yep, Drazar was taken out.
Ever so heartbreaking.
Shock crown should be out.
I don't feel bad for him.
Yeah, he got us 2 attacks, and he had plenty of Terminators. Now there's only, 3-4 Terminators left, maybe 5 if he's lucky.
Looks
We do have the
like
Apothecary, though, to pick one back up.
Yep, six of them, and I think that is an Apothecary right there in the middle of them.
Yeah, probably brought it from 5 up to 6.
Yep.
Gotta leave them with at least 1 wound taken off, so they don't get picked back up, but will get just healed instead is probably what would have been ideal to happen for the Dark Eldar player. But you can't change the past, all you can do is change the future, or at least try to.
Well, you can change the past, you just have to be really stubborn about it.
Yeah,
And just tell everyone that they're wrong.
I'm familiar with that school of logic. Looks like we're just preparing. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do for his shooting phase. Figure out where his resources are best allocated. Doesn't look like the Hellions in the bottom right are going to be able to shoot at anything. Raiders may be going into those bikes, whatever's in the bottom left.
Oh, looks like oh, that is a dead Raider.
Yeah, things starting to get out. Took him 3 turns to shooting to get rid of him, but hey, it's finally dead. Looks like he's got racks getting out of it. Those racks are their liquefier guns. Probably the bigger squad of racks, if I had to guess. I'm not sure which way they're allocated. Getting out as far as you can, trying to toe the cover, just to stay out of the lines of those speeders. Just getting shot at is probably not the best thing to happen.
Yep. Those those are lieutenants, so those are HQ choices. They got 2 ups on each of their weapon skill and ballistic skill. They are going to lay some pain.
Yeah, they do have quite a fair bit of shots on them as well.
They have I believe bolter cannons on them, or something along those lines. Very scary. Each of them have 8 wounds. Are firing twin assault cannons, heavy 12, strength 6, AP -1 guns, doing 1 damage.
Yeah, especially into those racks. That is no
That
joke.
is death. That is awesome. And they also have twin heavy bolters, so strength 5, shooting 6 times. So that's about 18 shots coming out of them. And then of course they do. If you do get in melee with them, they do have a power sword on them.
Yeah.
So they can punch pretty hefty. So watch out when fighting those speeders.
That character is trying to charge into the racks currently. What do we need for the charge?
7.
Looks like we need a 7-inch charge. He's about to roll it over here.
Oh, the suspense. Oh man.
Trying to roll it inside the dice tray. And he gets the 8.
It gets 9.
9. So he's going to be able to touch
More
those
than
racks.
enough.
And those racks are not going to be able to fare super well to close combat. That's not what they're suited for. They're suited better for shooting, but maybe they'll be able to punch back hard enough they get lucky and not have to stay tied up.
Let's get those numbers in.
Yeah, I don't think they have a way to fall back and shoot. Not looking super great.
Still full squad of Kronos though in the center of the map. Definitely holding down the midline. Wouldn't be surprised if they get charged by the Terminators.
Looks like
The
we're
Terminators are
overwatching
free.
here. What are we overwatching into? Looks like some shooting is coming out. 10 shots.
We rolled 1 below.
So this is probably the Kronos being charged by something. I'm not sure what though.
Probably the Terminators.
Oh yeah, there's a charge they can make.
Oh!
Plenty of 6s. Looks like he's hitting Overwatch on Borps with some kind of stratagem.
Yeah, you kill him. That was it's really statistically not.
So what was that he was charging into?
Charging with fire is a dangerous game.
Might have been a
Rolled
Raider.
like 10 or 12 for like the last 6 of
Maybe
them.
some Inky or the Hellions somewhere with that mess of shots. They were decent
That
shots.
was the Dark Angel player pulling something off, and I
Yeah,
didn't know
I'm
what he
not
was
sure
charging
what
at.
they were charging at.
It's a Sarge, so
Because those all look like to be Terminators down there.
2 hits. Actually, no hits.
I think the best... It looks like there are models. Those might be... You can kind of see the white bases. It's kind of hard to make out.
That was a huge upset. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was a huge blow to the Dark Angel player, losing all those bikes just now.
Just the unlikely odds in Overwatch, but that's something you'll see a lot of. There's different dice rolls.
Yeah,
going
it
up
must have
there.
been liquefiers going off.
Yeah. So yeah, just those models are hard to see up there, especially like with that terrain map. Just something difficult to look at.
I killed 2.
Oh, I lost how many more?
Yeah, it looks like those racks are starting to get eaten up a little bit. He was only able to kill 3 or so from that 10-man, starting to pile back in. And maybe the Kronos will be able to get one back up, and they'll be able to take care of this character. Because they need to be able to do that to be able to shoot. Only tanks can shoot into close combat. Infantry cannot do it unless they've got their pistols. I don't think racks come equipped with any.
So 3 total. Sorry.
So I want to repeat it, reroll the wound roll.
Sure.
4 for homeboy.
And you, for data intercept, how many you get for
4, 5,
you will get 10 points of
7.
Yeah, it looks like they're just counting up the points now.
One dude died, and one dude is not fighting.
5 kills so far.
Is this battle round 3?
I'm sorry?
Is this battle round 3?
It's been on 3.
Finishing up battle round 3.
Still a fair number of guys on the board for turn 3. Very impressed with how, both armies have been able to kind of stay in play here. By most game standards, you get to turn 3 and your army's basically cut in half easily. We got to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, this one is definitely closer, but I think the Dark Outer player has started to pull ahead.
Yeah,
especially with that charge.
4 at minus 2.
That was a huge
damage.
upset. I think the Dark Angels player is definitely kind of on a back foot at the moment.
So 4 minus 2. Pass them all. And how many?
10. Minus 1.
10 more. You're outpacing me on rolls, man. I gotta catch up. So 1. Take 1.
So 1 wound going through from, I believe these are the racks doing the
Not
attack of the character. Yep, that's what that ended up being. Not enough.
I don't know.
But,
Putting the first wound on that model.
so those racks will be stuck in close combat.
And what do you do there?
I'll get 3 for data intercept.
Getting 3 points for data intercept because he's
No, it's just for how many
scoring points for
objectives
how many
you-
objectives he has.
Yes. So you data intercept on an objective, and then when you score it, however many you're controlling.
So you got 3, yeah. So you got 3 for
The data intercept, that power, that secondary objective power, that secondary objective is kind of interesting for this map, making you able to get points based on how many points you hold. You declare it, and then if that character stays on that objective, you have to declare it while you're staying on an objective. And if you keep that objective, you get extra points. This can be done per character on an objective. So the more objectives you hold, the better you're going to be doing.
Exactly. It seems both players have kind of gone with the same game plan here of spreading out and holding the objectives, but I think Dark Eldar is just doing a better job at doing it, just because of their insane mobility and they've kind of just been able to kill more.
Yep. Anyone was asking why Eldar are doing so good this edition, this is why. Getting able to just be everywhere on the map all at once, and even if you can't get there, being able to shoot to that spot has been super important. I think one of the biggest things that's really benefiting them is raiders. If you asked me, the model that is making their gameplay work is the raider. It's that kind of ship boat thing. You can see it on the map, kind of below the center of where those Chronos are sitting. It's that kind of dark purple model right there. They are a kind of like space pirate ship. And they are equipped with some really, really powerful weapons for not a lot of
bang
points.
for your buck. Sure.
Huge bang for your buck. They punch, I think, Strength 9, right?
Strength 9.
Strength 9, AP minus 4, D6 plus 2 damage?
No, D3 plus 3.
D3 plus 3. That's really good. You're going to consistently see 5 damage coming out of those guns on average, and being able to punch through most tanks, being able to punch into even, knights and your heavy-duty Lords of War, and their range is what, 36 inches, 48 inches? 36 inches. That's pretty much anywhere on the map. Not only that, but the Raiders can move 12 inches to 14 inches, I believe. What is the movement on a Raider?
14.
It's 14 inches. So...
And they have a stratagem to advance 7.
God. So, meaning that these guys can be basically anywhere on the map. Nowhere is safe for you. They fly, so they go over any piece of terrain. They fire these really powerful weapons on you. They're hitting on 3s with that ballistic skill 3 up, and just punching into anything. They're cheap, and they carry dudes. Of course, they're a little weak. They're flimsy. They only got toughness 6, I believe.
Let's go ahead and take a look over the shoulders of these players, because we got this view set up where we can kind of see what's going on from a wider view. Stalking them from afar.
From afar.
Looking lovingly. I believe Kyle is on the left in the blue shirt. Let's check because his shirt says
No,
Phillips.
no.
Kurt
Kyle
Phillips?
is the individual in the darker blue shirt, and Kurt is the one in the light blue.
Gotcha, yeah. Okay, awesome. So they're just starting to move their models around, get onto that objective. Dark Elder are going to start contesting. The racks are falling back. I'm unsure whether they have a fallback and shoot stratagem. I don't believe they do off the top of my head, but I may very well be wrong. You can kind of just see him shifting his stuff around. Saw Steve and Christopher in the frame for a little bit on table 3, kind of finishing up their game. I think they're around turn 3 or 4. We'll definitely have to see the
It's
results of that
Necrons
once
versus
we-
White Scars game that's going on in there on table 3.
All right, looks like the Drukhari player, if we go back to the top-down view, is moving his Raider on in, not going onto the objective, but staying close enough that he can start to get shots into those things defending the objective. I'm curious to know where the Kronos are going to go here. I think they might move into those Terminator squad as well as those Hellions and just start to get a bunch of shots off, try and get some damage in. Both players contemplate just kind of what they want to do here, how they're going to react. Hellions from the bottom right going to start moving over. The Dark Angels player has run out of things to do and ways to go contest those Barfield objectives. He needs to start killing everything that he can in order to
Hellions moving up
take a
there.
grab. Every Elder have a strat to fall back and shoot? Okay, awesome. So those racks are going to be putting on some pain to whatever character or thing back there. They set their grubby little arms on those local fire guns. No joke at all. And the Hellions being able to move massive distances with their advances. They're shooting assault guns. I think they move 10 inches pace.
They are fast. They are basically elves on Green Goblin speeders.
Yeah, exactly.
Nasty little fuckers. So watch out.
Yeah, definitely not something he's got to be ecstatic about being in space now. Let's actually look at these stats on a Hellion, see what kind of shooting they have, what they're representing.
3 inches.
Hellions and their strange tentacles coming out their back, really clipping onto each other.
These Hellions actually move 14 inches.
14 inches.
Yeah, that's how they got
Sorry,
around
did I
so
say
fast.
Hellions? I meant Chronoses, if I did say.
Oh, I
Yeah.
was talking with Hellions. I think the Kronos move 8.
Chronos move 8, Hellions moving, you said 12?
Yep. And Hellions have the hit and run ability, so it can charge in a turn in which it fell back, moving their 14 inches with their 3
14.
ballistic skills. T4, 4 attacks apiece on the Heliarch, who's the leader, and then 3 on the Hellion, which is their regular dudes. They only have 5 up saves. They're going to get a 6 up invul from their Power from Pain, which will be improved to a 5 up later on the battle run. And they've got their 18-inch Splinter Pods, which are Assault 2, Strength 2, but they're poison, so they wouldn't have 4 ups either way, and 1 damage. Now let's go through what Power from Pain specifically does. So they have the 6 up, starting on Battle Round 1. It's going to get better as it goes on. Battle Round 2, they can declare a charge in a turn which they advance. Very good for just getting out of transport, moving a far distance. We're going to have to see a lot of value come out of that. Every time they make a melee attack on Battle Round 3, you add 1 to the hit roll. If the unit has a vehicle or monster keyword, it does not suffer the penalty incurred to its roll when firing heavy weapons at enemy units that are in close combat with it. Good for like Talos, stuff like that, things you might Raider in close combat maybe. Something like that. And then Mantle of Agony, so in Battle Round 4, they're going to start to have their 5 invul save, just improving their 6 up all the way to that. And then turn 5, emboldened by Bloodshed. Each time a morale test is taken for the unit, automatically passed. If the unit's characteristics can change and suffers damage, they are considered to have double the number of remaining woods. Good on a Raider or anything else that degrades.
All right, more guys getting taken off the field. Dark Angels player losing some models.
These boys.
Yeah, what were those the bikes that were in the top left rune?
I believe so.
That is unfortunate on his part. That was what he had holding that objective, and now those racks up there will be able to keep holding on to it with no problem at all. I think the big saving grace here is that he's only got those Hellions going into the Terminators. He might have a Succubus over there as well. But this Terminator should live through the rest of this turn. I don't know how much the librarians will be able to. So we got a lot of rolls coming out here. Just a high volume of shots putting into what I assume to be from the Hellions, since they've got 20 shots per unit. Looks like we're wounding on 5s or 4s from them because they're poison.
7 of them, Terminators.
7 into the Terminators. They've got a 2-up save here, which is there. One. You just got to get the value you can out of them. Hopefully they'll do some more on close combat with their strength for AP1 flat 2 damage.
Yeah!
He rolls 1-1
We take it.
and takes it.
The Terminators just standing firm. They are tough. Tough to kill. I gotta say, man, every time I see Terminators in my opponent's field, a little part of me that just goes, oh, this is gonna be a long one. Okay, let's do this.
Usually I just end up ignoring them until the last turn
So the 3 damage.
because they're just so slow, and my armies are always so fast. It's never something I really have to worry about or deal with.
That's all I
So they're 1 damage. So there's 2 of them. Pass 1, fail 1. Let's do the last one quick. All right. So one feel no pain. Takes 1.
All right.
Do non-auto hitting. Only 3 shots.
Yeah, these are coming out from the racks, not auto hitting.
2 hits.
2 hits going through.
1, do I pass it?
1 mortal, and he's gonna get it.
So one coming in.
2 hits.
Okay.
2 wounds. 2.
2 wounds. These are into the Terminators.
All right. Takes it.
Takes it.
2 damage. He's dead.
He's a dead model.
Doesn't. Okay.
And poor Terminator player has been rolling a fair number of 1s here,
Yeah,
but
that
on
is
his
unlucky.
but has been really making these feel no pains. We lost another Terminator.
You win some, you lose some, and it looks like he is not faring so well, losing more than he's winning in this round.
Well, yeah, no, definitely. We're seeing a lot of movement over here, pressuring these land speeders down here in this bottom left. Still shooting phase.
Yeah, so we got 14 shots going in from the Hellions. That's everything they can see. 7 wounds.
2 ups.
Looking for 2 ups.
Shit, put them all together.
Misses.
So,
3.
yeah, they're
That
dead.
is a lot. You are right. That's a lot.
So
Of
wait.
7 dice and 3 of them are 1s.
Proportionally, this guy is getting the mathematical short end of that stick.
Yeah, those were the guardians for those characters, and they were the I forgot what the unit's called, but they have the rule where if they are within 3 inches of a character, even if the character is closer, you have to kill them before you can kill that character.
Indeed, that is
Harder
the
to kill than the other.
that's some kind of the command squad. I believe
Doing 2s
Yeah,
all
I
the
think
time.
that's
with that rule.
That's one from Homeboy.
And we got some more shots going in. That's from the racks, the D6 shots from the flamers. Nothing wounding. Dark lenses going into that character, hits, and does not wound just because the character is higher toughness because it's
Inner circle. Inner circle.
inner circle.
That transhuman.
Okay, yeah. Forgot transhuman was a thing there for a second. Something hard to keep track of.
How could you?
Marines, so many rules.
So many rules.
Oof. Looking for 3s. These are the Hellions shooting the second squad.
That unit and this is all one.
Looking for 4s.
Looking for 4s, pulling out those 6s.
5 no AP.
Or no, I guess that's just 6s.
They're not bodyguards, they're not separate.
One damage.
This is probably a strength 3 gun going into that librarian.
He's good.
Probably. I think he's shooting into his speeders.
Chronos.
Yeah, those speeders are, if they live to the next turn, they should be able to put a lot of wounds in those Hellions. Those things are not tanky. Those
know,
racks,
and,
on the other hand,
And those speeders have, as we've gone over, if those speeders stay alive, they are still a threat. They are shooting easily almost 18 shots. Very, very powerful gun on them. Strength 6, strength 5. These land speeders are going to really hurt these lieutenants on the Raven Wings, is I think more specifically what they are.
yeah.
So if they stay up and those Hellions are still in range, we might be saying bye to those Hellions.
Cronus is going to the Terminators here.
As is probably a good move. The Kronos is being able to do up to 3 damage a hit, meaning that they can one-shot Terminators with each
2 are
wounding
at 2
hit.
damage, 1 is at 3 damage.
Of course, normally they only ever do 2 damage, so
One Terminator's going to die taking that 3 damage. And then one of the 2 damage ones has failed. So that will start to stack some wounds.
Kronos and the Terminators, auto hits.
there we go.
Looks like that was the one Chrono shooting to the one dude that's inside a building.
1 is going to be 3 damage, 2 are 2 damage.
1 is 3 damage, and then the other 2 are 2 damage. Those 6s getting that extra 1 damage. Definitely get its value here. What's the current turn? It is battle round 4?
4.
Damage, which is 2 damage. Times 2, I'm at a 1 up saves, 3 up fails, so 2 damage.
I love the casino dice they're using. Some of my favorite dice to roll are casino dice.
How many more? 2 more? 2. So one of those passes, the other one passes.
Got a 1 up now.
Yeah.
All right.
And the
So
other
one
guns,
Terminator taking 1 wound.
2d3 mortal to myself. I hit you twice, I wound you twice.
2 wounds going through.
2 wounds going through.
He didn't do
2 damage
2d3
each.
mortals
Oh
to
my
himself.
goodness.
Fails,
I've shrunk.
feel no pain. He passes that. And then the second one, he passes. What's neg what? Nothing. 2. Neg 2. Okay, this one. Neg 2. Yeah, so 1 up, 2 up, 3 up. So 3 up passes.
Really coming down to the wire here, seeing how these shots and these short engagements kind of turn out. It's really going to affect the rest of this game. And I know that that's kind of redundant saying everything. This game affects everything, but this is really coming down to the wire. These are going to make or break this whole match. Because if these Terminators walk out of here without taking too many casualties, they can storm up that field. They can charge. There's a bunch of, I believe those are Hellions. Yeah, those are Hellions. Right there next to those Terminators. Being able to charge into them and being able to just clean them out with those Terminator in melee, that's really going to change up how all of this is playing out. And they're going to be able to secure that objective that they're currently on and making sure that nothing can test them.
Yeah. And those Hellions are like a Cinnabon cinnamon roll to those Terminators.
Just delicious. Just,
Absolutely
you could just take
delicious.
them right apart.
Take them all up. No sweat to it at all. Now, I thought Dark Outer were going to be able to do a little bit more this turn, to be honest. They're not doing as well as I thought. They,
I think their guns. What was those Hellions? Strength on those Hellion guns?
it's poison. So
Oh, they're poisoned, so they're wounding on 4-ups. But I think it's just that 2-up armor save. It's just really carrying those Terminators through. I believe that someone has gotten into melee. Are these Hellions? Are these charging?
looks like I think that's the either Rax or no, that might be the Succubus. Is I think the most likely solution. And the Hellions are going to go in now.
Yep, here they come. You're into melee.
Just a massive attack is what they're trying to get through. Kill as many Terminators as they possibly can.
It's volume. I would actually say volume is one of the most important things to do against Terminators. I know they're only getting wounds on those ones on that save, but still, just trying to fish for ones is what you're really trying to do with volume here.
I'm going to go get the up to the minute score.
All right.
See what's going on over there. Take a look if there's anything we're missing.
Hellions going in for another charge. I think they're going to be trying to charge into these lieutenants here, trying to deny that insane number of shots they're going to be able to lay down. Like we said, it is 12 strength 6 shots and 6 strength 5 shots coming out of those speeders. Those Raven Wing lieutenants can certainly do a lot of damage if they are left alone and left unengaged. See what Kurt's going to be able to get out of this.
3 hits.
Oh, we got an Overwatch with 3 hits.
2 of them.
2 wounds going into the Hellions. That might be taking out some models here. They're at AP -1, so probably going to be taking that on the invul.
1 hit.
You hate to see it. Only 1 hit coming out of the Space Marines. And that is probably a wound. No, I do not think that's going through. I think the Hellions are going to take some casualties, just charging right in there. Oh, nope, never mind. Boxcars.
I still can't believe it.
That is a very lucky roll from the Dark Eldar player, being able to take those 6-up invols. Well, I think at this stage they might be 5-ups.
I think this might be one of the missions where he's actually.
Yeah, I will admit that the Dark Angels are probably stuck in this corner that they've kind of been hemmed into, not able to get out to those primary objectives, and thus missing out on a ton of points. I wouldn't be surprised even if the Dark Angels manage to come out of this charge phase and able to come out of the fight phase on top and kind of cleaning house with the Drukhari. I don't know if they're going to be able to actually score enough points to really come ahead, given how how much the Drukhari has been able to hold their backline objectives. As we said, Raider just sitting back there, it disgorged their Incubi and just flew back to where that objective was and sat down on it, and has been laying down some covering fire and support with its Dark Lances throughout most of this this game. Yeah, only rolling a 5-inch charge might actually not connect from those Chronoses.
From your base, right?
Yeah, they are just double checking that. This might come down to maybe even a 1/4 inch, 1/8 of an inch. If you can't make it, you cannot make it in this game. Each of these things matter.
I think you got it. If you can fit it.
That might be worth getting a judge in there to make sure that one way or another, if there's a dispute, best thing to do is to go get a judge.
This way.
I agree.
All right. I think those Chronoses did not make it. I think they agreed that the Chronoses could not make that charge, and as such are not in melee right now, which is that's good for the Dark Angels player. But as we said, I don't think that they're still going to be able to come back from this. They've been absolutely hemmed in, denied most of the board. If they can get their secondaries off of just controlling these points, they do have Stubborn Defiance, and as we stand, we fight. Those Terminators are still up. They're going to be getting those secondaries, but I am unsure if the other things are up. So might still be missing out on at least 10 points worth of secondaries from those attack bikes going down. Shayne coming back with our up-to-date point score.
A minute. And let me tell you, I got a good look at what's going on. Those aren't just Terminators down there. They've got a few characters, Ezekiel's fighting over there. Stuffkeepers just went in. It looks a little bit more intense up in person. Those 3 land speeders managed to stay back, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get everything he wants to in close combat.
When you were there, what was going on with those Chronoses? They said that they rolled a 5-inch charge, and there was kind of a disagreement occurring.
It's that they couldn't get around the corners, and one model might be stuck in the building. It didn't look like one would be able to get in, maybe, but he can't occupy the same position as those racks that are right there. And since he charged those racks first, he kind of put them out precariously when he probably should have moved the Chronoses in first.
Yeah, more valuable. Let that be a lesson to you. Charge your most valuable units in first. You want those guys in.
Yeah, they don't have the speed to do anything more.
Yeah, as I was talking about, the Dark Angels seem to kind of be hemmed in right now, and because of that, they're not going to be able to score out and get out right now. It's still turn 4. I don't know if he's going to be able to get points out of those primaries.
Well, we'll see where we're at right now. So right now, this seems to be, who's got Herd? Herd is the Dark Eldar player. He's got 10 for both turns, secondary or primary. I would assume he had more. I guess, or no, because this is the one where instead of just taking hold where you have to hold 1 and hold 2, this is hold 2 and hold 3 and then hold 1. So this one's a little bit more complex. He's gotten 4 for Herd, so that's killing things in close combat. 3 so far for the data, but this isn't up to turn 4. And then Banners, he's gotten 1 and 3, so we'll probably get about 8 more on that, if not 10 more. And then the Dark Angels player, 10 and 10 again. They both held 3 at their command phases. He's gotten 3 total for Banners so far. I don't think he's going to get much better than that. And for Stubborn Denial, he's only gotten 5. I'm not sure if that's going to get any higher with these
not
racks
gonna
on the
get any
objective now. And then While We Stand, We Fight. No, that's maybe he can keep those Terminators alive.
He, if I was going to say anything about this, it might have been a little bit Maya should have been a little bit more aggressive.
Who's winning on points? Looks like they're about even from what they've got. The Jukari player is winning on secondary points, and I think the rest of the game will start to reflect that. He's only like 8 ahead on secondary about. But that's going to start to add up in these next 2 turns because these aren't completely up to date. This is just what they have written down their score sheet. And I think this turn is where the Jukari player is going to start to add up a lot more points. I also got a good glance at the Necron table, kind of figured out what's going on there. That game's a lot closer than I thought, and I don't think they're going to be able to finish in a timely manner.
This next round is going to be ending here soon.
Yeah, we'll check the time.
It's supposed to be down at the game is supposed to be over at basically 1:30.
Yeah, they have 8 minutes left in the
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's going great.
Don't know what's going on. We did start a little. Everything was starting a little late, of course. You know how things go at tournaments. But things should be wrapping up pretty close around 1:30. And both those games are still going pretty strong. And of course, we're going to have to reach. It's going to have to become a talk it out.
So actually, these players we're watching right now, they're not going to be able to start Battle Round 5.
Probably not. No.
They need to just about finish this turn, rush out the most that they can from the. No, this should be the end of Battle Round 4 if the Jukari players.
Jukari players going right now in melee. It is the end of turn 4. So they might be able to enter turn 5.
Yeah, I think it's most beneficial for the Dark Angels player to kind of call it here, because that is an option. Although sometimes you might consider it unsportsmanlike to just call it. We're not going to talk it out. We're going to end the game here. But that can be beneficial. Just adding up the rest.
I mean,
of those points.
if he does it, he'll get. As you said, he's still losing right now on points. So, yeah, he has every reason to want to probably talk it out. The Jukari player probably has every reason he wants to
exactly. Because
end things early.
If neither of these players score very high, that means someone else is going straight up to table 1, and then they might not even make it to table 2 because there's going to be so many 12 different undefeated players going into this round, or go from last round. So it'll be 6 in this round. So at the bottom 2 of them on turn 2. I think it's fair to say that we'll probably see Necrons on table 2 next round.
Good.
That's my assumption just because of how he won the last game. But it looks like your game is a little bit closer than I had originally anticipated. Silent King is still alive, but so are a lot of the White
Do
Stars.
you think it would be interesting to see Mark's army list go up against those Necrons?
I think Mark would absolutely destroy him.
You think that he'd just clean house?
I think Mark would.
Mark has Mark has definitely been showing off that he is very skilled. He knows his army very well. He knows what to appreciate about it. You know, he points out all kinds of details that people probably overlook that he's really paying attention to, like those heavy stubbers that he's got on his vehicles.
Yeah, I think Mark puts a clock on there and then just wins on the clock.
Probably.
Because Necron players' games haven't been proceeding past turn 3, turn 4, so I think that'll be
raw numbers of guys.
just a little bit too much shooting to handle.
Might also come down to habits and play habits of making sure that you're moving quickly, being efficient with your play, making your decisions quickly. My advice always is plan out your next turn, even if your opponent is still acting. Maybe make some contingencies in your head, but get your turn ready. You want to be able to move as quickly as possible and not be constrained by the clock. Also, it gives you an advantage because your opponent's probably doing the same thing during your turn. If you can act as fast as possible, get in there, get moving. Don't give your opponents time to think and react to you. It is every advantage for you to try and be planning things out early, ahead of time. Know what you're about to do.
Exactly. And sometimes that can be a little more difficult when you're trying to think about 2 things at the same time. But just think about the consequences of the things you're going to have. Think about where you can go from them. Especially if you make a mistake, how can I improve on this not only now, but in the future? How can I right this situation? What can I do to kind of just improve?
And that certainly comes with practice. The better you know your own list, the better you know your own models.
That is certainly a learned skill.
Absolutely. If you can know exactly what your save is, your strength, your toughness on your models, it can become second nature. You don't have to think about it when your opponent is trying to answer questions about your list.
Yeah. These are the Hellion second to the Terminators currently. Looks like they didn't get as many wounds as they would, but they do get rerolls. I think it's from the... I'm not sure what's giving me rerolls right now, but I assume it's some kind of character run, maybe an Archon.
All right, picking up Terminators. That's always painful to see for Imperium player.
I don't think the Succubus... she might have acted and we would have missed it because it looked like there were fewer Terminators than normal. But he needs to be able to kill those Terminators, otherwise he's not going to be able to stop him from getting the ball wasted when we fight. And if this player is able to get it from his land speeders, which none have died yet, and then his Terminators, that's another 15 points, which can skyrocket him to the lead if the battle round ends this turn. Because if that happens and he doesn't want to talk it out, he's walking away with the win, although not a very high win.
No.
So
Still pretty low, both of them not really getting those 15 primaries every turn has really kind of probably held them back. So do you not think they have hit their 45-point cap on the primary objectives?
I think the Drukhari player has, or no, they'll hit 35. So no, not the 45-point cap. Neither have.
Both of these guys. I mean, this is kind of the consequence of playing based on only on points, on winning points. If it's a tight game, it's a hard game, player might come out on top and win. But if he doesn't score enough points, he still doesn't get top scorer for the tournament.
Yeah, like this is tough because we're only in a 5-round major with more than 100 players. So it really just comes down to you need to be on your game for every game. You need to be scoring as high as you can. You need to play more aggressively sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. But, you might be able to win with 3 or 4 points ahead, but if you only score 45, you're not going to be taking home the prize at the end of the tournament.
Exactly. And who
might have
wouldn't
won your
want
game.
that giant marine? Well, I wouldn't, but
Yeah.
I'll take the cash.
Something to scare away small children from your house. Love it though. Put a ton of work into it. Looks great. Put it somewhere in your house and point at it and say, "Yeah, I was there. I earned this."
Clearly going to die.
Since this is, do you have the audio from the players playing? Okay, audio from the players are playing. Just so y'all can hear, I wanted to make sure y'all can hear because they're about to talk it out. This is what we're interested in hearing, how this game's going to end up. We're going to operate off the same information we have.
Okay, cool.
They've got 3 minutes left and they were just notified of that.
5 minus 2, 1 damage. And then
Looks like we're going into the land speeders. Going to try and kill one of those. I think it's one of their while we stand. Looks like he was not able to finish up his Terminators. And I don't think they have to take morale, do they?
Nope. Terminators. I don't think they can fail it anyway. They got, I think, 10 leadership.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been 4 turns of him, or 3 turns trying to just kill the Terminators and not able to quite get there.
The Drukhari player is currently winning on points, but only by a few. If the Dark Angels player is able to get some maximized out secondaries, they're going to be able to pull ahead pretty easily here.
This is going to come down to the wire for sure.
This is a tight game. Both these players have been playing, really, Dark Angel players have been really steadfast. The Drukhari players have been very aggressive. But again, this kind of clash of different play styles has really made this game like, a grind fest. These players just smashing into each other and both of them standing firm against the opposition.
Yeah. How do you feel about the change from 6 turns to 5 turns from 8th edition to 9th?
I love it.
Yeah?
Oh my god, I love it. It's just, okay, technically, if you're playing casually, you can play for as long as you want. You can play till every piece of, plastic is off the board and you say, I've won. But in tournament scenes, trying to predict, if you've only got 3 hours to play a game, a match, and, it's hard enough for people to try and predict what a turn's going to look like in the future, let alone what 2, 3 turns are going to look like further down the road. And I think, trying to put that onus on people is a little rough, because as we're seeing, it didn't matter, 6 rounds. Most of these people are never getting 6 rounds. Most people are getting timed out at the bottom of their 4th, maybe early in their 5th. Codex. There are new codexes out right now, and the edition has only been played for a year and less than that competitively because of, unfortunately what happened last year. COVID really quieted down the tournament scene. These people are still relatively new at dealing with 9th edition rules and making sure that they're familiar with it. The speed is only going to keep increasing, but I still think 5 rounds is more than 4.
I think that's a fair assumption. Fair point to make. So I feel like definitely the games that go quicker, you can get more points out of those 6 turns, but not every game is going that quick, and not a lot of players can pull that off. It looks like we're about to start going to the points count, measuring out final ranges.
The magic phrase, how many points?
Yeah.
I don't think I can score it. The only thing I have to do is prevent me from.
Yeah, Dark Angels is just about out of points. The only thing you can really do is make it so the card
I'm
grabs
gonna
points.
score hold more.
Okay, but yeah, grind them down.
Can you prevent me from getting hold more next
Because
turn?
I couldn't get the other.
I'm surprised. I am surprised that the Dark Angel player did not take Grind them down, knowing that the Drukhari player was going to be playing with
You can kill these
a
guys.
bunch of models, a bunch of kind of easier to kill
I'm
models
still
like
gonna get
Hellions. I wouldn't necessarily say it's Incubi, but yeah, I mean compared to Terminator.
Yeah, especially with a more elite army like that, I think that would
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is that, I mean, it is surprising, but I can see the counters to it. You know, the fact that the Drukhari opened the game with Raiders means that, yeah, you might only kill 3 models, you know, because you're killing the Raiders, and then the guys pop out of them.
Yeah.
So you might, you know, it is fair to say that you might not actually get every turn's worth of grind them down. I still think it might have been better than banners, given that banners kind of stop working once someone lands on the objective you're on, and Drukhari are fast. They're gonna get to your objectives. They're gonna dip that toe into that pond that you don't want anybody else fishing from, and you're gonna lose your points from it.
Exactly.
So I am surprised. I think that, you know, banners might be basically, if you're fighting Drukhari, don't take banners.
Yeah.
Just sorry, they might work against other armies. Against Drukhari, don't take banners. And also against Tyranids, don't take banners.
Yeah.
I mean, in the long term, it didn't
I
matter.
think they're trying to talk out this last turn, measuring the range of where he could be.
Yeah.
Just a measure.
This is when suddenly every player becomes as optimistic as possible.
Stay outside of it.
How big's the base? It's a
We got a judge in at the table. They're looking at what's going on here.
Seeing if he can get onto that objective with one of the land speeders.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, I got nothing back. Well, once I
That's his
struck them, I couldn't shoot them anyway.
Oh, you did. You shot one. Oh, yeah. Well,
Looks like he will be able to stay outside of dimension and move up there. Spending a CP so we can fall back and shoot too. Are they going to play out the rest of this turn? Or are they just talking hypotheticals?
Interesting.
I am interested to know what happened with that Necron and White Scars game, especially since they were on like turn 3.
Yeah, that is, again, like I said, trying to imagine if they have to try and predict what's going to happen now to turn 5. Imagine if they had to even go it's something that I think is very difficult, especially with the way the victory points work in 9th. Trying to, when it was just kill points, I could see it. You'd just be like, yeah, I know my guys are going to kill your guys. That's how it's going to go. You go, oh, okay, yeah. And this is how it'll look. With victory points, it's harder to predict that kind of stuff. You never know how things are going to go. People need to move places. People need to be in locations. And that kind of prediction is hard. But I think lowering things down to 5 turns. And also victory points being what they are. If you had a 6th turn trying to earn victory points, and you might go past that 100-point cap. I think they're trying to keep things inside of a box. Very specific.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna have him be the fallback and shoot guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what ruling, because it should be a hard dice down. I guess they could go into the hour of their lunch, but we should follow precedent here. I'm surprised none of these top tables have really been clocking each other. Definitely seems more of a friendly go about to it. Usually at a top table, I do expect to see more chess clocks being pulled out. I even thought that I read somewhere where that had been mandated on the top 2 tables, but I definitely understand if players don't want to play with them. It just has the extra layer of pressure being on camera, playing on a chess clock, playing for trying to get the most points you can. Definitely starts to stress you out.
Yeah, the high-stress world of high-end tournament play, little plastic toys going at each other.
100%. I'd love to see.
I love them.
Looks like he's going through his turn. He's on his second phase, going for the smite. Not going to get it from Ezekiel. The judges around. The players know the round's over. We're just grasping at straws here. But if the Dark Angel player starts his turn, then it would be fair for the Dark Eldar player to be able to move the rest of his turn.
Most
Which
likely.
they just don't have the time for.
Yeah.
5 -1. So back to 5.
Interesting.
Through 2 damage.
I am curious. They did start the game. It has
Well,
not
they
been
got
their
3
full 3
activations.
hours, I will admit. They did start the game around closer to 10:40. So giving them the full 3 hours is,
Oh, did they start closer to 10:40?
I believe so. So it is a little bit more fair, but you know, this might have been the judge coming and going like, you guys got like 7 minutes, hurry it up.
Yeah.
So might be seeing them, you know, kind of ending really abruptly here in the future. But you know,
So
this game kind of down to the wire. I don't think anybody's willing to just like hand over. You know, like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
because this is
yeah."
definitely coming down to this
Because-
last turn. The points
yeah.
are so close.
You know, two people, they're coming in. They're at the high end. We're on turn 4 of the tournament. Both of these guys undefeated. I don't think any of them have it in their hearts to just hand over a win to someone else.
I think the Dark Angels player wins if we end on this turn before this, just because he'll always stand when he fights, if I understand that correctly.
If that Drukari player does not get hits in, is not able to kill his Terminators and Land Speeders, he is definitely going to lose. He's not going to be able to get those points. Because at this point, he's trying to herd the prey, get 4 points for killing whole units in melee. That's rough. That's rough to get. Right? And they really love clicking those dice.
They really do. Especially Davis. Davis was shaking it in the mic as much as you can.
Yeah. He's letting you know the fury of the knights.
He's
coming
letting you
down
know
on
he's taking the energy straight from your earlobes.
getting that gunk all over those dice. So good luck, gunk.
I'll do Ezekiel first. Just 'cause I'm over there.
All right, looks like they are going
3 hits.
into the close combat phase. Might
tough
skip
3?
the shooting.
Go for
I
it.
don't think any.
Yep, 3 at Nick.
Yeah, I am surprised. I would figure those land speeders would be shooting right now.
How much damage?
First one, 2.
We'll see. I have to see what they are. It's kind of hard to
Second
understand what they're
one,
going
1.
on about.
Lives.
Third one, 1.
Dead.
And then just move on to the apothecary. 3 attacks there. 2 hits. 1 wound. Neg 1.
Where?
Yep.
2 hits. Neg 1.
Doctrine.
Yes, sir. Damage.
1. And then we got Blade Guardian, Shock Assault. 1 hit. No.
That is a sad roll. Ooh,
That is not what he wanted to see at all.
that is a unlucky roll right there.
This Townmaster and this and these Terminators.
These Terminators and the Talonmaster going into the Hellions, it looks like. Trying to shoot them off of that objective.
Of course, he's actually getting no points. Nothing on the Dark Angels list wants him. Is asking him to kill anything. He is just trying to stay alive at this point. Keep trying to deny the Dark Elder attacks against him.
And, or no, 2. Yeah, 4 minus
It
1.
is now the Dark Eldar's
2
attack.
minus 2.
Okay, so
4 minus 1, 2 minus 2.
4 minus 1. They're all 1 damage, so
Code of Strife first strike was forgotten. I think they're stone shooting, maybe.
minus 1.
No, they're in melee
Oh,
right
they
now.
are in melee?
Yeah, they are in melee.
Yeah, it takes 1. And then the
That
first
is
one
that is on the
that is on
Drukari
the Drukari player. That's
players.
his rule.
If he can't remember that,
takes
that's
it.
on him.
Yeah, so he's down to 1.
Okay, so that's going to pop a couple Talonmasters that are almost dead. And the Terminator.
Yeah, wishing for a guard book that isn't coming soon. Yep, that is that's guard. They had their time to sign an 8th edition with the Castellan Knight, but there's actually, look into Tyler Weimer's list. Tyler Weimer's one of the best guard players in the country and definitely one of the best players I know. I played him twice at different majors and he's beaten me handily both times. Certainly very good at what he does. Definitely look into that list from this event
At Neg 3.
and get access to it.
1 damage on that.
5 for. Oh, sorry.
5 lightning claws here. 1 damage.
1 damage.
Just trying to see what's going to go on here, what's happening, what are the Terminators going to
Yeah, 1
get into. Looks like we picked up 2 Hellions, but they're not all gone.
Both hit. Both wounds. Neg 3.
Wounds. I need to pick up some Incubi. That's what I learned from this
That
tournament.
is what everyone needs to do. If you're playing Drukari,
Yeah, I'm definitely going to test out that Yin Karn with the Incubi attachment Shayne was running.
is brutal. Do you have a named Karn personally?
I do. He was one of my favorite models in 8th edition. Met him plenty of times.
Fantastic.
Looks like they're flipping through rule books now, looking for something.
Something.
So 500.
All right.
Those guys lost.
Looks like they're doing morale now.
Morale. Oh, that is a bad roll for morale.
How many are left?
There's 3 total. Oh, 4.
After
count that
one.
guy. Oh, so 3.
Okay, so just one. Just
You want the hurt guy going?
yeah.
Lost a Hellion to morale. Looks like.
So I was counting up. So I'm gonna get 15. I'm gonna get another 3 for banners. Now I hold that, so I'm gonna get 4 for data.
Yeah, I think the Drukhari player is really going to come ahead on data,
Yeah.
on his data intercept.
Especially if he can just perform that action.
Yeah, because he has left some really uncontested models out there on those objectives. So I think the Drukhari player is definitely going to pull ahead here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna fall back. I can charge again.
Falling back and then charging again. What dirty, dirty Xeno tricks.
You mean really, really cool Xenos tricks? Yeah, the Castellan list was more of a soup list. It was the Castellan, and he was about 600 points of it, and then the rest was just guard. This game is close. Coming down to the wire. Should be over now. Okay.
All right, I think they're giving them a little bit of leeway just because of how late the tournament started.
Actually, we started the stream after the round had already started for them.
Had it?
Yeah. And so we've been streaming for just about 3 hours and 10 minutes because we were trying to figure out the internet issue.
It is on the judge to end these guys' turn early. It is on the judge to declare dice down. Of course, we are going to be staying here until these guys are done.
Looks like they are being a little bit more lenient for this round.
We got these fires too.
I mean, the Dark Elder player just needs to figure out what he needs to do to win. I think going for any
moving
kind of
that radar
melee,
up.
going for that land speeder, like, might be kind of, I don't know. Not specifically greedy, because the Dark Angels player got a full turn, so he deserves to get a full turn as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it is fair. I would not begrudge him for wanting to take his full
Yeah, making the
turn.
most out of what he can.
Yeah. If he was handily winning, he'd be like, I'm not doing anything. We're done. But he is definitely trying to take this win, get as many points as he can. Trying to make sure that he might get a good ranking, or it is really just that tight out there, and they are desperately scrambling for points to make sure that one of them wins. They can take that victory home.
Advance only getting 1 additional inch.
Yeah.
Definitely not what he was looking for.
Can Kronos' advance in charge?
They cannot advance in charge, but they can advance and shoot because they're going to assault.
They are assault, and they do not take that penalty for advancing, given that they are basically flamethrowers. They auto hit, and they've got that, what is it, foul technomancy? Is that what it's called?
Something similar, I think.
Yeah, dark technomancy, something like that. Meaning that they, when they roll 6s to wound, they get +1 damage, but of course the downside to that is if they roll 1 to hit, they take a wound, but they auto hit, so
Yeah. Getting a lot of value out of that.
getting a lot of value out of that. Those Kronos is being very strong. Not a common thing seen in most Drukhari lists. So do you think they really benefited him this round? They held that center of the map.
They did,
the
and
entire
there's still
time.
5 left.
Still 5 left.
Dishing out wounds every single turn. Drop model, don't look like it broke though.
Okay.
Thanks
I
for
mean,
that.
yeah, I think those are on the floating bases, those
Yeah.
clear plastic bases. Let me tell you, those are the most irritating things.
I need
work
to
with.
magnetize mine.
Oh my god.
That's the
Cannot
game,
stand
isn't it?
them. I cannot stand them. I have lost I don't know how many hammerheads and floating ships
Exactly.
to those stupid bases.
I ended up just stop using them at some point. I'll just put my vehicles on the ground like they're a little bit higher up, I guess. It's not worth buying so many of these and then breaking and having to figure out, especially the ones with the ball end.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Oh, you think it's real cool? You can pivot your model.
It's like, no, it's
No,
just going
it
to snap off.
breaks your model.
That's min 3, right?
Min 4.
Oh, min 4. This one. Can explode, I guess. That's kind of off here. It's probably what you need.
Looks like that is that land speeder down. No explosion coming out.
Shoot liquid fires.
That
from
objective
boat
now
control
only
board.
contested by those Terminators and Ezekiel.
Okay. 4s. Just 2.
Just 2?
Into, yeah,
Pass 1, fail 1.
2 damage. And then we got the other 3 liquefiers.
He's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, 2.
Okay. And then these 2 dudes, the auto hits.
Lots of dudes on the board. These 2 dudes,
These
those
2
2 dudes.
Dudes shooting dudes, these bros, these friends.
Brother.
4s. Yeah.
For
4,
fours,
minus 2
4,
damage.
minus 2 damage. These are coming out from the Chronoses into the Terminators, taking out the Storm Shield to roll one at a time.
Now remember, as we were discussing with Mark, a lot of these Terminators are actually at minus 1 damage to them. So even the Chronos' 3 damage attack is not one-shotting Terminators.
5 on 1. All hit. 4 on the other.
Yeah, for those of you who are newer to the stream, you can find the lists at exclamation point lists
Yeah,
in
it's
chat.
in the chat now. You just click on that
It's
link.
in the Twitch chat. Don't know how you would find this in the YouTube.
You would just go to Twitch.
Just go to Twitch.
Better platform.
And do the thing.
2 damage.
Yeah, this is definitely the make or break. That's kind of what these last 2 turns have been. They're just trying to scrounge together as many points as they can, not only to win this game, but to get their score a little bit elevated. See who gets to play Mark. Because
Who gets to lose to Mark?
It might end up being the Necron, or no, because the Necron player's not going to score high either.
Nope.
We might end up seeing something totally new. Let's see what some of our options are. See,
Well, it does not necessarily matter if you win your tournament. You have to score enough points to be top point winner.
okay, so we have the results from the Necron game. White Scars won, 81 to 76. And then the next game, so that should put Patrick at the next highest. So we've got Philip Kovac and Sasha Edokraut. Sasha ended up winning. We'll take a look at that list. Naden, of course, won his game 98 handily. The Dark Elder player we tracked for most of yesterday, Nick DeVoe, won his game against Rob Triplett with a win of 70 to 44. Not going to put him high enough to be able to get into this
The real
top 3, I
question
don't think.
is, how is Shiflet doing?
How was Shiflet doing? Let's see how he did this round. Shiflet, oh Shiflet, uh-oh. He's not in the top 20. Uh-oh.
Not top 30.
Not top 30.
Come on, Shiflet.
Come on, Shiflet, you can do it.
6, negative 2 damage.
Not top
1,
50.
negative 2, 3 damage.
59.
59.
He has lost his 3rd and 4th game.
2, 3 damage.
Shame. But we know him. We know his name. Someone said his name in chat. We know him.
They're toasty right now.
So, as
If you're
is
here
right
in
now,
chat, you know that's where he is
Yeah.
right now.
as is right now, it looks like it's going to be Mark Hurdle as Admech versus Patrick McKinney with his White Scars hearing a For the Emperor coming out from the enemy, or, the tournament hall. Wish he had picked a better faction to claim his allegiance to, but
Insane, and they have no drawback.
and Sean Naden already in 4th place, even though he's only got the 3 wins, 373 points. In fact, he's only 3 points behind Mark.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
This is definitely his tournament to win. If Mark needs to score very high.
Mark needs to take that game up. Sean Naden doing very, very well, even though he did lose against Mark Patel. If he can pull ahead on points, he can be this tournament's top point winner and take home that prize.
Yeah, best overall, and I'm sure he's an absolute pleasure to play against. So he's certainly getting the friendship points and the good-looking
We're
model.
definitely here at the Maryland Open. You're rewarding good play, good attitudes, being friendly, being nice. Do not be salty. Do not be a sore loser. Do not be a sore winner. Be a good person, good sport, and you'll go far.
A lot of these tournaments do actually this kind of what I just call friendship points, where they'll have you rank your opponent after each game and like put in a good score for them. Like that's what they did at Adepticon. And to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the system personally. I understand why it's in place, and it's definitely good to have like handshakes all around. But it does kind of feel bad. Like I lost the Longmore doubles, even though we had beat the next highest scoring player, just because one dude had a really bad game against us in the first game because he brought a Castellan. We brought a Castellan. He went first. Didn't use his stratagems correctly. We absolutely destroyed his Castellan and Harlequins, and they were really upset about that. And then the last game that we ended up playing a Necron player with a similar experience. We destroyed their giant Necron, the giant Lord of War.
Oh,
We ended
yeah,
up
yeah.
just killing that because we had
Are you talking about the Wood Dragon or the
the
Monolith?
huge one, the Forge World,
Oh, okay.
the
I wasn't thinking Forge World, sorry.
the big Triarch one. It's a giant.
Lost one guy.
Well, we killed it turn 1 because
Three
Sucky
negative,
model because of the Lord of War
one
and
negative,
Necrons,
two.
and
So one
dude
negative,
flipped out,
three
left the
negative,
table.
one.
Take 2 damage.
If you're gonna play lists like this, don't play the game. And
Yeah. No, I've heard horror stories where people, you know, they get these like fancy
down.
flying
Finally.
you
They
know,
fight on
Star
death.
Trek or something
He does
else,
fight on
a
death.
Stormbird. And they come to a table and that's the fanciest thing they've got, and they're telling you all about it and how damaging it can do, and you look at them and you go,
He's good.
I gotta shoot that thing off the board turn one. Holy shit, that's
And then
gonna
it just
kill me.
doesn't live, and then it gets
Yeah,
upset.
and they get mad because they painted this huge beautiful Forge World model, and they go,
So my guy
fuck
was.
it. They drop it on the ground or something, and you're just like, dude.
I'm gonna swing there.
I don't think you get to be upset about that at the top
No,
table.
not when you brag about it when you walk in.
Yeah,
with
especially if you're playing, you've won both your games. You scored very high in both your games with your model. And then you play against some other players that know what they're doing. And
It's like being mad at Mortarian for getting shot first. You know,
Exactly.
It's like, dude, everyone's gonna do it. Angry Butterfly does not get to live on the board if someone else can say so.
1, negative 1,
looks like someone's fighting on death here.
and then there's the Chronos.
And these are Kronos putting some more attacks in. They have their same Dark Technomancer rule in their attacks. I don't think they get the extra damage from Dark Technomancer, but they do have their
1, negative
the Chrono special
2,
+1 damage on
3,
Citizens.
negative 1.
So that's separated out 3, a -1, and 1 -2. This is going to be the high damage one. It's going to take
2 damage.
2 damage from it. Goes down to 1.
Goes down to 1.
Arcane range for that, so take
Because of
one.
Inner Circle.
And then
Yep.
I've got
Is it Inner Circle or it's probably something else?
these are
Who
named
knows
one,
what
though.
name?
I think it's a
Good.
character
You
game.
got 2
Don't-
wounds left.
Terminator surviving.
If you thought you escaped it, I'm gonna hit you back.
You thought you escaped, I'm going to hit you back.
I'm doing
Shit
it.
coming out.
I hit, and it's over.
You guys are having a great time laughing, being good players at the table.
I think we're going to see the handshake come out in just a moment, counting up stores now.
That was
See
the
what
end
we
of
end
it.
up with.
So, are we just talking through? That was bottom of 4, right?
Yeah, so that's.
That was bottom of 4.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my
I
goodness.
thought they were playing through turn 5.
Heard the prey.
Only getting through turn 3 in 3 hours. That's
So
rough.
this guy's so been dead. Oh no, you fell back from him. He just existed there.
Yep. So he keeps.
Yeah, so he keeps the prey there. So you get 4 more for that.
All right, so rounds.
Gotcha.
Oh, this round's supposed to go from 10:30 to 1:30. It looks like we started early.
12 heard the prey.
Yeah, this round was
No, we
supposed to.
started at
Do
10:30.
you get
Oh,
the
did we?
banners?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you got.
So we actually let's
Oh, yeah,
stream
yeah.
at
Yeah,
like
no, we're
10:35 or
20 minutes
so.
behind. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 10.
Yeah, the next round will start.
You got 10
Two.
banners,
Yeah.
and then 7
hopefully
dated.
And that food court's calling me, man.
I gotta do that first turn next time. Fuck that up. 45, 55, 64, 74. You got what, 20 primary?
Yeah. Neither one of them able to score those 15 primaries.
Yeah, that was the end of 10-4. Their round should have been over at turn 3. We got in for a harder dice down and stuff like that. Like, this is.
They told them they were allowed to probably play out that turn 4 as they started. Like I said, it's hard to predict out. You can't really talk out 2 whole turns.
I think they should have just called it there because that's in the.
That is in the rules. It is
Core rules.
It's,
If you
it's
have less
Maryland
than-
Open and ITC. If you are past it, there's the handshake.
Dude, that was,
74 to 35.
74 to
74,
35 in favor of the Drukari. Why was that game so close?
there's just.
I think we felt it was close, and it was just one of those things. I think a lot of those points would have kind of come out of it if, I think he got basically nothing from banners. I think, While We Stand, We Fight was really what he was banking on, and quite a number of those speeders got eaten up. And
All right. Well, we are going to be back in a few minutes with the next round, but we have to grab ourselves some food.
yeah, we'll be ready at 2:30. We'll be trying to start then.
Or no, it'll be 2.
What did it?
No, it's 2:30.
Cracked it open. Was
No,
getting back
break
here.
until 2. They might have changed it. They might have given them an extra 30. Okay, yeah, it will be live at 2:30.
We'll be live at 2:30.
All right, we will see you all soon. Thank you very much for tuning in and
Thank you
watching.
so much for all of you, tuning in, watching, be a part of this. Feel free to chat, tell us what you're thinking, ask us questions. We'll be happy. We're trying to pay as much attention to chat as we can.
All right.
Thank you guys so much.
See you in a bit.
See you at 2:30.
Chelsea live primarily Hogan said. Also, the primarily Hogan City.
Welcome to the Warhammer 40K Maryland Grand Tournament, or Maryland Open Major. My name's Shayne. We're coming back to you. Gonna bring you round 5, our final round. Our top players competing against each other.
Yep, my name's Conrad Curry, and I'm here to help out and make sure that all of this goes peachy king and sounds great and looks great, and you can look at my handsome face the entire time that we're doing this.
Yeah, it's Marvel, actually. Kind of just take a moment.
You have to appreciate the shine.
It really is, especially with the lighting in this room. You can just kind of pops off. That's something we'd love to see today, or for our final round.
Our final round.
It's gonna be our last round. Then we got awards after this. But so, what's going to be happening is real quick. We're going to do an interview with the tournament organizer, Don. He'll be over here in just a minute, and then we're going to get right into the list for our top players. We've got Adeptus Mechanicus versus White Scars
Against
on table 1.
White Scars.
Mark Hertel versus Patrick McAnini. They're going to be facing it off, throwing it down. And then on table 2, we've got Kurt, the Dark Outer player from last game, along with the new Marines player, who I don't think we've seen here on these top tables yet.
Have not.
Sasha Edelkraut?
Edelkraut is, I believe, how that name is pronounced.
Yeah, sorry if we butchered the pronunciation of any of those names, but
we are only human.
Have better names next time. All right,
so
we got Don coming up in just a moment.
Yep. Smile and nod, Don. That's how you do it. That's how you get through.
How you guys doing?
Hello, Don.
I've been listening to you. You guys have been great.
We've been
You've been amazing.
We're trying our very best. Thanks for hosting this for us.
I've had comments from people that I don't even know what Warhammer is, but I love listening to these guys.
We love to hear that. Yeah, just stroke our egos a little bit more.
It feels good, man.
Man, why am I the small guy? I'm like twice your size.
Well,
it's all in the camera. It's all in the chair. It's all in the chair.
So yeah, I mean, I got you.
It's all in the chair. The camera takes away
6
about
inches.
12 inches.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Well, you guys get to be. Drop your chair, man. I'm telling you. I'm serious. You're intimidating me.
You know my stature. You've seen me stand up at the right 6'4" height. Very intimidating. But let's. I want to hear a little about the event. Can you tell me a little about the Maryland Open and its history?
Yeah, we started a few years ago. This is the 4th one.
Okay.
And the first couple. The first year was in a little store in Damascus, Maryland, and we had maybe 20 players that year. The next year, I was asked by the people that run the BFG, which is a big Frederick gaming convention, BFG, and they asked if I could put together a Warhammer tournament. I had 3 weeks. We ended up, I think, with 30 players that year. So the 3rd year, I had a lot of time. We signed up over 60 players. We were ready to go. This was last March. The Friday before, Governor Hogan said, because of COVID, everything is shut down. So there was going to be no, they had a big Frederick gaming convention. The BFG got shut right there. And I'm talking about 5 o'clock the night before it opened. We had our tables set up. We were ready to go. And we were so then in this big scramble, a guy named Ryan English helped us out. There was a little hobby store north of town, and they hosted us. We couldn't get everybody in there, but we did get the 3rd one off with I think like 30, maybe 40 players came and played that year. That was last year, and then it was gone. There was no hobby scene. I tried to run a tournament in December in West Virginia, but the restrictions kept tightening down, and I had to cancel that one too. We came into this year, and I wanted to have we're just going to blow it up, you know. I figured there was such a hunger for a big tournament after a year of COVID, and after, you know, sporadic tournaments around the country, but half the players that would normally play were just railing on the other half. Why are you doing that? That's a super spreader event, you know, and that kind of thing. And I didn't want to get any of that. I didn't want people to come to these events and get sick, so I said, we started out with this is going to be last month in April. I didn't feel safe. I said, you know what, we're going to push it back 1 more month. I met the guy that owns Tables and Towers, Anthony Birdsong. He's a ranked player. I heard about him through Robbie Triplett, who you saw play in the 3rd round last night in the top room. And Robbie said, this guy has a lot of room. I was going to put this at the Frederick Fairgrounds. I originally had a big a warehouse. It was,
pavilion
it
thing.
was not air conditioned. Yesterday would have been so hot. So thank God he was looking after us. We got to put that thing in here. Anthony became a partner in the a full third partner in this, along with the guys at Extraordinary Entertainment that put on all this stuff.
yeah, that's
I can't even believe the kind of work they do. They're fantastic. So
Great
we got
guys.
Anthony Birdsong and Josh and Mike and Extraordinary Entertainment. We got some other guys I'll mention later when we give out the awards. But a lot of great people came together and we made it this. So this is the biggest tournament in Maryland since the old Games days, which were held over 15 years ago. Nothing's been over even close to 100 players in that long a time. So no, very, 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 very happy. Next year, 250 players. We're going to have bigger. We're going to have bigger AOS tournament, a bigger kill team. Probably add a couple other events, focusing mostly on Games Workshop type stuff.
Yeah.
And take it from there.
Fantastic.
Well, you mentioned awards. That's what I'm really interested for this tournament. One of the things that I'm really excited for, a lot of majors, GT, stuff like that. What are we working with the prize support here?
Well, like nearly every tournament I've ever run, most of the money that comes from the entry fees are turned into cash prizes. That's it. So the majority of the money, in this case, is almost 2/3 of it I'm giving back to the players that came in to be here. So I have a list here. It looks like about 12. Yeah, there are 12 different cash prizes that were given out. It starts from what we call the Edison Award. Edison tried over 20,000 times to make a light bulb. So the guy that got wiped out, or girl that got wiped out every single round, gets the Edison Award. and my sincere admiration, because you're going to fight through this thing. You come to maybe one of your first tournaments. You're with 106 of the best players, some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
And you got smeared, but you stayed and you fought.
You
and I love that.
That takes determination.
That one. The second one is the grinder.
Yeah.
We got a grinder award, and the grinder is the person who either won or lost. Every game was the lowest margin. So lowest over margin of win or loss. The guy was fighting a tight fight every single game and made it through. After that, I got the best Xenos General, the best Chaos General, the best Imperium General, and after that, I award the hobby. This is playing the game that you guys have been commentating on is really only a small part of it. Conversions and painting and army composition and all those things are big parts of this hobby.
Throughout this tournament, my girlfriend's actually been sending me updates through text message about a conversion for a Dreadnought to a Hellbrute she's been working on the entire time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, I tend to do electronic conversions. I have knights with arms that spin, and I have
that's awesome.
tanks you can drive around the board. I have one that shoots little missiles up in the air.
That's adorable.
And I use actual explosives for that. A tiny wee bit of flash paper
Oh.
propels it into the roof. So I like the electronic and those kinds of conversions, and other people like your wife are kit bashing and they're putting stuff. I want to award all that stuff. So we got a model smith, which is convergence, paint smith, best individual painted model, and then we have the hobby ace, and that's a combination of everything. So there's 3 awards just for the hobby, just for that part of the hobby.
I'm very
And
happy
after
to see
that, of course, we have best general, first runner-up, and second runner-up, and the overall grand champion. Now, here's the weird thing, and you guys could be thinking about this. The guy in third place or second place at the end of this round might be the grand champion because they might have a better painting score and conversion score and sportsmanship score, which is a little bit arbitrary because we're basing it on the judges and how they saw people playing.
Right.
But they might have better at those scores. They might get the grand champion thing. The grand champion, you guys showed that trophy earlier. They get that really cool trophy. They get a great marble plaque that the Historic Haven put together for us.
My dudes.
And mine.
Yep.
I'm a member. They're fantastic. The best secret gaming club there's ever been, and you never heard about it here, although it is on the board back here.
You got it way up there.
But they're fantastic, and they made these, and they also get $1,200. And the best general gets $800. First runner-up gets, what does it say there, $400. Second runner-up, $300. Hobby ace, another $400. We're giving all the money back. I know I don't want to pervert the hobby by giving away big cash prizes and attracting people that are just here for checks.
Yeah.
But I do think I want people to know that to the extent that we can, most of their fees are going to go back to the players that come through here and to this community, right? And most of the guys I talk to are going to turn around and buy models with that thing. So that's the story with the prizes.
All right, so you mentioned 250 players next year. Where do we see this event going long term?
We're going to have to go to some sort of convention area. We held it to 106 this year because we had 110 or so registered. There were a couple no-shows, which always happen. I usually have like a 10% drop-off. And usually, what I'm amazed by is how many people are back today. I'm very thankful. A lot of times people come for the first day. If they get wiped out, they don't come back.
Yeah.
But pretty much everybody showed up for the second day, which I'm like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. And everybody I talked to said they had a great time. We have a couple, here's a measure of it. We've had no yellow cards in any tournament we've held. We've had no places where we had to like reprimand somebody or point our finger and threaten. We've never had that issue. The ladies that are playing here today have both said that they've had a fantastic time and everybody's treated them well. And this is the first tournament they've been at where that happened. A lot of men do not treat the female hobbyists very well for some reason, but here they have, and I'm proud of these guys.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys have played in every tournament I've ever had, and it's not just these Maryland Opens. We've done RTTs forever. So, and a lot of them have been back for every one. One guy's driven up for Richmond for every tournament I've ever had.
That's awesome.
And,
Fantastic.
But we have guys here from North Carolina and the West Coast and all over the country.
Yeah.
Shayne,
you're from Georgia.
Yeah, I just moved up
from Georgia.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Where do you see all of this going? In the future. You said 250 players. We're looking at maybe like Baltimore Convention Center, maybe Frederick.
Yeah, it'll probably be. We want to. You can go into Baltimore Convention Center and be lost. If you go in there with 1,000 people, it's not enough. You kind of, because you're just going to look tiny.
Yeah.
Even though you have 1,000 people, it's going to look like you have 10.
Yeah.
So we want to step, and plus it's really expensive. So
that's
we couldn't
true.
even afford to be there. So what we want to do is go to a smaller place, like maybe in Frederick. There's a couple convention areas. I'm going to start looking for that tomorrow. The day after this, we're going to start planning for next year.
That's awesome.
And probably go into ticket sales sometime this fall, and then launch it again next year. And hopefully, you guys will be back doing this again.
That'd be awesome.
Because your reviews have been over the top. You've been great.
Quality tournament, quality people. I've heard nothing but good things from the players. Yeah.
Handsome faces. That's right.
All representing.
Everything's here.
And a lot of pride coming out. I heard a few wahs for the Emperors coming out from the tournament room.
Yeah.
That's kind of the excitement we love to see.
Well, in the old days, before the tournament would start, and I was thinking about reviving this, the Games Workshop people would make you do an orc wah. And the whole place, it would literally shake the ceiling tiles when you had 200. I played in 200-player tournaments way back in the day.
Fantastic.
I won Best Sportsman, and I'm proud of it, so I'm going to say it. I won Best Sportsman in 2013 in Philadelphia at a grand tournament.
That's awesome.
So I've been around it a long time. My boys and I started playing together when they were only 10, 8 years old. We used to go to the games days, and there you get the hint of where we're going. This is going to be very similar to the old GW games days, with the same number of people, the same kind of events, open play. You don't have to be in a tournament. We'll have tables set up. You just show up and play with your buddies. We'll have different kinds of team tournaments and regular, tournaments like this. We'll have AOS. We'll have Kill Team. Kill Team's getting really big right now.
Yep.
And Games is putting a lot of money into AOS. I think next year we're going to have a ton of stuff. So yeah, you're going to see it. Where we want to do, where we want to be, is in the Baltimore Convention Center with 8,000 people. And we want to do that in the next 5 years, and that's where
I think that's possible.
Get people from other countries out here.
Yeah, and we would have had them this year, except for COVID. They couldn't fly here. COVID stepped on us a little bit. I made this whole part of the expo a free part of the event. We were charging for it initially. I gave everybody their money back and said, we can't guarantee that we're going to have enough people to be in every event we want to hold. So we're just going to stop. Here's your money. Show up and have fun anyway. And a lot of people did.
Yeah. There's a big Kill Team tournament going on yesterday.
Yeah, I was really happy to see a lot of we had some painting tutorials. And
we did.
Working on
a little bit of terrain work.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic.
Next year we're going to add the conversion workshops and an electronic conversion. I'm going to run a couple of those.
Throwing out a question in the chat. Chad, do you guys have any questions for Don while we're here with him? We'll let those filter through. And we'll keep talking. So, with all of this going on, what would you want for people to take away from today? What would you want the players to think about their time here and what they had?
Well, I think what I want them to notice is the atmosphere. The fun, that we're trying to put the fun back at Warhammer and take a little bit away, even though you're a top player in the world. That doesn't mean that you can't have a ball doing it. That we have and I want what we have is in the open, and really from the beginning, have prided ourselves on the best terrain. You spent 1,000 hours painting your army, and some guys have spent more time than that. And because they painted models that aren't here today, because they changed their lists, they have 1,000 hours painting. Every paint jug costs $8. I mean, you're talking about a big investment in buying that army, converting it, painting it, getting it ready, and you bring it here and you're going to put it on a board with a bunch of styrofoam terrain. That's not going to happen. I want the terrain to match the effort that you put in. It's going to be reflected on the board, so you get a cinematic quality to both your army, and it's playing on a beautiful world on another planet somewhere, fighting these horrible aliens, and that all has to be part. That's the fun. We're playing with toy soldiers. You know, that's a fun thing. Been doing it since I was 4 years old. I want to just keep that whole aspect of the game going, and the fluff around Warhammer is so deep and varied and mature. And you can get, I love getting in discussions about, well, what would that, you know, where did St. Catherine come from? And what's really the story of the Emperor? Did he ever walk the earth? And there's some stories that, you know, that are about that. And now he's 40,000 years old. And, you know, what's that all? And those kinds of, like, where you get into the depth of the fluff is amazing. There's some great writers out there that keep adding to it. That's all part of that's the fun. This is a different world. It's a great escape from sometimes shitty world we live in. But you can come here and have a ball.
All right, awesome. So one of the questions coming in from the chat, do you intend to stream the painting classes, things like that, if we do them again in the future?
I'm going to depend on Extraordinary. I will probably end up asking them to stream some of those. Yeah, we're going to have, remember, we're growing, and maybe the next year we only have a couple painting classes scheduled, and we'll stream that, and maybe we alternate with conversion classes and other things. So we'll stream those because we can. You know, one streaming setup, we could probably do, you know, 3 or 4 events under it. Right? So, but then as we grow more, and maybe we have multiple, we'll just stream one of the 10 that are going on, and one of the, you know. So I would say, to answer the question, I would say it's 80-90% that we're going to stream other events as part of the hobby.
You got right here. You got some purity seals underneath.
I do, and very clever of you to notice, because I brought these for you.
Oh, really?
Oh, thank you so much.
These are. This is the Emperor's Own Blessed Purity Seal.
Oh, that's awesome.
These were made. They were put together by the Emperor's servants in the historic haven, who spent, you know, a lot of time making these as a real wax seals. They go on your power armor when you guys put it on later to go fight Xenos.
Which of course we're gonna do.
Yeah. So you guys go rock out with them, man. Put them right there. You can put them on your chainsword. You put them on your
our bolter.
You put them on your
and to that
lightning claws that go good on there. You know,
make your oaths of moment. Declare the Xenocide.
Exactly. No, but I was gonna surprise you with that, but
he's too
looked
keen.
a little too keen.
Too smart
for
this
me, man. You're like a Marine.
And then we had one more question. If you have a gaming group, Damascus Power Fisters, he was wondering if you guys had a Discord channel or something that you could find out more about it.
We have been told, and it's made very clear to us at this tournament, that we need to do that. We do. The Power Fisters are one of the last things I did want to talk about and thank, because when I talk about guys that have been at this tournament, I'm talking about guys like Chris Goslin and Nick Wright, who's one of the judges, and Mike Anderson, who came from Alaska to be here. He probably wins for the longest travel. Been to every tournament. There's a bunch of guys throughout the room over there that have been here every year that we've held it, almost every tournament we've ever held. And they are remarkable, amazing people. When I've needed terrain, I was able to go to them and borrow it. When I need mats, they'll throw them up. Last year we had to build terrain for the tournament. A lot of them came together. Walt Riker, another fantastic individual. I'm going to forget a lot of them, but go to Damascus Power Fisters Facebook and you can meet them there. And when you get there, the page isn't as active as the message group. So as soon as anybody comes in there, I add them to the message group, and that's where you're going to hit a lot. We will get a Discord channel. You know, I kind of get settled in on this and that, like Facebook. That's going pretty good. We got YouTube, we got this and that. But then I know we have to keep growing and adding and Discord isn't even new. I have a Discord channel. I just don't use it. I had Tweet. What's Tweet? I used to have Tweet.
Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just teasing. I have a Twitter too, but I don't use that.
Tweetster.
You're almost as old as this guy over here.
Tweet.
No, I'm older than everybody. No, I am. I'm not long for this. I'm going to grow this, and then I'm going to let the team have it.
That's awesome.
I've said that many times to them. You know, I just want to. Right now, I'm just coordinating and pushing it forward.
This is a great thing. Is there anybody else you want to thank for coming out here, helping you out with any of this
everybody.
stuff?
Mike and Josh and Mindy, who's been the star person selling the merch.
Yep.
Nick and Derek, who have been our incredible judges for us. The guy's Travis, who's running the store over there, and his whole cohort of people. And of course, Anthony for letting us use his facility and everything good that's come from it. And you guys have been fantastic and incredible. Andrew,
very much.
3D printer, Matt, another 3D guy that's here, have supported our hobby. The Magnet Baron, who isn't here, but he sent a bunch of goodies I'll hand out later. Yeah, we've had a lot of support, both from the industry and everybody. The people I want more from, and where's the camera so I can look right at it? Look, Games Workshop, you got to show up next year. You know? I got there's a guy, Laura, Matt Laura's dad, works for Games, and he's an incredible guy. I've known him for over 20 years. And he tried to get some Games support. I'm telling you right now, man, I know Games wants to put on their own tournaments, but you guys have got to get off the stick and show up and help us out. We want your support because we are supporting you.
All right. Well,
all right.
You've got an event to run, and we're about to get right into the heat and the
they
action.
Should be done choosing
round
their
5.
objectives. So call a good one, man. We went and lectured them to make sure they're going to put legible scores.
We appreciate that.
And you're going to be able to go
us
over
every round.
Yeah, got it.
All
Hey,
right.
it's been great. Thank you so much.
Talking to you. Can't wait to talk to you again later.
Okay.
Have a fantastic
later,
rest of
I'm
your day.
tower over you.
Well, you can tell it now because he's standing up, but if I were to stand up as well, I'd be just about that same height.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been fun. Thanks,
All right,
guys.
we'll see you
Thank
soon.
you so much.
Alrighty, so we have started the 5th round. Let's go over to table 1 real quick, and we'll start to get into these lists. Really interested to see how this is going to turn out. So it looks like Mark Hertel has gone first. We're going to go over his list one more time, even though we've had to do it, this is going to be our 3rd time?
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times introducing Mark Hertel, but that's just because he's so good at running these AdMech and performing consistently with them.
He is truly a servant of the Omnissiah.
Let's see if we can do this one from memory. Don't even have to look at any lists. We've done this plenty of times, so we're going to start off with an Inquisitor. This is his source of psychic powers. He was talking about it earlier. This is how he's just going to get some denies out, get Smite, Castigation, just some mortal wounds. For an 85-point model, this is not a bad deal at all.
It's actually, as he was describing in the interview, it is just, it's not particularly for any countering. It is there to do work. It gets, he puts it up in a scout position so he can claim some field, and it just sits there. It can heroically intercept. So anything coming near it, it's going to be involved.
Yeah, especially with that flat 3 damage weapon you were
Flat
talking
3
about.
damage weapon. It is that power sword doing work, and it's going to be throwing out smites. That Inquisitor means business, and it's great for his list. He's actually surprised that not a lot of people are bringing Inquisitors.
I think that's his secret tech. I think that's what's putting him above the rest of the crowd, is he's good at list building, he knows what he's doing, he knows what his army does, and he knows what units he can take advantage of.
Exactly.
All right, moving on to the list, we've got a Tech Priest Dominus and a Tech Priest Manipulus. These, I'm sorry, Mark didn't go first, he's going second. He just has a scout moves. Those get me every single time.
You every time.
They get me every time. I see models moving, I go, you gotta go on first. But so, Tech Priest Manipulus and Tech Priest Dominus, one of these is his Warlord. These guys are just buffing his units, giving him the exploding 6s and mortal wounds is what they're there for. Then in the troop slot, we've got 3 Vanguard squads. These guys are just going to be standing on objective. Everything's Stiddy's 8s. They're going to be -1 to hit outside of 12
Radium
inches.
rifles going
Radium
at
rifles, good at killing off some chaff, and they can definitely punch back in a fight. I think they lower your toughness by 1 because of their leader's ability. After that,
the
we've
uranium,
got,
that's why.
the uranium, that goddamn radiation. But then after that, we've got the fast attack, where we've got 2 squads of chicken walkers, 2-man's piece. These have the last guns. What are they actually called? I keep calling them chicken walkers. I think I've all but forgotten.
They're something Striders.
Yeah, I think Dune Striders.
ATSTs of the Mechanicum.
That's exactly what they are. But they've got their last guns, 2 each, so that's 8 total shots coming out. Not going to come super in handy in this list, looks like, but if he's got any Melta-Bike, something like that he wants to take care of, they will certainly be the men for the job. And after those chickens, we've got 1 unit of Raiders. Just a 3-man, 48 points, what they've been doing every single game we've seen. He'll send them forward. They're over on the left side right now. You can see them pushing onto that middle objective. They'll probably continue to push up into those infiltrators that are up there and cause some havoc over there.
Well, those infiltrators are certainly, they themselves cause a lot of havoc. They have a special rule that makes it so that you can't even deep strike within 12 inches of them, exceeding the normal 9, which has caused problems with previous players who have been up here on our screens.
Like the Grey Knight player.
Grey Knight player ran into a big problem with them, really threw off his game plan. I don't know how much deep striking Mark actually does.
Not at all.
Not at all. So they're not actually causing that problem, but for those of you who do play against infiltrators, watch out. They cause a lot of problems if your strategy revolves around deep striking.
Next Up in the list, we've got our heavy slots where we have 3 Scorpius Disintegrator armed with the Bellows Energy Cannon. These mortars are going to be strength 6, AP -1, 2 flat damage. Surprisingly amazing at dealing with Marines.
Yeah.
I don't
Chew
know
'em up,
how they're going
spit
to
'em
be able to deal with these energy cannons. It looks like they're in the bottom left corner. He's just hiding them there, where they're probably while we stand, we fight it. And I don't think he'll be able to deal with them.
Nope.
I think that's going to be a big problem for this Space Marine player. But to finish off the list, we've got the helicopter, the Archaeopter, whatever it's called.
The Da Vinci's secret doom machine.
And whatever he's going to fly over, it's going to take some mortal wounds, and then he's going to shoot it on top of that. Usually he'll just send it turn 1 to get that 3rd engagement all front, the 4th
Both
corner.
times we've seen it previously, it has disappeared pretty quickly.
Yeah, but you're only paying, what, 120 points for that thing? It gets its value back.
It's one of the
quick.
cheapest flyers in the game.
Yeah,
definitely.
100%. And then after that, we've got our 3 transports, these Dune Riders, I think is what they're called, Scopus Dune Riders, I believe. And then we've got the, they're packed with the Electro Priest. We have a unit of Corpsar Electro Priest, which he was talking about is there for just their massive shooting. And they have some value in close combat. And then we have the full grade Electro Priest. These are the scary. These are what I'm scared of in this list. 2 8-mans. Whenever they kill something in close combat,
They get that 3-up invul.
3-up invul.
Not only that, but when they charge, they get those. They get mortal wounds in on 6s.
Especially, and that can really just, like you saw,
just
the
ruin.
amount of damage he did to that knight in that Keeper of Secrets was absurd.
He not only that, but there's a stratagem that lets them fight twice.
Yeah.
Which can chew you up.
Yeah, he's getting a ridiculous amount of value out of those, and there's not a single better player using them. I don't think any other Element players I've seen are running them.
Nope.
Just because he's on a different level. But let's go to his opponent, Patrick Paganini. I will need to look at his list for this one because it's Marines. Yuck. Cringe.
Cringe. Dark Templar.
Or no, this is the White Scars.
Oh, this is White Scars. I apologize.
Yeah, no,
This
Black
is the White
Templar's under
Scar.
the table. So he's got his chapter of White Scars, got 2 different extra relics. He's got a Khan on bike with the Wrath of Hell as one of his HQs, a Lieutenant with the Reaver armor, Plume with a Planesrunner, giving him some extra movement, and Rites of War. He's got the stratagem Hero of the Chapter, just giving him some extra
You can
value.
see him up there in the top right. He actually put it down. It's that model that is kind of a bright silver color with those big wings
The giant
coming out
wings.
of it.
Yeah, that thing is huge.
Thing is huge. Looks fantastic when you get up close to it.
And that's Lieutenant or the Primaris Captain on bike?
I think that, well, it's the one that has the plume.
I think that's the Primaris Captain on bike. I think the Plume is just like a relic wing. It could be. You might just have the model. I don't know what the model actually
Either
looks
way,
like.
the thing looks great.
Yeah. I've seen it up close. That thing is big. It's amazing. And I think it fought the Silent King in this game against Necrons and just about won it for him.
Yep. So yeah, we saw that Silent King list that we saw previously. They are, I believe, he's also playing up in the room, right? Or where is
No, he lost.
He lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
This White Scars player beat the Necron player in table 3 last turn, and that's who was able to get on over here.
Really ran out of time. Apparently, they used the chess clocks, and it really messed up the Necron player.
Yeah, Necron player ended up clocking out.
And that don't let yourself clock out because that is a
Yeah,
fast
you
track
got to
to
keep an
loss.
eye on that clock. You can even get rid of some actions. You need to skip. You need to only do what you need to and then pass it back to your opponent,
yeah,
especially if
absolutely.
you're getting lower on time and you're scared about that. After that, we've got the Primaris Chaplain on bike, who is one of those characters. We'll have to figure out which one he is later. We've got 2 Assault Intercessor squads. These guys have the chain swords and heavy bolt pistol. They're just going to put out some value, maybe kill some Vanguards in this matchup, or put some wounds on one of the tanks. And maybe if the Electro Priests get popped out here, we'll be able to
Death
handle some of
confetti.
those. Yeah. And then in Cursors, they've got the Oculus Bolt Carbines, just do some longer range shooting. And we head on to the Elites, and this is where all of his value is, basically the entire list. He's got the Apothecary just to bring whoever back, get some extra value, do it better than Necron, just I was saying earlier. Then 2 Blade Guard Veteran Squad. These are the talk of the town for Marines. Marines are running a lot of Blade Guard Veterans just to get in close combat. Only 175 points for 5 of them.
They're running Storm Shields. They got Relic Blades. They mean business. I mean, I think they can also pack Thunderhammers. This is his list. Are they packing Thunderhammers?
These guys just have the Mastercrafted Power Swords and Storm Shields.
Those mean business. They put them up to at least Strength 6, AP -2, maybe AP -3, I think. Yeah, AP -3, 2 damage each. These things hit, and they hit hard. And not only that, giving them a 4-up invul and a 2-up armor save on these Vanguard veterans. These guys are Blade Guard, right? Blade Guard. Blade Guard veterans. These guys mean business. They will chew up anything they get into melee combat with. If it's at all, toughness 3, toughness 2, or toughness 3, toughness 4. It's going to go down.
Yeah, these guys are trying their best and doing great at it. for whatever they do. We see a lot of them on these Marines lists. And then we've also got 2 Vanguard veteran squads. These are those lightning calls and storm shields you were talking about. These guys just having fly, being able to move around. White Scars really do a good job of taking advantage of these guys. They can definitely pull some value out of that. And then fast attacks, we have 2 attack bike squads. What are they armed with? All multi-melta. Mark is going to need to deal with these. You can see them starting to push up on the right side. This is Mark's priority number 1.
You know, I'm going to make a comment about this. There are less bikes in this White Scars list than there were in that Dark Angels list we saw earlier today. Kind of amusing, but I get it. You know, build your list the way you want to.
Exactly.
It's just a funny thing to me.
Yeah, that is definitely something interesting to see. And then an Interceptor squad, or Inceptor squad, I'm sorry, and they've got Plasma Exterminators just getting a lot of plasma shots out. Only 3 of them in that unit. Only 2 of them have the plasma, so we'll have to see what kind of value they can get at a bit of a high price tag for 220.
Yep.
Seems like Eradicators might be a little bit better, but hey, he knows more than I do about Marines. And then he has 2 Landspeeder Storms for 55 points. These guys are just going to get some shooting value out.
Yep. Probably really there to get in the back line, get some points, get some objectives. Who are we looking at? Anything else we're looking at on table 1?
We see these, looks like they're charging up on table 1. They might be moving twice, but that's all the units we've got here. Let's kind of get a gauge for what they're doing, and then we'll switch over to table 2, because it looks like, so those Marines have moved up twice now. That might have been a psychic power to move them twice. I don't think Marines have access to one of those, do they?
Yeah, they do. The Marines, depending on which psychic powers they do, you can find all kinds of stuff in the psychic lists for both, vanilla Space Marines and both Blood Angels and who knows what else. But yeah, being able to potentially, maybe advance and charge, wouldn't be surprised if those kind of psychic powers exist.
I don't think they have they don't have a psyker in this list, so I'm not sure what those guys are.
They might have just advanced. Those might be assault weapons that they're just trying to get in close.
Yeah.
We see some rolls happening.
Let's go ahead and.
4 minus 5.
What's going on here?
These are shots at -5. These must be the melta into the
5,
tanks.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Looks like 10 damage.
CP the 1.
CPing the 1. Goes up to a 6. That's the tank.
That is a dead tank.
He does indeed.
Let's see which tank he just killed.
3 to your guys. 3 to your guys.
He did explode, so he's going to be doing 3 to those guys. Tech Priest Dominus is going to take 1 more wound. He's going to heal back at the start, so that's not going to matter.
No.
He's getting the guys out. So it was that tank, so it looks like those Melta spent...
Looks like those Marines were definitely there to get in there and get some Melta shots in. Smart move, always a great move. Trying to eliminate your opponent's biggest, toughest element that can definitely hurt you. Though earlier today with Mark and Davis, I would actually say that one of the biggest things that Mark pulled off was that he put his Striders, who are armed with las cannons, which have a pretty long range. I think it's something like 48 inches.
48, yeah.
48 inches, strength 9, ballistic skill 3. They're going to do D3 plus, or is it D6 plus 2 or D3 plus 3?
I
want to remember.
On the las cannons?
Yeah, las cannons.
I don't think it's. I think it's
Do you
D6.
think it's just D6?
Yeah.
Okay, D6. D6 damage coming out of them. 2 of them a piece, and there's 3 models.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's 6 shots, strength 9, ballistic skill 3, coming at you, AP -4. That hurts.
Yeah. And especially with these tanks with no invul, that goes right through it.
Goes right through it. And the thing is that he can put those basically anywhere. And when I say anywhere, I really mean it, because at the start of the round, they get a free move at the start of the game before anybody's moved or any turn has started. He gets to move them, and they can end up almost anywhere, any position. They can catch you if you thought you've hidden a tank behind a building or something. They're going to suddenly be on the other side, and they're going to be shooting at you some powerful weapons.
Incredibly scary. I am not envious of being across that table. Looks like the Electro Priests have gotten out behind where the tank is. Looks like they're maybe afraid of some of the rest of the shooting from the Marines. They only have their 5 invul now. They don't have better armor save.
They have not gotten a kill yet in melee.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to finish off this second tank. Which if he can do it, that'll be definitely very impressive something we want to see here. And that'll, I don't know, Marine player going first. This will be an interesting game to watch. I can't wait to see the results.
So 1-5
So he's making his saves. He made his
Bertel
save.
definitely taking some hits here, but I think he's going to come out.
Those Marines, as you can see there on the bottom near his tanks, are contesting that objective, and we do have OBSEC, but no shot they're going to live through Mark Bertel's turn. No shot. He's got his entire army to do
Two
it.
deep, two in there. We got those Raiders over there with strength 6 guns doing multiple damage. A hit, those Marines are going to get popped.
Yeah. That Plasma Marine just got killed. He plasma himself to death. That's what I was doing.
Mortal wounds.
Plasma.
You should have played Tau, and then you get marker lights and rerolls on ones, but
Exactly. He's not in range of any characters for their reroll auras. I don't know if he got the Litany of Hate off earlier from one of his chapters, but it looks like they might be out of range. They are, yeah. That model's going to pick up the stables. Or does the unit take mortal wounds, or is the plasma guy?
it is the model that rolls the plasma.
Okay, yeah. So that was one of the plasma. So he only has one plasma guy left. He's going to just put more stuff into the Doom Rider there.
Yeah. So who's charging first? Are you doing the
All right, so he's going to charging. Let's see who he's going to charge. He's going to charge those plasma guys into the chickens. It looks like. Those chicken walkers.
It's a good move. This will be the first time we've seen those chicken walkers really get hit back. I know that Sean named yesterday actually did get them off the board with his Drukari and Eldari combo soup list. Mostly, I should just call it a Yanari list.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's getting in there. He's getting some fun stuff to do with the terrain and those kind of cramped models in there. Always a fun thing to do. Just get your guy in there.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out the range. It looks like he got just enough of a charge to get there, but not enough to maybe get across the wall. So it might have been on the other side and then pile in. So yeah, they're going to pile in like that, try and knock back those chicken walkers. I don't think the chicken walkers have to punch back to handle them in close combat.
It would be really difficult. I'm interested to see if Mark Bertel remembers that building is defensible and he can get +1 attack from being inside that building completely.
She has 4 attacks on 3s.
And these are what are these Marines? These are the I'm looking at the list real quick. Inceptors. And they're white scars. So that's giving them bonuses on the attack on the charge. They're gonna get some more value to those. Those guys, I'm confused as to how they're charging. Did they advance in charge?
Both lists are incredibly aggressive. Both of them really strong melee. So we're going to be seeing some really aggressive Marine play today from both tables.
Yeah, that is something that we're going to love to see, but I'm rooting for everybody that is not Marines on these two tables. Those are my votes. I hope Bertel wins this game. And I hope Drukari wins this other game. We're going to go to it in just a second. I want to see how this combat's going to pan out, though.
It does, because if I interrupt with these guys, then you wouldn't be able to attack.
Mark is going to interrupt. He's planning to. They're having a discussion about who's going to attack.
If I base one of them, then I can differentiate with this.
Okay, this is interesting. Mark is definitely showing his understanding of the game, how he's going to base one of them. Those guys piling in first, moving around there with their flies. They're able to do that with no issue. I'm going to start getting some attacks into them. Looks like these are going to be 6 attacks. Looks like we have
4 hits.
4 hits. Only on 5s.
Take 2.
Take 2. These guys should have a 3-up save, or 4-up, I guess. Takes 1 damage. But that's not the reason they charge them isn't to kill. The reason they charge them is to tie them up. No more falling back and shooting.
They are vehicles. They can. Big guns never tire. They can't shoot back into that squad with those guns, of course. On a +1, or sorry, a -1 for their ballistic skill.
That's a whole turn that they're not shooting.
They're not shooting
at the melter guns.
Yeah, at those vehicles, at those bikes.
This guy on the end was the little guy, right?
It's a big deal. Get yourself into melee with big guns. You do not want to be, trapped in a position where you're stuck just taking hits.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like these Marines are just going to attack into the Doom Rider. They're not going to do much, and the Doom Rider's not going to do much to them. We'll see the results of these combats in just a moment when we come back to this game. But for now, let's go into game number 2. Let's talk about these lists a little bit. Let's see what we're working with. Over on game number 2, we've got our next 2 best players. We have Sasha Edelkraut and Kurt Phillips facing across. Sasha's running these Marines up here. They're the Black Templars, a list we haven't seen today, and a list that I haven't seen in general. This is definitely going to be something very interesting to watch. I'll have to learn a little bit about them.
Kind of a cult favorite, the Dark Templar, or Black Templar, sorry, not Dark Templar is StarCraft. Black Templar is are kind of a group of Marines who.
I'm now shooting really on this side.
Black Templar player playing in actually like kind of a mechanized list we're seeing here. We got a couple of Dreadnoughts and a Whirlwind, I believe that is, in the top right corner. Very interesting list. They're a very aggressive, kind of melee-oriented Space Marine chapter, known for not being Codex compliant like the rest of the Imperial Fists.
So what does that mean?
So in the fiction, Codex compliant means that
back there. 2 shots.
So in the fiction, Ravute Gilliman kind of wrote up this big thing after the Horus Heresy that said all of the Space Marine chapters have to break apart into smaller kind of, the legions have to break apart into smaller chapters so that none of them could have enough power singularly to challenge the throne of Terra once again. And this was widely unpopular by a lot of Space Marine legions because they figured you're cutting my power to pieces, you know, when we're trying to still deal with this civil war that we've been. That's not really a smart idea. But the leader of the Imperial Fists, Rogal Dorn, went, no, we're gonna do it, guys. You guys are all you guys who work for me, you're all idiots. Do what I say. And the Black Templar basically threw a hissy fit and said, no, we're leaving. We don't love you anymore, Dad, and ran off into space. And now they've become the Black Templar. They're on eternal crusade to get rid of all people who stand against the Imperium, including your filthy Xenos, your Chaos Heretics, and any other Imperial citizen that happens to not pray hard enough to the Emperor.
These sounds like guys I would not get along with.
They sound like guys no one gets along with.
I feel like
but
that's...
they punch real hard, so people play them.
All right, let's go through what we've got on this list. We've got the 3 Cenobite servitors. I think these are just like Cenobites. All right, so just regular servitors in the no 4-circ slot, along with the company veterans. These are just going to keep their characters safe, stay around, holding objectives, someone around those lines. He's got a captain on a bike, and he's just got a bunch of stuff. He's the chapter master. He's the master of the Codex. He's got a master-crafted bolt gun. He's the hero of the chapter. He's the Aurelian Shroud and a Thunder Hammer. This guy I would not want to be in close combat with at all.
He is going to punch like a freight train.
Yeah, this is Smash Captain round 2 on this captain on a bike. We've got Chaplain Grimaldus. You know anything about this guy?
See him?
Grimaldus? I think Grimaldus. Yeah, that sounds similar. And he's got the Litany of Divine Protection and the Fires of Devotion, as well as the Litany of Hate. He's just a chaplain. He's going to do chaplain things. And he's probably pretty pumped up.
I think he's going to get a lot of re-rolls from a lot of his abilities. And I think he gives it out to fellow Marines around him. He's going to be able to, a lot of, similarly how I told you about the Dark Apostle, chaplains can give out prayers to the Emperor and buff people around him or buff a specific unit in front of him. And really do some work. He definitely wants to be like in a group, in a crowd, leading his men. He's also probably, I think, leadership 9 or leadership 10, and everyone can use his leadership around him. So we're talking about a Space Marine group that is, they're not going to fail their morale tests this game.
Yeah, that is definitely Space Marines living.
You're going to have a rough time breaking these guys.
Yeah, that'll not be something that I would be confident in doing. But hey, this player's 4-0 so far. I have complete and utter faith in his abilities to take on these Space Marines.
Every single one of these players is 4-0 at this point. You know, I have every confidence in all these guys.
They are fighting for the top spot in this event. As Don was talking about earlier, those prize pools, they get pretty high up there. Over $3,700 in prizes being handed out to these players.
Yep.
To continue on with this list, he's got a Primaris Chaplain on bike. Got the Resuscitation of Focus, a Canonical of Hate. So just 2 Canonicals coming up from there. The Ancient Bravery, he's the Chapter Command, the Master of Sanctity. He's got the Litany of Hate, the Right to War, and he's another hero of the Traptor. Hero of the Tractor, actually. He's actually retiring and going to a farming life.
Is that what we tell everybody that happens to Marines that fall in battle? Well, he's going to the farm. Don't worry about him.
I mean, it's what you got to tell
farm where all the Astartes can romp and play.
I put plenty of the Astartes on the farm myself. Not enough, though. We've got 2 Crusader squads in this list. These guys just seem to be big in close combat. This seems to be their whole shtick. An Intercessor squad with the bolt rifles and some bolt pistols. These guys are just going to be doing some pain in close combat. Pain into the shooting phase. Just kind of walk up there. Be something that's hard to deal with, and this Drukhari player might struggle a little bit with.
I mean, we saw him eat up a bunch of Terminators and eat up a bunch of attack bikes last time, so...
Yeah. And then we got more of our friends, the Blade Guard Veteran Squad. These guys, another 5 men of them. Again, every single Marine list I've seen up here has them.
They are tough.
They are good.
Let me tell you, they are good dudes.
They do their job, and they do it well. And that's for sure. We've also got a Primaris Apothecary. This guy's going to be bringing back Marines. Those Blade Guards specifically, some of these are going to want to keep back up alive. Just get more value every turn that someone dies.
Of course, we are seeing that someone has used a chess clock for this game, so we are in time. We are being timed here for this fight on table 2, just to make sure that these games happen in an appropriate amount of time, especially because if you start going overtime at this point, you're starting to cut in other people's ability to be here for the championships and the recognition and the awards at the end of all of this. So it's good to see that people are trying to be efficient with their time.
Yeah, it's definitely something I love to see at the top level of competition. This is our final round. Players need to be taking this seriously. I do not want to see a game go over time.
I don't want to see it. Trust me.
I've already expressed my opinions about the clock beforehand. I don't feel like we need to go back into that discussion.
Absolutely.
Then we've got 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts in this list. You can see them over in the top left. They're just hanging out. They look really cool. I love that big glove the one in the very top has on his left hand. That thing looks really awesome.
That Dreadnought close combat weapon. It's going to make him be able to hit at strength 12 or strength 14. It hits hard, man.
Yeah, if we had those D weapons you were talking about earlier, it would be no joke into these paper Drukhari. But maybe he'll be able to do some stuff into those Chronos that the last player wasn't able to deal with.
2 up to wound on Chronos. Not bad with some of these things. But again, we got to see if you can even get into melee with these things, because they are mean. Those Chronos, of course, having weapons that do not miss, they are going to overwatch, and you are going to get sprayed with something nasty.
Yeah. So he's also got 2 Storm Bolters. They both have the Icarus Rocket Pod, the Macro Plasma Incinerator, and an Onslaught Gatling Cannon. Both kitted out they're actually the same. They've got a bunch of scary shooting, and it's not specifically kitted for any one specific thing. This seems like a kind of jack of all trades.
All-rounder. That is where Marines really shine, is that they can just put anything they need on the board. And if you're not playing them, too bad. Sorry, you don't get to benefit from a good all-rounder list.
And then we've also got a Terminator Assault Squad, Thunderhammer and Storm Shield, and then one with another Thunderhammer Storm Shield, and then 3 more with Lightning Claws. So it seems like we've got a bunch of close combat things going to make the best out of this terrain.
Yeah. And what's that Whirlwind equipped with? Is that a Whirlwind? What are we looking at?
It is a Whirlwind with a Castellan launcher.
Yeah, that puppy hurts.
Yeah, we're going to have to pull that up and figure out the specific stats.
I've been shot by one of those one time. One of my armies got hit by those once. It hit me on my next shooting phase. I blew it up with my hammerhead. So
yeah, you might have been a little bit upset about what it had. And then we'll go over the Dark Eldar players list in just a moment. We saw it last game, so we should be able to go in depth and kind of into his strengths, what he's done well, and what we hope to see from him in this game.
I will say this, he's being very aggressive. He's got those Raiders up all the way on the right side, nearly to the primary objective that's up there by the Whirlwind. I'm quite surprised by that. I'm assuming that what he's trying to do is, that Raider might get popped at some point, and his murder confetti will come out of it. That might be an Incubus squad or a squad of Succubi that are really just going to kind of detonate out of that and go to town on his opponent. Now, I don't know if he knows about the trick that Sean Naden pulled the other day against Mark Bertal, where you kind of box him in and then all your guys can't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'd love to see happen again.
Yeah. That would be an interesting way. Those kind of aggressive plays with your Raiders, watch out if your opponent knows about that kind of strategy where just kind of hems in people when they're in a transport. You're going to lose a lot of guys. So better hope that his opponent doesn't realize that's the kind of trick you can pull here. Seems like he's moving more guys up the right side.
Yeah, it seems like... so did the Dark Eldar player go first here? I believe that's what it looks like.
I believe that is what's going on. I think, those Dark Templar are all still back in their deployment zone.
Yeah, this will definitely be something we'll have to learn about. I do want to try and pull up this Whirlwind as quickly as I can. Battlescribe being ever so slow, as it's simply renowned to be.
Third-party software. You gotta love it.
If only GW were to make something better, that'd be awesome. But maybe we're asking for too much.
If there are sponsors next year, we can't keep saying this kind of stuff, can we?
Not our sponsors this year.
Not this year. That's true.
I'll talk as much shit about GW as I possibly can.
Get it in what you can.
Yeah, looks like we are trying to get some guys over here. Looks like those might be the Hellions, I think.
Those might be deep struck in. Yeah, he's deep striking them in right now.
No, they've got to be coming out from somewhere. You can't be deep striking them in on turn 1.
Can you not?
No. Nothing in Deep Strike in turn 1 this edition. That was FAQ'd from last edition to something they stuck with so far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just when you can do it, it makes for a very Alpha Strike kind of game.
Okay.
And that's kind of why it got nerfed. Just a bunch of different things.
That is a surprise for me.
So he has the Whirlwind Castellan launcher. At only 115 points, I wonder how much this model can actually do. I'm sorry, 125 points. Alright, awesome. So the Raiders advancing up. I wonder if they're going to get a charge here into that Whirlwind. Maybe he's more scared of the Whirlwind. Let's actually see what it does. So Whirlwind Castellan launcher is a 72-inch range gun. Heavy 2d6, strength 0, AP 1. Or AP 0.
Sorry, strength 6.
Not strength 0. That'd make for an interesting gun. Strength 6, AP 0, 1 damage blast. It can target units that are not visible to the bearer. This seems like it'll be able to deal with some just whatever Drakari is left on an objective in the backline. But definitely not something super scary that's going to be able to deal with the Raiders.
It's really built for Blast is a ability really built for massed infantry. What Blast is a special rule that when you shoot a blast weapon at a unit, if that unit has more than 10 models in it, or 10 or more models in it, it counts as having rolled a 3 for any die to hit for any die that rolls lower than a 3. On Space Marine tanks, this is great because their ballistic skill is 3. This means that they're always going to hit. This is less good on things like Guardsman tanks and TOW tanks and stuff like that, where you're hitting a ballistic skill 4. It's not that good of a bonus. However, if the unit has even more models, I think around 30. Then it goes up to ballistic skill is you automatically update all dice to 6s when you shoot at that kind of unit with a blast
You definitely
weapon.
Get a lot of value, especially against hordes with that.
If you're shooting into a big horde unit that has a bunch of models like those, for example, those Necrons, you might be able to get just basically, it just hits everything. Every shot hits. It's fantastic. Yeah. It's kind of an idea that got done away with the loss of pipe plates back before 7th edition. There used to be actually these long plastic kind of shaped objects that you used to be able to put on the table to denote when like a big explosion went off or something, or a flamethrower went out. They'd be like these we would call pipe plates, which are about, I'd say about yay big. It's clear plastic, and you would say, okay, my tank's aiming right there, and you put that over a bunch of dudes, and any models underneath it would take the hit.
They sure did things weird back in 1970.
Back in the old days, before this game was ever invented, we played this game.
All right, let's talk a little bit about our opponent across the table here, Kurt Phillips, the Drakari player who won last game. Let's kind of go through what he's got before we get into the nitty-gritty of talking about the mission and all that. So he's got, of course, his Cabal the Black Heart Patrol with the raiding forces, so he's getting a CP refund. He's got Drazar, who we saw make some work against the Marines last game. Ended up dying before he could do too much, though, so hopefully we'll see him get a little bit more value out this game. Then he's also got a unit of Cavalry Warriors with a Blaster, a unit of 9 Incubi, and a unit of 5 Incubi. These are just going to be Fundaments of Herd. They're going to be in their Raider. They're going to be getting the most value they can. We've got 4 Raiders that those Incubi are going to go into. And I think that's the only amount of Raiders we have in this. It's just those 4, which is something we like to see. Not as many as like we had 7 earlier on another table. Kurt's list is a little bit unique. I think Kurt's list is good in that regard because it has ways to deal with these kind of anti-Dark Eldar things people would bring, like these.
It's what you want to see. You want to see people kind of branching out diversity in gameplay, diversity in models.
Yeah, he's adapting to the anti-meta to his army, which is something you really got to do and you really got to look out for.
At that point, is he just playing a good list?
So he's got a Homunculus in there. He's got the Master of Regenerus, Stratagem, Totalitarian Ambition, and the Helm of Spite. He's got a unit of 10 racks with 3 liquefiers in it. We've got 2 liquefiers and a unit of 5-man racks and another 5-man racks with 2 liquefiers in it. We have 3 Chronos. One of them has the Spirit Vortex, which is going to allow them to bring back around.
Sorry, I was wrong about that blast. Chat has so graciously pointed out that it's actually 6 models that gets the 3-up, and it's 10 models that get the auto hits on everything.
I didn't even notice. Yeah.
Blast weapons are actually pretty rare in this edition. You don't see them much outside of Imperium armies. Just one of those things.
Yeah, and there's a reason that we're getting a lot of Space Marine rules wrong. It's because neither of us know play Space Marines or care to really get super in depth with the Imperium. I think Xenos is way better than every other faction. It's making me super biased, but definitely way cooler there. Adeptus Astartes are kind of...
Show me your list, show me your rules.
Yeah.
I'll remember them from that game, but
yeah,
I'm not taking it
bother.
with me.
Yeah, that's not something that I am super deep into. And then we've got, after those Chronos, we've got another patrol. This is going to be the Cult of Strife. He's going to have his Super Succubus with the Dark Lotus Toxin and the Precision Bros with the Razor Flails. Not going to double twice just because of the way we've ruled it for this edition or this tournament. We're playing it rules as intended, not rules as written. And if you need to use that Succubus with the doubling again, yet again, probably just get better, get good.
She's the blender, you know. You just take people out to, what, 11 attacks?
Yeah, like she's already so good with the double once where you get the 14 attacks. Like you don't need to get the 28 attacks. Like come on, don't try and cheese stuff out like that. And then he's got 1 squad of witches and then 2 10-man Hellions, who we saw we got a lot of value out of.
Yes, 2 10-man Hellions. These things move. They're what, 14-inch movement. They come across the board with assault weapons. They hit hard, and then all poison. So they're wounding on 4-up no matter what they're shooting at with their head. It's nasty.
Yeah, definitely absurd, and I'll love to see them. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much because they've got a lack of AP and they're shooting into these Marines with their 3-up, 2-up saves and cover. Kind of getting ridiculous out of that. But let's talk about the mission real quick. We're round 5, so we've got the Scorched Earth, and this is the one where you get to raise the objectives. You get to absolutely destroy the objectives, take them off the board completely. So we're using Take and Hold, where you got to hold 1, you get 5 points for that. You got to hold 2, you get 5 more points, and if you hold more than your opponent, you're going to get another 5 points for your primer at the end of your command phase. We've got the raise the objective. So at the start of movement, you can use the action. You have to have sole ownership of the objective. Enemies cannot be on it, and complete it at the end of turn. Destroys that objective completely. You can take the raise secondary, which is 6 points if you raise once, and 12 if you raise twice. Maxing out at 12, not exactly what we see from every secondary, but you only have to destroy 2 objectives. And you can do it to your opponent's one.
Yep.
Like these Dark Elder might be able to do if they're able to push enough back. I don't think they will be able
That's
to.
going to be
just
hard.
because of-
Space Marines are
yeah.
very tanky.
They're not going to be moving around.
It's one of those things where I don't. So speaking of, we actually need to go check to see if people are actually what objectives, secondary objectives, people have actually taken for both matches. Because if neither one have taken this, then they can't do it anyway. But it is certainly an interesting strategy to try and deny your opponent points and stuff like that. Maybe eliminate an objective from the midfield that you kind of beat them to. It's honestly an objective that I don't see as a very useful. I don't.
Yeah.
It would be such a niche
It's
situation.
definitely it's very hard to do if your opponent sees that you've taken the secondary.
Yeah.
Like all they have to do is move something onto that objective.
But everyone wants to be on objectives anyway, so it's not like this isn't something someone's already wanting to do. But just that everyone wants to be on objectives at all times. I don't know why you would. In what situation you would be able to just guarantee your opponent's not an objective until very late in the game? Although, yeah, at a late game stage, you might just wait to get that secondary objective at the very end of the match. So, anyway, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to go see what secondary objectives everyone's taking.
All right,
Be back
good
in
luck,
just-
soldier. Get a good view of the tables. Let us know what's going on.
Absolutely.
Dan,
One guy. It's like
Alt Place in the YouTube chat has enlightened us that Whirlwinds actually have a strat that if the Whirlwind hits a unit, they use this strat. Can't fire Overwatch, can't defend, and always fights last. That's definitely going to get a lot of value out of something like, especially like unit Hellions that are in his face, making them fight last. Those Marines will surely punch through them with their 5-up or 6-up impulse save. They shoot us from the turn off and also make a fight. Yeah, that's definitely very good. Oh yeah, and into the Chronos. That'll definitely be something super scary because we got to see in that last game, he actually charged the Chronos, overwatched, and the Marine player lost a whole squad to the Overwatch because everything's got these the liquefiers and the flamers with their auto hits, and they're doubling up on damage from the Dark Technomancers, taking up to 3 damage for the Chronos because they have their own innate kind of Dark Technomancer buff, and the auto hit, just completely ignoring that once to hit, providing mortal sustain. Let's go back on over to table 1 real quick. and play their audio, kind of see what's going on, get an update on how Mark Hertel's doing. It seems those things that tied up his chicken walkers, those Marines over there, were made short work of in the shooting phase, as surely he did. He lost 1 transport last turn, maybe 2. Yeah, I'm only seeing the 1 back there, so it looks like he lost both. But he has those Electro Priests out now, starting to move up the field, hiding out in that objective. Thanks. And that's probably where they're going to stay for the time being until the Space Marine player decides to be a little bit more ambitious and push up. Those Fulgurt Electro Priests need to kill something in close combat to get their full value. Having a 5-up invulnerable save when they don't, but as soon as they do manage to kill something in close combat, taking that invulnerable save up to a 3-up gives them a lot of value. I saw on a couple of Blood Angels lists right with Dallas. Yeah, actually, Mark Hertel here playing on our top table did very well at the Dallas Open, beating 4 out of 5 of the Drukhari players he ended up playing, only losing to John Lennon, who was able to strategize with Nick Nanavati after their game to get John Lennon just a little bit more educated on what AdMech actually do. As an extremely just underrated army that people don't really know enough about and are undervaluing. Mark Hertel is the best AdMech player in the world by far. He's able to take full advantage of all the different strategies, shooting. He's been refining this list for a long time now. I've played against him with a similar list to this in the end of 8th edition. He loves those Dune Riders and the Disintegrators, all those big tanks. And it was a bunch of infantry and transport spam last edition. It can't be easier to chew through this edition, especially now he's doubling up in this Electro Priest. 2 8-mans and then 1 10-man of the Corps, which he was talking about, the shooting for them being good. And it looks like the Marine player was able to take out Mark's plane turn 1, because that was no longer on the field, pushed off to the edge. And that's something that I don't think Mark was going to get a huge amount of value of, just because of the way the Space Marine player deployed. He wouldn't be able to get out behind those Marines, maybe get some shots on, but that's not the worst thing in the world to die turn 1. He'd much rather have his Disintegrators for their mortar fire.
I don't think we've ever seen it last more than 1 turn.
I think I would bet a large amount of money that Mark Hertel is the best AdMech player in the world. Granted, I'm not very familiar with the European tournaments. I don't just keep up with them. I think they do different formats, but all I know about is that America won in 1776. That means we're the better Warhammer players overall. That's the only thing I gotta know too. But yeah, I think Mark Hertel, without a doubt, is the best AdMech player in the world. Top 5 player in the ITC easily, along with Sean Naden. Both of them. I was hoping to have Sean Naden and Mark Hertel come into the finals for their game, but they burned it. They burned that matchup. Yeah. Yeah, they burned that matchup round 2. Did you get the secondaries?
Yeah, I did.
Awesome. We're going to have a picture of those secondaries picked up. We're going to start to have a chat about them.
So Kurt took Herd the Prey again, as we saw previously in his previous match earlier, and also is taking Banners High, Raise the Banners High, and Assassinate. So Assassinate is, of course, if you kill an enemy character, you're going to get points. I believe it's 3 points. Yep, three victory points per model you take out per character.
And who took this one?
This is Kurt, the Drukhari player.
Okay, the Drukhari player. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, Kurt over it on table 2, a Drukhari player. We're looking at table 1, so give me 1 moment. Okay, so this is Patrick and Mark. Patrick playing the White Scars, and Mark playing the AdMech. Mark Hertel is taking Engage on All Fronts, Assassinate, and While We Stand We Fight. Each of these are, these are secondary objectives that we've seen a lot from him take. He always takes While We Stand We Fight, which is a secondary objective that you pick the 3 most expensive models on your in your army, and at the end of the game, if they're still alive, you get 5 points for each of them. So total of 15 victory points. Very valuable if you can get your high quality units that kind of stand back or stay out of trouble.
Yeah, especially with some of these Disintegrators is what Mark usually goes for. He has an option between them and the chickens whenever he takes it.
Yeah. Of course, we don't really get to know that information right now, unfortunately.
I assure you, it's probably the Disintegrators, because those chickens like to be up there in close combat.
Yep.
While those Disintegrators like to
Engage in All Fronts is, of course, if you have a unit in at least 3 of the quarters of the map, you get victory points at the end of the turn. If you have 1 in all 4, you get even more. I believe that is...
That guy. So 4 to here.
There it is. It's 2 if you're in at least 3 of the quarters of the map, and it's 3 if you're in all 4 at the end of the game. So totaling out, if you get it early on, you can easily get 15 points with this.
Yeah. That's secondary. A lot of people take it. Pretty easy to at least rack up some points. You want to be all across the board anyways, contesting those objectives. And I think Mark's taking it every game.
No matter what you want to be doing, you want to be earning points whenever you can. And Patrick, the White Scars, he's playing, I think, it just says big ones.
So I think that means shoot the big ones from last edition. So he's talking about killing all the tanks in Mark's
Okay,
ad
so let's bring it down.
Very standard thing to take against Mark's ad mech list here. You'll definitely see pretty much every player we've had on stream take it.
Bring it down. Bring it down, of course, is 2 points for every monster or vehicle you kill, and it's 3 points if they have at least 11 or more wounds in that model.
Yeah, so you can probably you can pretty easily max that against Mark's list if it comes down to the wire. Those chickens all with 1.4 from there, and then those tanks they're 12 from
and of course, he also took Deploy Scramblers and Engage on all fronts. Deploy Scramblers is a secondary where what you do is you take a unit and declare that they're taking an action, and they deploy in your deployment zone, the midfield, and your opponent's deployment zone. Each of these gives you some points. I believe it's 4 each.
Is this the one where you have to be in the midfield in your opponent's deployment zone? Because I think Davis was talking about. Davis takes this every single game.
Yeah.
Okay. If it takes an action, I think it might be just opponent deployment zone.
I think it's Davis either is taking. I think he was talking about engaging on all fronts.
I don't think I need him yet.
Deploy Scramblers is.
Yeah, in each deployment zone and no man's land.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you get 10 points if you do it in all 3. You don't get any points if you just like half complete it. You have to complete it in order to get all the points for it.
But if you pay for those points, because then that action's just until the end of your turn, that's an easy 10 points we can guarantee, especially with lists like Davis had with the Chaos Knights.
I mean, yeah, and the thing is that if, for example, Chaos Knights, we said, we discussed, Knights win the game early. Even if you need to take an action, you can be like, well, I beat you, like, you don't have an army left. Yeah, as we talk this out, I'm definitely getting my 10 points. I'm just going to take my guy back there and do it, when you're literally none of you guys are left alive.
Yeah.
So that's never a bad thing to take.
So we got that speeder coming up from the Space Marine player, starting to push in, and the rest of his Marines coming up as well. This White Scars list is a list that wants to be in close combat with Mark's army, but it looks like they're going for the right side of Mark's army mostly, where he's got those 2 chicken walkers will probably be charged through by these Marines pushing up, as well as the. I don't know if he's being careful enough about the Electro Priest. If he can take him out, that's great, but if he can't, they are going to surely pack a punch and surely be difficult for him to deal with.
Oh yeah, those Electro Priests, and they mean business. We watched them literally kill a Keeper of Secrets, Raider Demon, Keeper of Secrets, and a Chaos Knight. So be careful, watch out for those. If you're fighting AdMech, be prepared for those guys to charge into you and to suffer a lot of pain.
Richard, more things from Sweden would challenge him, having played it myself and also watching him, using it like a bit of an AdMech chat. I'm not in any of the competitive things. I don't know anything about this guy. I'm sure he's a great AdMech player, but I've known Mark for a long time, so I gotta stick with my day ones, my road dogs. There's no way you can convince me to say someone else is better than Mark Hertel at AdMech, an unstoppable beast, a force in his fury, the Rain Man Hertel. So we'll definitely, I'm really hoping that he'll win this event. I've been saying it since the start. He's who I've got everything on.
And just to kind of go back to the other table, Sasha Edelkraut has taken While We Stand and Engage on All Fronts and Oath of Moment, which is a Space Marine specific stratagem. Not stratagem. Secondary. My brain was starting to go like, what is it? So Oaths of Moment, I believe, is the one.
So this is the one where you can't fail morale, you can't fall back, and you want to hold the objective in the center, I believe?
If you hold the center of the map, you get, I think that one's 2 points. And if you don't fall back and you don't fail morale.
Yeah, every Space Marine player we've seen takes it.
There's basically 3 qualities. Yeah. Each one gets you one
if you're playing
point.
Space Marines, you're going to automatically.
It's a really good one. It consistently can get you 2 to 4 points a turn. Especially the lack of morale fail, because Marines almost never fail morale because of they show no fear, various buffs, and they're just they're just going to take it. You know, not only that, but there's just the morale is in 9th edition works in a really kind of odd way. I don't know how I feel about it a lot of the time, because of course what it is at the end of the turn, for however many models have been removed from a unit, you roll a d6, you add that number to a d6. If that number is higher than leadership, you lose one model and you go into morale tests, and you roll a die for each model in the unit, and if you roll a 1, that model is removed. If the unit is at below half strength, 2s and 1s remove models. So what that long-winded explanation was really supposed to tell you is that you might notice that Space Marines operate with very few models in a unit, which means that in order for a Space Marine to even fail these morale tests, they need to be at they need to have lost 4 models in a unit. And at that point, I mean, even then, they've still got minimum 8 leadership. They might have 9 from a nearby character who's buffing them. It's so hard for them to fail these. And of course, there's always I spend 1 CP, automatically succeed my morale test, whatever. So morale really doesn't do a lot. It's not really punishing in this edition. And because of that, Odes of Moment, always strong, always going to get you your point. And just controlling the midfield's really easy for Space Marines. They're very tanky.
It's where they want to be.
It's where they want to be. You know, they have those mid-range guns. They've got a lot of tankiness, that increased toughness, that better armor save. You're always going to do good with them.
All right. So what are our predictions for these 2 games? Looking at we're in the first turns. We've seen who's gotten to go first in both games. It was the Dark Eldar player for this second game here. We're on at table 2. And the Space Marine player on table 1. I'm going to go with both non-Space Marine armies, as I said earlier, just because I think Space Marines are boring and I don't want to see them win.
We're biased, we admit it.
Yeah. Take it in stride as well.
Look, man, I've lost to a lot of Space Marine lists, and it's okay. It's okay. They win enough.
But if you charge
these Dreadnoughts still alive. Hopefully that Drukhari player would have taken one out round 1 with their Dark Lances on their Raiders, but he's only got 4 of them compared to the amount some other Drukhari lists we've seen.
You get 1 point if you slay a monster or another character or vehicle.
Okay. Is that instead of holding the center?
No, that's all of them. Holding center gives you 2 points. Not failing a morale test gets you 1 point at the end of your turn. And if you killed a character, monster, or vehicle, that turn, you get another 1 point.
Yet again, giving Space Marines very strong rules, but for some reason they only end up being mediocre.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hate to see it. That's what you get for being Jack of all trades, Master of none. When Drukhari have decided to become Jack of all trades, Master of all trades.
Hey, well, Master of the Dark Lance, at least.
Yeah. And definitely these Raiders. Probably the thing that needs to be tuned down the most.
It's the consistency of them.
Yeah, fair 20 point.
Painful. They can get anywhere they want to be. It's just rough to deal with.
I think my initial changes would be raising the Raiders points by about 20 or so. Kind of put them up there, and that makes Venoms more valuable. I really like Venoms in general. So we'll have those go up there. We got a FAQ, the Super Succubus. Bring things back.
Well, as we know, the Drukhari list is already mildly messed up. We got, their jet bikes were way too cheap.
Yeah, they're 10 point
less than a Fire Warrior.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but no one's running Reaver jet points anyway.
Well, yeah, I know. It's just, but it's one of those things where, like, the Drukhari, the cost on the Drukhari list kind of looks like it wasn't looked at too closely when GW was printing this book. I can forgive them. It's been a hard year. It's been a rough go of things in the last kind of, cycle of everything. But it still, just kind of shows itself that the Drukhari list might have been not quite looked at as thoroughly as you might want it to be.
I think the last thing we got to change is making sure Dark Technomantis and the liquefiers, we got to remove that kind of...
it might, that's true. That might need to actually come off of the liquefiers and the other kind of flamethrower.
And then they got to change something up, maybe make it so they don't interact with each other. I don't know how they would change it, but I think that's...
you just say it doesn't work on liquefiers.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, pretty huge. Does not work on these. Cannot take for these guys.
That does work. I think everything else with Dark Eldar is fairly fine from my perspective.
Oh, yeah.
But I am biased, and I do like to see Xenos on top.
Look, it's okay that Incubi are such blenders. It's okay that the witches are so strong. That's what they're for.
Incubi are about as good as they were in 8th edition.
Yeah,
the rest of the army is just kind of
look, these guys haven't changed. These aren't the reason the Drukhari are suddenly getting 73% win rate.
It's literally almost
What it is again, like I said previously, I think it's just people don't know the meta yet. They don't know what they're expecting. They don't know what they need to take to counteract the Drukhari. And then once they do, they're going to know, you know, how exactly to deal with this. And Drukhari are going to fall off, and then people are going to stop playing as much. And then we can really just see some real, you know, lists come out. You know, it is the meta settles, so to speak.
I think realistically, I think Sasha's going to win this game too, and Mark Kertel's going to win this game. Imperium wins on both sides. Definitely Mark Kertel is who I'm rooting for. But I think just the way this game is looking currently, with those Chronos staying in the backfield, and just how I feel about it, those Dreads pushing up, I think Sasha's going to take it away. But we'll have to see what happens. Dark Eldar are oppressive.
I think those Dreads, as you listed them, they're loaded out with some pretty hefty ranged weaponry. But I don't know if they're actually listed out with pretty hefty melee infantry or melee weaponry. So, and them moving forward might just end up being, you know, just a positioning kind of thing. You may not see them going to melee.
Yeah, we will have to see. I think they're for sure going to take out that Raider, and I'm sure he's hoping to take out whatever's inside as well. Over on game 1, though, we're going into the melee phase, the close combat action of the Space Marine player's turn.
Getting in there.
Looks like the Chicken Walkers have been touched yet again. Will they be able to deal with this threat? There's 5 of them this time instead of 2 of them. Surely be able to take out at least 2 in the shooting phase, but...
So you think those are the Vanguard Skitarii right there, that those Marines are fighting?
Yeah, they're starting to wrap those Vanguard. Probably got that was probably just where they started off, maybe moved up a little bit. But I know Mark is very calm and calculated, and they're there for a reason. Those Marines starting to surround it. It looks like he's got the Tech Priest Manipulus, which is the bigger one, I believe, surrounded by those Marines as well. They're starting to go into him, but I believe those Tech Priests are pretty decent in close combat. It's something you definitely need to be aware of. They're not great. They're not amazing.
They got those on the Syax, and they got servo arms. Those things hit pretty hard. They got pretty good AP on those. So I don't, you know, they're not defenseless. It's still just that, you know, Mechanicus don't do that great in melee. They're a pretty ranged, heavy army. I know Mark does run, you know, some distinctly melee options from the army, but predominantly they're not. That's not what they're good at. So these White Scars getting in here, getting in your face, doing what White Scars do best. Mark might actually. This might be finally the one that makes Mark kind of sweating his boots.
Yes, definitely. Round 5, so I'm very excited to see what ends up happening. And this is for all the marbles. The winner of this game between Mark and Patrick is going to be taking away probably the first place. But let's not forget about Sean Naden, who, at the start of this round, well, he's got a loss, is only 3 points behind the highest scoring player, Mark Kertel.
Yep.
After losing
and we
to
saw
Mark.
them, and he lost to Mark, and he, as he said, the only reason he lost to Mark was because he went second.
Yeah.
He nearly tabled Mark even by the end of the game. Mark only pulling ahead just barely on victory points. And going to show you that you may actually lose on the killing. You may lose more models than your opponent, but you might still win. So get those victory points, do what you can to win the game.
Yeah, this is value we saw to the incarnate. Oh my god, it was an insane game.
Dancing across the field, getting as many kills as it could get. It was a machine.
Reminding me why I love that model so much. The rules with it, just teleportation, kind of breaking some of the things in the game with those heroic interventions. And actually we can see over here on the left side of this table, I guess it's not on the stream, but we can see it. Both players are in chess clock for both of these games. And this is the final round. They are taking it very seriously.
I appreciate it, you know, making sure these games go a specific amount of time, they go proper amount of time, and that people aren't getting undue advantages, and that also everyone else who is reliant on these players finishing their game is not kept here. You know, of course, every other player, 106 players here, therefore 102 other people are going to be waiting on you minimum to finish your games. So get them done, do it right. We're going to have great games today. We're going to see who is the champion of the Maryland Open.
And battle points matter here more than winning.
More than winning. You've got to win that.
It's so close, and there's going to be 3 undefeated players at least at the end of this round. And it's going to start to add up.
We are in the finals right now. That will mean that there are undefeated people at this championship, more than one. But we are checking for battle points.
The game reminded you why you don't take the incarnate yet. Too expensive and flashy. But imagine if he had gone first, huh? Yeah, but I see your point. But that's why I try and just go first and roll 6s for all of my games, and it works out great.
Yeah,
8 and 1 for
as long as you know how to roll a 6.
Yeah, weighted dice do definitely help. It will only be 1 to 2 undefeated, I believe. All 6 players on the tables 1, 2, and 3 are undefeated currently. I'll check the battles or the best coast pairings real quick and just confirm that. Yeah, so Mark Hertel, Patrick McAnini, Sasha Edelkraut, Kurt Phillips, Zachariah Herman, and Daniel Kennedy. All 4 wins, no losses. So there are going to be 3 undefeated players.
3 undefeated.
And so, since the way we've got our event going to be scored, it's not going to be the top 3 players, but the top 3 highest battles point scoring players.
Yep.
So ignore those BCP pairings. Look at the battle points instead of who's in first, second,
Not
and
only
third.
that, but we have additional points going into all of this. So even if you are leader in battle points, if your army, you might not actually win the most points when it comes to army painting and sportsmanship. So we are calculating those. We have various surveys going out to fellow players to track that kind of stuff. So, you know, these players need to bring maximum A game in all regards to this game, not just in tactics, but in hobby and in sportsmanship. So, and I think Mark Hertel is one of those guys that, you know, he's got a great attitude. He comes here, he's smiling, he's having a great time, and he's got a great looking army. So he's got in spades. He's currently your favorite, absolutely, to win this.
Forever and always. I'm trying to find out
I try to remain a little bit impartial on all of this. I'm just happy to see, someone win, having a great time, glad to be here, great place. Happy just to see a bunch of people enjoying the hobby and the game.
We already do have a few games finished. One Drukari player winning, one player winning 75-0. Must have been a landslide of a game.
Can't even get on one objective.
It might have been a concession.
Yeah, might have been someone couldn't make it or had to leave early.
And Sean Naden currently is playing against Sisters, which he's got to be experienced against. They've been around a little bit longer in 9th edition than Drukari have. Definitely against some value out of that.
They're getting that new codex, shiny new codex soon. So we'll see what happens when they show up and turn the whole meta about Sisters.
Yeah. And both these players are playing, if you notice, you can't see it on camera, we can see it because we have a little bit of a wider view. Both players are playing very precise with the chess clock. As soon as it goes, if the other player gets to roll, they'll switch over the chess clock, making the most of your time. Hopefully neither player forgets to switch back to the other player, because that'll start to eat up some of your time.
Yeah, and really mess up those calculations. Make sure that time is fair.
But I think both these players are sportsmanlike enough to help the other player out. I know Mark is a good stand-up guy, so I'd definitely not assume him to do that. Looks like we've got these Marines piling in around these chicken walkers. Going to try and get some attacks in while he keeps them tied up.
See, Patrick, he really can't identify those Striders. Definitely laying down the hurt. I think he's maybe seeing, what Lascan is going to do. 6 of them firing off, every round. Not a lot's going to stand up to that. That is some mean stuff.
And what if I told you it's 8? He's got that one extra chicken walker, 2 of them on each.
Oh.
Even scarier.
He's got 4.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Even worse.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Absolutely dreadful.
Just increase what I just said by another third. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and just
just make it worse.
Make it insane.
Worse.
Looks like at least one of the attack bikes is still alive. Or actually maybe 4 of them. Can't really see it super well just because of how the camera is set up. These models being moved around, so we're having a little bit of discussion. Some saves being made.
Really interesting seeing a lot of guys moving up the field, but not the bikes. The bikes staying in the back line here. Guessing he's holding them back for maybe kind of respond to Mark and might push back and try to move into the board. But the Space Marines have taken control of this board. They are very prominently displayed out here, really taking control of these objectives, pushing Mark back into his back line, his deployment zone. So I will be very interested to see if Mark can pull out a victory here.
Yeah, let's go over the secondaries for this game. So I can kind of get up in my head. I'll write them down. So what did we end up taking from Mark?
Mark has
He has While We Stand We Fight, right?
While We Stand We Fight, always. He's also got Mark has Assassinate and Engage on all.
It looks like he's been able to get into 3 table quarters. Was he pushed back out of that
he
top
was.
left? Oh, it looks like his
he was. He's only got
Raiders were pushed back out of that. and engage. And then what did Patrick end up taking?
Patrick ended up taking Bring It Down, deploy scramblers, and engage on all fronts. And currently, he is engaging on all fronts. So at the end of this round, he is going to be earning, I believe that is 3 victory points at the end of this round for him easily. And once he gets deployed all scramblers, you know, that's 10 points right there, and it's 2 points for every single one of these tanks. If not, I think these tanks have 11 wounds at least, right?
I think they're 11 or 12. If I remember.
Yeah, then he's going to get 3 victory points every time he takes one of these tanks down, every chicken walker, and I don't think the raiders are vehicles, but the chicken walkers are definitely vehicles. Each of them are going to give 2 points to Patrick for each of these. When I went in there and took the pictures of it, Patrick had already earned at least 4 points. 2 from Bring It Down and 2 from engaging fronts. So first turn, this is clearly, you know, we're probably the first bottom of the first half of the second turn.
First half of the second turn.
Yeah, it's
so but a turn too.
No. So Mark still has his second turn to go through at this point. We're probably in the tail end of the fight phase for Space Marine player who, of course, won the initiative, so he's going first in every one of these rounds.
He's going to do fallback. He's going to do +1A.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see. So looks like we've got some +1 to hit shenanigans going from Mark. I assume that he's already used his canticle to real ones in the shooting phase, so now, since he had probably figured this turn was going to be more of a close combat focus phase, he's going to go towards one of his close combat canticles. Mechanicals at the Alma side, for those that don't know. And there's mechanics at the start of each of their turns. Get to pick from a table of 6 different options. Army-wide buff they're going to get. They can roll for it randomly, but the key thing is you can't pick the same thing twice.
Can't pick the same one twice.
But if you roll into it, it's fair game.
And so those are really useful. Those play a lot like kind of Necron protocols. They can really do a lot in interesting ways for that mech.
Yeah, and you have different stratagems to change them. If you take the Mars Forge World and you get the big Belisarius Call, then you can shift them up. You roll 2d6, you get both, and you get to shift one of them up or down one.
Yeah,
just insane. So you get to pick and choose, get a little bit of variance, but
they're pretty cool.
That randomness.
Yep.
I do love the random factor of rules in 40k sometimes when you for combat drugs for witches,
they
double up.
You know, it's one of those things that I think a lot of competitive players are a little miffed by in that weird way that they go, you know, that consistency is what you want in a competitive list. You want to be able to know that your points are going towards what you want to do, and that kind of randomness factor can really irk hurt people and stuff like that. But of course, when you play casual, it's nothing but fun. You know, you see a lot of really crazy things happen in games where you can just let chaos take its way with you. Just, you know, let it be your guide and
just have some fun. You come along for the ride. Come on, you can be my friend. They just want to be your friend too.
Yep. So
little guys.
To each their own, but yeah. In competitive, it's interesting to have to rely on the randomness factor because you don't see that a lot.
Certainly. So it looks like the Space Marines have taken out those vanguards and they're starting to tie up whatever they can. And I think that's probably their biggest boon for this game. It's just they spent turns tying up these chickens. He's still got his close combat characters in the back. And those are what's going to be able to really cinch out this game and provide high value to later turns when he can get into those vehicles that can't really fight back. If he takes out that Inquisitor and the Electro Priest, there's not much left that can fight back.
Speaking of Electro Priests, we got a lot of them out there on the bottom right objective, and slightly to the left of the Chicken Walkers. However, if you chat, unfortunately, you guys can't see because it is crammed way over there on the side of the map that our camera just can't quite see. There is actually a bunch of Space Marines that have engaged those Striders. There we go. Thank you for the wider view, producers. You can see down there, past Mark's lovely head. There are some Space Marines who have engaged those Striders in melee combat, tying them down, and kind of trying to stay to the other side of them, maybe keeping those Electro Priests at bay, forcing them to have to make kind of a weird or strange charge, or just trying to make it too annoying to have to kind of charge backwards.
He's got to pick what unit he cares about killing the most here, and it might be the Meltabugs. because those multi-bikes are probably putting on as much damage as anything
They
else.
have multi-meltas on them, which fire 24 inches, strength 8, AP -4, D6 damage. They are mean, and of course, if they get within half their range, they are rolling 2d6 damage. Pick the higher. They hit, and they hit hard. And of course, on Space Marines, they're hitting on 3-ups, so not wasted shots. Not easy to miss with those.
Yeah, but remember with the Stygies, they're -1 to hit if they're inside of 12, but it seems like the Space Marine's entire army has decided that he does not care about that, and instead will just walk up to their base type as much as he can. Definitely something scary and annoying to deal with a gunline army like Mark's. Especially, one of his Electropus units have been taken out, it seems. Seems he's still got one out on the right side, and then one left in the tank. Over there on the left, it's being tied up by some Space Marines. So I think we'll see all the Space Marines on Mark's side of the board die this turn, but there's just so much he has left to chew through. And they're sitting on those objectives. They're going to have 4 different objectives compared to Mark's 2, so Mark's got to take over in the late game.
As Dakota says, feels like the point of the Druki is that GW just said, hey, we need to sell more Dark Eldar.
I would not put it past them. That's probably exactly what
happened. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because they'll buff them just as, like, Racks are selling for an absurd amount on eBay, just because everybody wants them, but they're about to get the nerf hammer real bad.
As Sean Naden said when he was on yesterday, he went, Games Workshop, in his opinion, Games Workshop, what they really look at is what isn't selling. We're going to buff it and make it the new hot item, and everyone's going to buy into it and spend a bunch of money. Which, if you're a business owner, yeah, sure, it makes a lot of money. But if you're a hobbyist, you're looking at that and going, I'm mad now.
Yeah.
You guys are jerks.
Because as Sean Naden was saying, Games Workshop is not a competitive company. They're not trying to make rules. They're a model company. They're just trying to produce their miniatures, and the rules are just a way to get players to play the game.
Yep.
And it's done a fairly well job. 106 players in this event. Sean Naden is currently doing great with the Incarn and getting a ton of work out of it. 100% I agree.
100%. That thing is a beast in his army.
Yeah.
He's talked about how, when he goes up against Eldari, it is a great counter to Drukhari because they are Eldari. And the rule on that thing says whenever an Eldari model dies, it heals.
Plenty of wounds back
Plenty of wounds. If you're a Drukhari player, you've got to kill. You got to kill that Incarnate hard and fast. You cannot let it get into melee, or it's going to get all its health back because it steals health from you now.
Making it super valuable in the mirror.
It's great in the mirror. I'm sure that's really why Sean Naden's really attracted to it and wants it to be in his army. Because it is great at countering opposite Drukhari. And his list is not pure Drukhari. It is Ynnari, as we said. So it runs Dark Reapers. It runs a fair number of Eldar, Craft World.
It's got all 3. It's got the only
it does not have. I don't think it has any Harlequins though.
No Harlequins.
No Harlequins.
I'm sure if he had a 4th detachment, maybe he'd slide in a True Master, but it seems a little bit of a stretch, or a Solitaire. An amazingly cool battle. I'm actually kind of bummed we haven't seen any Harlequins on stream today. It's one of my favorite armies, just playstyle wise and the different strategy.
Do we have any here today at the Open?
I believe we have no mono Harlequin players. Mono Harlequin's no longer as common just because of the Drukhari meta and just being a little bit difficult to play into. Actually,
I feel kind of Drukhari are kind of.
We don't have a single Harlequin model here in this tournament.
Not a single Harlequin.
But wow. Drukhari just doing it.
Yeah, I kind of was just about to say that. I'm like, I feel like Drukhari are just doing what the Harlequin were doing, but better. Oh, that flyer is still alive. Look, there it is, back on the map.
Oh, so he might have deep struck it, and it's coming in later on.
There it is. Trying to find a spot for it. Oh, there he is. I think he's going to try and fly over all of those bike Marines and see what he can do with that.
Doing with those bikes is definitely the first thing on Mark's palette. Definitely list item number 1 on the to-do list. So
ensuring that there's 9 inches between it and anybody it's coming in towards. Of course, deep strikes rules pretty consistent. Can't come in within 9 inches of an enemy model.
It looks like the wing might be poking off the board edge a little bit, but I assume his opponent is probably cool with it and not going to gotcha him on that.
Yeah, no, most of the time tournaments consider models extraneous bits to not really count for those kind of situations.
Dark Eldar player used fallback and shoot strat on a raider and claimed it worked on the racks inside when it does not.
No, it does not.
So, okay, so the racks couldn't have shot, is what we're saying here.
The Raider itself. Okay, so the Raider itself is the one that is benefiting from the fallback and shoot, right? That is a separate unit than the racks. So the racks should not be able to shoot. You know, they're not the thing that actually was what fell back.
Did this just happen, or was this a fair bit ago?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because that's definitely something that you cannot do. A little bit of rules, but I doubt it was intentional. High stakes here, and you're on camera. Definitely not something we want to pit against his character, but we'll have to see the results of it. 2 minutes can still be rectified. We don't have any way to get into contact with the judge or the TO right now, but if our none of them are hanging around here. I'm looking around because right now we're in a completely different room from them. They are in the stream room over to our left, and we are in a
castigation on them. Goes off on the 9. The lowest leadership is an 8, right?
Sadly, that is.
Yeah, they'll take either more or more wounds.
Let me see if I can send out a message.
3 more.
See if something happens.
I can see if I can go walk over there and ask the judge.
Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, go talk to Mike.
Yeah, sure. Should combat also enter? Yeah. She was never in combat. She was behind the chickens.
All right, so what we got going on? Let's go over to game number 2 and just kind of see what's going on here.
Give me an envelope, sir.
And then, yeah, so winning on 3s.
So is this on the YouTube stream? Because the YouTube stream should be matching up the same thing. Or is it the Wet Wall and Warpy stream? Because I think we're streaming the third table with no commentary. But that's a different production team doing that. Looks like we have the Dreadnought having pushed up here, taking out that Raider. I don't think this will have any impact on the game this run, because it looks like Drukari is not doing amazing. Seems that unit of 8 Incubi have gotten out, and they're currently engaged with those Yellow Marines down there in the bottom left, while those Kronos are tied up with Marines. Both these games are looking a little bit better for Marines than I would like to admit. Cabin Andrew, how are you doing? Thanks for providing those stats earlier. We were talking about a little bit with the Drukari win rate being 63 round 1 and 58 and 58 round 2 and 3, if I remember correctly. Hope your day is going well. Definitely interesting to see the breakdown of the meta. Good spreadsheet. So these Kronos are surrounded. From this distance, they kind of look like the Eldar weapons platforms. Interesting to see. It seems the players are speaking now about what happened. Good catch on Fushini. Looks like they're putting attacks into the top right, into the Incubi, I believe. Or no, those are Hellions. I had a look at the players' models earlier, just because it's kind of hard to discern which is which on the, just from the angle of it, top down. Yeah, this is Kurt's game versus the Black Templars. Definitely something we are having fun watching. And these Space Marines, it is hurting me, breaking my heart.
Why are you doing this to me?
I think I'm going to spend the 2.
Seems like Hellions might have pushed up way too far, and the Whirlwind didn't die either.
6 into
I think that was what the Raiders were trying to do over the past 2 turns, but it doesn't look like they were to hit their mark. Did the Dark Eldar player maybe push up a little bit too far going first? I think that these Space Marines were a little bit less survivable than they thought. So my predictions for the end of this event are the Table 1. The winner of that will most likely go on to win the event if Sean Naden does not cut ahead if their game's a little bit closer, but if it's a wash to either side, which it looks like it might start being for the Space Marine player, then they will be taking that away. And then Sean Naden in second place, even though he's got that loss, he is scoring consistently high. We do have one player currently on the rankings, and I believe he's in 5th place just because he finished his game earlier. It's definitely exciting. Round 5, everything coming to a nice conclusion. Over the past 2 days, it's definitely been a lot of fun doing commentary for these events and just watching different things, learning a lot about the Imperium, stuff that I haven't really studied into before. Just never had a real reason to. I haven't played much 9th edition, sadly, just because of COVID, so I haven't really had the opportunity to read up on much of the rules. But most of the Eldar stuff was definitely fun. And we've had a Drukari game every single round on one table, and I think we ended up having them in both
in round 2 with Shayne, and I don't remember who our other participants were on table 1. Ended up having Necrons on the table yesterday. They sadly lost on table 3 today, which we didn't get to observe. Ended up falling out of the running for first place. Ended up clocking out, actually. And then the other table is Mark Hertel versus Patrick McAnini. A list that I heard about this morning. A friend was telling me about it, but I didn't give it enough credit. Most of my answers would tell me someone's telling me things about a Marine Army. They're Marines. Just kind of overall. I do like seeing the whirlwind though on the second table. That's I remember that strat being used against me in the edition a few times, and definitely something that put a stop to my Shining Spears. How to ride the data. I'm definitely personally looking for the event with my team there. Excited to see the final results. We just got back from boozing and brunch. I'd love to hear that. What team are you representing, Captain Andrew? Are you playing the player audio on the stream? Alright, awesome. Glad that you guys can hear what I'm hearing. Just trying to kind of discern what's going on, figure out what we're up against.
Two, only, -1.
Hellions?
Looks like 2 and -1 the Hellions. They've got their 6-up invulnerable save. And since we're not at Battle Round 4 yet, they're not going to be boosted to a 5, only Battle Round 2. So they've got a little bit to survive before they can start to really get some value out of them.
5 up.
Coastal Wargaming, and the swag jersey there. Is that the, yeah, so that's Kurt here in the Dark Elder player, yeah. Sounds like the judge is informing and they accidentally mess up a rule, and they're going to spend the strat. I think they're going to make him spend additional CP just because it's taken a little bit of a while to get rectified. So they're pausing and just talking about that and listening on this.
You fell back with one of the Raiders, and they said you spin a strat. This is, you have the mics, and this is what they heard. I just want to double check everything was played right.
I haven't fallen back with shot.
You haven't fallen back with anything?
No.
So they're just like,
Okay.
Nobody fell back.
There was something I did yesterday on stream.
I just want to make sure that everything's cool. You know what I mean? I don't want to.
Yeah, absolutely. There was something that I did yesterday on stream, and we ended up just confirming that I could do it. This is like round 3, I think. And it was because the stratagem says, well, basically, open top rule goes, says that you know, people inside basically mirror what.
Yeah, it was a rare rule that just came out recently, right? It affected modifiers.
I don't know about any FAQs. I'm just saying
what's
what
up,
open
B?
top rule basically
Yeah,
says
these casters are pretty
inside
amazing.
the
Some of the
air
best 40k players in the world I've heard. Definitely one of the best Elder players in the world, for certainly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that recently it was.
At one point, perhaps the third best United player on the East Coast, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I haven't even
But
done
if you
it.
guys are good, then talk. I just want to make sure.
We're going to rules to speed now. It seems the Drukari player didn't actually end up falling back. I'm not really sure what's up with that. If Fushini was referencing another game he might have seen. It's yeah.
And if I survive, I have that.
What's his face?
Yeah, they can't do that, but apparently they didn't fall back, is what they just went through. Yeah, so nothing happened because the Dark Elder player didn't actually fall back with a Raider and do that. That must have been a different game, maybe on table 3.
Fights twice, but not like he doesn't have to wait until the end.
But I mean, if you already told him, I'm sure the judge will get it figured out.
No.
Let's see who's playing on table 3. This is Daniel Kennedy, who's running his Adeptus Mechanicum, versus Zachariah Herman, who's running the Drukari. So maybe that's.
It does. I don't know. It just doesn't say at the end of the turn. It
if
just
you
says,
disembark, you are not counted as fallback. I think it was in reference to the open top thing.
So you don't have to wait until the end of the turn. It's just you pick him twice.
And Drazar is going to start fighting twice. Since he charged, he's going to get to fight twice before any non-charging units, unless he decided to interrupt, which he might have done elsewhere. But looks like Drazar is going to get a second round of attacks. Something we would love to see out of Drazar. Definitely going to put him to hurt here. Hopefully start to call him back into this game.
That's all Storm Shields.
3 damage, what?
It's all Storm Shields.
Storm Shields on those Marines that are being attacked into.
Yes. But just the AP is different.
It's Storm Shields.
Okay, then it's just all 7.
Drazar fight always twice, you don't need to charge. Okay, interesting.
That's what we roll now a little bit better.
Definitely a high value model for 130 points.
Only fell 2.
Not as much value as the Succubus right now.
One, 3
I think the Succubus is a little bit better, but
You're getting the same amount of attacks
Pass
than
one, second one.
just slightly lower on Drazar, but you can get more damage out with that 3 damage instead of the 2 damage from the Dark Lotus Toxin. Seems Marines were picked up there, but he's still got 2 remaining in that squad fighting all the Incubi, 2 or 3. It's kind of hard to see the yellow and black fading in with the map.
2 attacks apiece, base,
Stop the witch hunt. Yeah, it was on the... Yeah, they were talking about the wet wall and warp stream. That's not us. And that's a completely different stream. Tell them in their chat. That's something completely different. No, you're fine.
5. Only got 2. And then Lightning Claws reroll. I got 2 more.
Yeah, Lightning Claws getting
Art
rerolls.
and Assault Doctrine.
Hopefully going to pick up a bunch of this Incubi for the Space Marine player.
Okay,
And I hope the things that he's got in combat with the Kronos can kind of withstand that. If the Eldar player manages to roll a bunch of 6s on it, he'll definitely be able to put a lot of value. Just with that extra damage and then the Dark Technomancer. I'm not sure whether Dark Technomancers work in close combat or not. I don't believe they do, but they're at least getting the 2 damage from the Kronos. Let's flip over back to table 1 where we're starting to see Mark move out and he's going to pull his counter charge. He's starting to move up his Electro Priest. I believe they did get some dudes killed, not in the close combat phase, but most likely in the shooting phase. A lot of those Marines are dead. Those Chicken Walkers, looks like they may have fallen back. Yeah, I think one of them died, and then the other one has fallen back just a little bit, but the Corsari Electro Priest, it looks like, are starting to engage these Marines that have charged them there. We weren't able to kill all the Marines in Mark's back left corner, which I think might come back to bite him through these next turns. He's going to start picking up some of those points. He has the 5 Vanguard there, as opposed to what could be 5 Marines if they manage to fight and pile in. Looks like he does have a 6 Vanguard from that other squad, so I think this will be Mark's objective. He'll be able to score that on the Marine side. That's something good to see for me personally. Looks like the other Electro Priest in that Raider, or I'm getting so used to calling every transport Raiders, and Dune Rider have gotten out, and they're starting to go down.
How could you be confused? There's not, there's Drukari Raiders, there's Admech Raiders, there's Land Raiders.
So many different names.
A lot of raiding going on in Warhammer 40. And these guys just need to calm down, honestly.
Yeah.
So we got that airplane at his back. I am excited to see what he can do with that thing. I wanted to see it get more than 1 turn alive, That airplane has definitely not really had any staying power in any games we've seen it with. It's got what kind of guns are on it? Just
on the airplane? It's just I believe it's got
heavy
the
stubbers.
It should have the Cognus heavy stubbers, allowing it to advance and shoot at -1. It was -2 last edition, but it's capped out. Wolverines.com, go away, please. Battle Scribe, come here. We're going to figure out what these admins do. Because the plane, we haven't really seen it get too much shit. It usually just flies over whatever it's got, dumps its mortal wound, and then ends up not faring well for the rest of the game, getting shot at or killed pretty equally.
You don't want to be flown over again.
Yeah.
Can it do that twice in the game?
It's every turn.
Ooh, fantastic.
Yeah, that's why people try and focus it down so hard early on.
Those mortal wounds out, they hurt, especially when you got low tier 1 wound models. Even your big guys, you guys that you're banking on having a lot of save and toughness to resist attacks, suddenly a mortal wound dropping on you, not pleasant.
Yeah, especially with the smite and conflagration from the Inquisitor. Those coming out are not good. So it's got the Cognus heavy stubber, heavy 3, strength 4, AP 0, damage 1, and you can fire it even like I said, but he's got 4 of them. So it's going to be 12 shots. A lot of these tanks also have 2 Cognus heavy stubbers and then 2 regular heavy stubbers, I believe.
Hitting on a 4-up too, as a standard AdMech ballistic skill 3 across the board. Yeah, that vehicle is actually not that bad. Landing some, what is it? It's got 2 of those?
4 of them.
4 of them. So it's still firing 12 times.
12 shots.
12 times, strength 4, standard bolter.
Yeah. Kind of just massive fire, but you
not
did
bad.
You paid the points for those mortal wounds and getting that third engage in all fronts, or the 4th corner most of the times.
Putting in work, getting you points. It's all you can ask for a model.
And it looks like Mark has gone into the 3rd and 4th quarter for this turn, so he's going to start racking up points for that engagement up front, so there's Electro Priest to put in. Was it Holy Within, do you remember?
Hold on. For engaging on front? Holy Within. So, yeah, that Airplane is definitely counting us wholly within that third quarter, but he doesn't have, I think anything wholly within the fourth. So he's not getting that 3 points at the end of the round.
Give me 5 at -2.
Oh yeah, Hannah got a dub. Pure Iron Warriors with 60 Chaos Space Marines. Love to hear it. Especially Chaos Space Marines listed. We got to see, was it game 2 we had Chaos Space Marines?
Game 1. Game 1,
What was that
we
list
saw
like?
some Emperor's Children. Emperor's Children listed out with some Noise Marines. He was against Drukari, and he, with that Leviathan Dragon.
Oh yeah, he ended up pulling it out because the Drukari player just couldn't deal with that Leviathan Dragon.
Could not get it off the board. Just smacked him down out of the skies.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how that player's been doing. Can we look him up and see?
Yeah.
See how that player's been faring. Obviously, in that first game, that was not the top players. Those tables were picked randomly. We had some real salts of the other players here. They were not necessarily top dogs, although 2 came away victorious, 2 came away with a loss. Happy to see anybody here, really. If we had more cameras and we could, get more out there, out there afield at the other, I think something like 97, not 97, it would be like some 50-something games out there in the tables, which is incredibly difficult. Would be a heavy deal of infrastructure with that much stuff. But trust me, there are a ton of people here. If you could be here, I highly recommend it. Come check it out. Come to Tables and Towers. They have a great shop. They got minis on sale right now.
Whole armies even.
Whole armies. You could be here, check it out. We got plenty of people out here. I saw, of note, I actually saw a Tyranid list, Demacarian, everything out here. The owner had painted them a big, sick, kind of black, shiny gloss and put like acid green all over. Made them look like xenomorphs from the movies. Fantastic looking. I loved it. I had to stop and take a picture. So come check us out if you're in the area. This is a great place to be. To see all these players gathering like this. Doesn't happen every day here in Maryland. This is the biggest tournament in Maryland. And it's kind of a once-a-year kind of thing to come see. So you're really missing out if you can't make it.
We've got both players here on Battle Round 2 in both games, and an hour left in the round. Looks like Table 2 is moving on to Battle Round 3. So we'll start to see them. But only an hour and 10 minutes left in the round. I think some of these players might have to start speeding stuff up. But I think as more and more stuff dies on Mark Purtell's game, they're going to start speeding up a bit. Especially those Electro Priests. If they kill that unit, they're going to get a lot tougher.
It's going to be a bad news.
And definitely, you can start to see things are looking a little bit better. I'm seeing a little bit more red from the Admech start to push out. Looks like he's going to take complete control back of that, both of his backfield objectives.
Mark Purtell, consummate player. You really see how, even though he's gone second in both games we've recently seen with him, he is coming out pretty strong. Coming out, the victor in the Davis Fry game. Even though he went second, took a pounding from those Chaos Knights, still kept coming. Took the win. Never doubt that you can, pull off victory even though someone has shaken you. So we'll see what Mark can pull off right now.
Yes, most certainly.
This is Patrick rolling right now. I believe he is rolling the response from his Space Marines after those Electro Priests have charged.
Yeah, trying to touch as much as he can here, but if he gets a single kill.
Not a good roll. A bunch of 1s and 2s from Mark Purtell. I'll call for a reroll of some kind.
4 of them are going to die. That is unfortunate. Hopefully that wasn't the Electro Priest we were talking about. That was them on the bottom side.
Bottom side right there.
Oof. These white scars with their extra attacks.
Have some chat, guys, for those Electro Priests.
Unfortunate to see, but he's still got plenty left on other sides of the board. Figuring out what he wants to do. You can see those guys in the very bottom right killed those Marines and are now consolidating upwards. Kind of start to push up. Hopefully be able to deal with that land speeder next turn where they got their 3 up in.
1 minute. Yeah, no bonus.
But notice all of Mark's while we stand, we fight are still alive, and Space Marines are getting pushed back further and further. They need to get that captain over there to start dealing with those and tying those up. He's running out of units to tie things Mark's list up with.
3, 6, 9.
I could take my combat. So. Okay. What did you want back again? 3, so. I rolled 1 here. Good.
Checking out a little bit what chat was saying.
I didn't charge him for this. That's probably what I'm saying. Only that bonus.
So no bonuses because he did not charge. So 4 hits, 2 wounds. Oh, he gets to reroll once.
Not bad. Space Marine elitism at its finest.
Oh, no, it's like,
Is Mark doing something that's allowing him to reroll saves?
I think if he's attacking the chicken walkers, they get to reroll once for saves. But looks like those are electro priests. I think those are feel no pains.
Feel no pains.
He probably has a 6-up feel no pain in close combat from Mechanical. I remember there being something similar to that.
Okay.
Looking over Mechanical from the Messiah.
Makes sense.
Let's look at the Mechanicals of the Messiah. See what options he's got available to him.
Bunch of Imperial lists. What are we going to do here, Shayne?
Hate to see it, but we got to do what we got to do. They make up 55, if not a little bit more percent the meta. Of course, some are going to get higher score and get some good rolls.
Making up 75% of the players we see here right now.
But one Drukhari player every single game. Have we had an Imperium player every single game? Marines.
Marines? No.
Yeah.
Imperium? Yes. We've seen, at least Mark on here 3 times now, and we've seen at least a few other Imperium Space Marines again. Previously, Salamanders in one game.
Oh yeah, Salamanders and Grey Knights game 1.
Grey Knights. We've seen a lot of Marines up here. Always a popular army. The bread and butter of GW. Is it any wonder that they favor them? They make them the most money.
They're boys in blue.
Capitalism at its finest, guys.
Most people's introductory army as well. No sisters on stream. Yeah, we haven't had a single sister.
No sisters on stream. We haven't seen, a lot of Xenos. We've seen Necrons, but we haven't seen any Tyranids. We've seen a lot of souped Chaos. But that's just true. You play Chaos, you soup. Because there's only 3 factions that all work together just fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, we haven't seen any guard. I'm very happy to see AdMech here. Me personally, have rarely seen AdMech get played. Myself in my day-to-day, for those of you who don't know, I'm not super into the competitive tournament scene. I have been to a couple of tournaments in my lifetime, but a fair amount of those were before AdMech were even an army in this game. So I will be honest about that, but I do play a lot of casual games. I'm very much into hobby and the miniature side of these things and painting, and I do play and teach a lot of Warhammer 40k. Of course, I messed up the blast rules earlier today, but I'm not going to lie, those don't come up very often.
Yeah, no, there's certainly a lot of rules you've got to remember. Where's full payload Manticore for guards?
Full payload.
I'm sure they're here. We do have 4 guard players here.
Yep.
I think a few of them just have knights, or like a knight in their list.
Yeah,
trying to bring back like the Castone kind of feel, but we're past those times. It's something long gone. So to go over the mechanicals of the Omnissiah, so the first one is you can roll a failed morale test. Litany of the Electromancer is roll D6 for each enemy unit that is within 1 inch of any of your litany units. On a 6, they suffer D3 more wounds. I think that was changed from last edition where you should only be 1 mortal wound. Chanted that remorselessly. You can roll any hits of 1 for affected units in the fight phase. The Shroud Psalm, they constantly have armor. Good for turn 1 where you're going second. Definitely want to apply that there. Invocation of the Machine Shank +1 strength. And then Benediction of the Omnissiah where you can roll failed hits of 1. So I'm not forgetting is Feel No Pains from Stratagem or something.
Or it might be how close he is to a tech priest. Those tech priests can provide a lot of benefits to those around them. That's primarily what they do. Is tech priests aren't, unlike a lot of other HQs and other armies, tech priests are really about buffing up the surrounding units. And, yeah, they can lay out some pain, but really about giving them Feel No Pain and extra bonuses to hits and stuff like that. Rerolls, very much a buffing kind of leader. Very good though to take and kind of push forward.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many of Mark's characters ended up dying from all these combat. Looks like some more Space Marines have been able to get down onto his secondary objective there, or his primary objective in the bottom left that I thought he was going to be able to maintain.
Pat did not take Assassinate, so he's not really aiming for characters. They're incidental. He feels like it's strategically a good idea to kill one, sure, but he didn't take Assassinate, so he's not seeking them out for victory points. He is, of course, aiming for those vehicles, trying to get his points out of those tanks, and as we can see, there's like I'd say like how many do you think have been lost? I'd say three tanks have.
Looks like only 2, because we still have the.
How many did he start with? He started
with 6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay, so only 2 have been lost.
And there are 2 of the transports as well.
But still, those count as 3 points for Pat, and I think he's killed 1 chicken walker, so that's another 2. So we're already looking at 8 points.
Oh no, I think so. Chicken walkers are with 1, and the tanks are with 2.
Did they change that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
they changed. They changed bringing down. That's right.
Looks like we're getting more Marines. Just gonna tie up this transport, or just get on the objective. They might not even need to get into combat with them.
Yeah.
But it might be helpful for them. Looks like the Meltabikes, only 1 is remaining. Mark has managed to kill the rest of them with the Electro Priests, who are going to be countercharged by the rest of the
Those guys are deceptively dangerous. They hit so hard. They do so much damage.
Yeah.
And people just don't even realize it. Like, you think those Electro Priests, you think an AdMech, you're not going to get charged by anything, really. And those Electro Priests come out swinging, and they take things down.
That is absolutely what their strength is. And if you actually observe the middle piece of terrain, they're actually moving things around. And now, in the last charge phase, normally when units are this close, we'll see a heroic intervention. But these Electro Priests, they're outside of an inch of the wall, meaning that that biker with its giant base isn't going to be able to stand inside the wall where your brother means. So smart play from Mark, just making sure that he wouldn't be able to get intervened by standing up against that wall or anything like that.
Absolutely.
The precision and calculation we love to see.
It's one of those things where I keep getting surprised by Marine players and not moving up their bikes and not getting them closer to engagement. Obviously, I understand that these bikes might be equipped with more range.
The melt, so you don't necessarily want to have these in combat where they can get hurt. They're your back
your
force
tank,
shooting.
your tank shooters.
When those priests get their 2 up, if you're going something. Yeah, I think they have a stratagem they can plus from their invul, if I remember correctly. They just have a bunch of stuff that makes them stupidly good.
It's AdMech for you.
And they're only going to get better with the new codex.
And then they got worse.
Yeah.
We all went, what's happening?
GW,
guys,
you
come
got plenty
on.
of models to sell. Come on, just stick with your stick with the strategies you've been using.
Let's see, what's the least used AdMech? What do you think it is?
The least used, or the stuff they still have the most of, is probably the new one, just because they price them out so expensive. And that's probably the reason. If they're playing the long game, okay?
Yeah.
They're playing the price everything's super expensive, leave them out for an edition and a half.
To see what people are willing to tolerate.
Yeah.
It is incredible. I know some people who have done some conversion kits for Electro Priests themselves. $50, $60 for 5 models, depending on where you are. And you can go buy Age of Sigmar models,
and just do it for
12, 15 dudes for $30. Just convert them. And that really shows you something about the way that GW prices these models. My advice, tournaments demand GW plastic.
75%.
Just go buy Age of Sigmar models and go stick them in 40K and convert them a little bit. You'll suddenly find that you have a lot more dudes.
And you're saving a fair bit of money.
You're saving a fair bit of money, and you're still buying from GW. It's still GW plastic. Same base sizes. All of Age of Sigmar is moved over to round bases. You're good to go. Just try it out, check out, be imaginative, see what you can grab, and you will find that you can maybe save some money on these Electro Priests and these more expensive armies by just not even looking that far afield, honestly.
And Captain, so the data sheet, they improved from a 5 up to a 3 up. And if I remember correctly, they have a stratagem that allows them, if they're on an objective, to increase their invul save by 1. Which I don't remember if it was FAQ to be capped at 3 up, but that's how they've gotten it to
most things won't let you take the 2 up save. That's just kind of like the thing that GW's allergic to.
I just remember there being something about that in 8th edition. I mean, they let it slide with the if you protect the unit of Shining Spirit with the Exarch, with the 1 save, or the because they'll have a 3 up invul with the Exarch power, and then you protect for +1 to that save. But that's only that 1 model. The rest is just 3 up invul, so you just take the die 1 at a time. Same with Archons. But they definitely try and limit it as much as they can. And so we have a second speeder moving around. I wonder where he's. There's no way he had the movement to get all the way out to the left side. Is he deep striking in maybe?
He might be.
Yeah, because you got that one on the right side, but I haven't seen this one do anything yet. Looks like he'll be staying behind that wall.
Those speeders can deep strike. Most hovering and flying vehicles can deep strike in. Don't know. Of course, we don't get to see. Unfortunately, we don't get to see CP. We don't get to know what command points are. We don't get to know the reserve. These are not communicated to us, the casters. These are things that the players are going to say at the table to each other.
Yeah. And if you can catch it out of there
rather quickly, they just kind of gesture, off screen at something, and you hear them mumble to each other. You guys are getting about as much information as we are sometimes. Yeah. So. We're a lot of times we're just trying to hazard a guess and keep things lively.
I care not
here,
about
telling you all of our secrets.
Well, not all of them.
So end of phase.
Still got to keep some up in here.
In the darkness.
In the darkness.
No one can follow me.
Nobody can know that I have weighted all my dices.
Put them in the oven and kind of half melt them down.
Yeah. It improves all states by one they somehow dodge the fact, probably because admixtures aren't used enough.
They aren't. They are actually probably one of the least played armies in the game.
I think that's just because they're price point.
Oh yeah, no, physically, like literal money out of the player. We're not just talking about points when we say expensive. Yeah. We're talking about literally your hard-earned cash. You stay up for 8 hours, working at McDonald's. You come home, you want to buy a cool model.
That's a day's worth.
That's a day's worth, man. Day's work. Buying 5 electro priests, man. You got about 7 ounces worth of plastic for all that work you put in today. It's just not happening, You can go buy a different army. So, don't see them that much.
I'm excited to see what happens with their codex. I hope they're able to change them and make them refreshing and new for the edition without making them too overpowered.
Well, right now, Mark, for example, Mark is taking this tournament by storm, and he's not even using a standard list. He's kind of off on his own in this kind of weird, wild wonderland of these tanks. What are these tanks called again?
He's got the disintegrators, which are his while we stand the backline ones from borders, and he's got the dune riders, which are his transports.
See, these things, these tanks, I hardly ever see these getting played by the other lists. You see Castellan robots. You see, arquebus, wielders. Those I can't remember what exactly they're called. The Tesla rifles, arc rifles.
He's paying with full price, especially with the 10% discount we've got at Tables and Tactics and other more questionable ways that I won't bring up in streams. You can get Warhammer 40K models.
You can, yeah, but sometimes people want to be honest about it, and you don't want to have to deal with hiding their stuff, and that's fair and that's honest. And if you want to try something else, look, I'm not the cops. Play the way you want to play. I'm not going to show up and tell you, don't do this. Man, I'm the kind of guy that wants to just play the game.
Yeah.
If you go, hey man, I have like a plastic dinosaur, I bought it like Walgreens and put it on the table and I look at it and you're like, that's my Void Dragon. I'm going to be like, okay dude, but you see like this rock is also my like TOWNMALL mega battle suit. We're going to do this, we're going to do this, man. I'm cool to play it that way.
Yeah, second-hand market.
That ain't going to work in, an ITC tournament here. But, if you just want to have fun, you just play smash tanks together. Just have a good time. When you're just playing at your local game shuffle with your buddies. But of course, here at ITC, GW Plastic, please.
Let's go ahead and switch on over to table 2. I'm going to use the restroom real quick while you catch us up on what's going on here. I'm going to go also grab the score sheet and see how much.
Josh, get him to actually change over. They're having a conversation right there. You guys move to table 2? All right, let's see what's going on in this Black Templars game. We got
2. He's good. 2.
Yeah,
he's good.
We got Drukhari and we've got Dark Templar. Looks like, that one Dreadnought has stayed in the back line. Like we said, he's pretty much kitted out with a pretty hefty duty ranged complement of weapons. We got those Chronoses there on that bottom left objective, fighting it off. We got the Drukhari player rolling. Let's see. It looks like he's shooting into something, fighting something. Just got to figure it out. There's not a lot of fingers coming across these boards. Just pointing at things, telling you what's going on.
Of course, the other ones don't.
Dark Technomancer.
Oh, looks like it is the Chronoses firing, using their Dark Chronomancy to get extra wounds and damage on 6s when they hit, or 2 wounds. Sorry.
3 of them are 3 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
3 of them are 2.
That's 9 damage coming in if he can't make those saves.
1 and 2.
And they are at -2 AP. So, that is 2 going through. That's 6 damage coming in.
we'll let it go through on a 2.
And these weapons do normally do 2 damage, which is enough to kill most Space Marines. They are not Dark Angels, as we saw in the last game, so they do not get that -1 to wounds. He is going to be pulling guys off the table.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to...
Short.
-1 damage. But we'll still put everything in him. Everything over here. Auto hits.
Oh, that is 3 6s on number of hits from those Chronoses. That is fantastic. He's going to be throwing 18 dice to wound. Strength 5, AP -2. 6s, of course, doing 3 damage, and everything else doing 2. Oh my goodness. Look at this.
4, they're all -2. Okay, 4 are 3 damage, and 8 are 2 damage.
Are they going towards the Dreadnought? I don't know. I just saw a figure kind of generally point a direction. Fortunately.
Feldmann, so that's already 8 damage. Does he blow up? It's a 6. He does blow up.
Oh no, I believe that was at the Dreadnought they were asking about explosions. Dreadnoughts do explode on a 6-up, dealing, if you do kill them within 6 inches, they are going to do a D3 mortal wounds to any unit nearby. 18 shots from the Cronus, as you can hear. Sasha Elkraut going, exclaiming in the background, 18 shots!
6 D3.
6 inches.
6 inches.
Incubator just out.
Alright, so that's me.
That is a high roll if I ever saw one. That is punishing, and of course, by the rules, the Drukhari player, Kurt, could not have known before he threw those 18 shots at that Dreadnought. He had to, of course, just say, I'm targeting that, and roll those shots then. So, how fortunate for him that he's firing into a big tank like that and getting 18 shots.
Did you just clock it over for the
I clocked it over because you were checking your rules.
Oh, perfect.
They are using, of course, the chest clock.
If you clock me over,
to make sure that
just don't forget to clock you back.
time is being maintained correctly.
So it's not running on my clock.
No explosion seems.
That was all that.
Yep. Dreadnought off the table. That is painful for a Space Marine player. Dreadnoughts are mainstays in those armies. They are tough and mean. 8-inch movement, 7 toughness, 6 strength typically. They hit really hard. A lot of their weapons are giving them bonus strength, getting them strength 8, 9, maybe even 12. Mean dudes with 3-up armor saves.
It happens sometimes. Yeah, I've run into some games where,
Big rolls, baby, big rolls. Kurt,
I think I'm
taking him to task.
now. Incubi are going to charge. I guess just the blade guard, or no, whatever they're called, vanguard. Yep, we'll charge both of these units.
Yep. Nothing you can do. So go for it.
Got a 9.
Okay, I think we're attacking into the blade guard. Luke. I think that was a charge. Not having to roll very much to get about an inch or 2 across the map to charge those guys.
We're going to charge into the 2 units there.
Okay, we got more charges going on.
Hellions. Yeah. It's just the Hellions rule.
Hellions charging right now. Got a great charge roll. I think that, that is 9 inches. They're going, they pretty much end up where they want to be. Welcome back, Shayne. We lost a Dreadnought. Kronos is getting, on 3 of them firing, got 18 shots off. Rolled 3 6s. Kurt obliterated one of these Dreadnoughts.
I'm guessing not many saves or not enough made.
Just melted and got a bunch of, and then got a bunch of 6s on the wound, getting those 3 damages in from the Dark Technomancy.
Yeah, so on table 2, both players, they're even on the clock. And I think they know each other. They have some friendly banter going on. Definitely two chill dudes that have met before, maybe even played before. Just a good vibe. And on table 1, not saying that they don't have a good vibe, but Mark is about 10 minutes higher on the clock. The other player has 13 minutes remaining. but more models to do stuff with because Mark's army is doing a little bit less. So if we see the Space Marine player actually run through his allotted time here, it might be interesting to see what happens with
That is a bad sign.
Clocking out. Let's see. Big goals. That's the only thing we need. That player letting his, or telling his opponent to manage both players' time. What were players doing that? Was that
it might be Sasha, who I think keeps reaching in and messing with the clock. Not sure. I didn't quite catch that.
They're both about pretty even on time, though. I think one was 2 or 3 minutes ahead, but I think they'll have ample time to finish their game. 40 minutes just about left in the round, so it's going to come down to the wire. Currently, Hertel losing on primary and secondary in the Space Marine game because Space Marines have been able to spread out onto all of his objectives. Looks like they just got just about the entire board under their control.
That aggressive play from the Space Marine player, you know, getting his guys way up there, getting those early charges off, really punishing Hertel from, you know, taking his early back line. But there's not much you can do with that when you're going second, man. It, you know, someone comes out swinging hard, and in this game, it can really, you know, run wild with the game if you're on that back foot.
Yeah. We'll definitely have to see. This is something that I can't predict yet. As all-knowing in every single rule in 40K and just every interaction and how every game's going to pan out. This one, fogging my mind. Can't exactly see what's going to happen. The amount of hope I have for Mark Hertel winning is outpowering my ability to common sense to recognize that the Space Marine player has a lot more models left on the board.
Yes.
Scary things.
Patrick is certainly doing his level best. But over here in the Drukhari versus Black Templar game, these guys are pretty well evenly matched currently, right? As you were kind of scouting them out.
Looks like the Black Templar player, I would say, is in the lead here. Just with some stuff, but Drukhari is definitely clawing his way back. All the Hellions that I thought were going to be dead aren't dead yet, and those Incubi in the bottom left weren't able to be finished off.
Not to mention the Kronos just absolutely bodying that Dreadnought.
Kronos do Kronos things.
Kronos do Kronos things. Yeah, that Dark Technomancy and that 18 hits. Oh, I still cannot believe that. We've seen some wild swings in this game in our time here these past 2 days. You know, of course, watching Bjorn from the Space Marines game just taking out Imperial Knight earlier, and then that Keeper's Secret's just coming right in and taking revenge. That was a great game. You know, we've been seeing some great plays from some
every single game.
Great players.
Almost every single game has been awesome to watch. A few of them going a little bit dead in the energy levels just because we couldn't understand what's going on. Couldn't really see what's up. It's kind of difficult to provide interesting commentary, but I feel like we've done our best and probably an amazing job. I have to do say so myself.
These have been some great games, some great players.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. Actually, the whole event has been really fun. I'm kind of miffed that I didn't get to play, but I don't think that I'd fly.
You're here in a different capacity.
In a different capacity. I don't think that I'd fly all the way up from Atlanta to play in just a major. I think you'll see me at a LVO, ATC, and Nova, maybe even Adepticon if I don't have that sour taste in my mouth still. But definitely at the Atlanta Warzone tournament right near my house. Love to see that. And only an hour away from Chattanooga, Tennessee, where ATC is held.
Well, there you go.
I'm right in the middle of everything I want to be in the middle of.
Andrew, the place that makes Coca-Cola.
Well,
that's where Atlanta.
I'm kind of elitist because I don't drink soda.
How dare you?
That
is a real American
Just makes me better than everybody else. I have my patriotism when it comes to talking to British people, but in no other sense
We got... two are at
so they're counting up the score. Or no, they're
counting
going
at it right now. Still
going in.
So 3 failed.
Mark does have 3 Chicken Walkers left.
6 up there. Pain double 1.
Are going to be able to get some value out.
Double 1.
It looks like the Space Marine biker character made it all the way over to the left side of the field.
Holy crap, he did.
Yeah, let's go and switch over to camera 1 real quick.
Yeah, look at that over there.
Yeah, he made it all the way over here from that rightmost building. I believe he gets to advance and charge, and he probably gets eliminated. 4 hits, and you're going to the Vanguard vets. Like 2 saves going through. Or no, I'm sorry. That was the wound, and only 3 of them went through. It's like 2 were saved.
So that guy dies in the 1-2.
One guy gonna die and take a wound. Not doing as much damage as he'd like, but what he's trying to do here is get as many models with OBSEC on the strike as he can, and I think the Space Marine player is going to maintain his hold on it.
Yep.
But only being able to max out 45 primary points might hurt him. Since what, we're in the butter turn 2 or 3 here for that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think
this is turn 3 since the initiative was won by a Space Marine player. So, you know, basically you see him playing at the start of a new round. And we've seen him play at least twice. So I think this is turn 3.
Yeah.
We might be moving into turn 4 here if this is Mark's turn. And of course, if it is your opponent's turn and they go after they finish charging, your melee gets to go after that. So if that is what is going on and we're in melee and Mark is hitting, then we are definitely in the bottom of the fight phase. Turn 3.
Yeah, it seems like players talking about some things that were important, and then they keep agreeing, yes, that was important. You are correct. Yep, important.
Important.
To hear that kind of back and forth. That's definitely a tense game up there. As I was walking by, I could feel the tension. Just the pure focus from both players.
We got some shout-outs for both Kurt and Sasha. We got a lot of people.
Represent. Watch your favorite players.
Yeah, watch your favorite players.
I get to do it here and talk about it, Sean.
Yeah.
This is a bloodbath.
I'm glad we were on stream for that 18 because man, that's a certainly not an easy one to get. That's a 1 in 216 chance.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Some big numbers.
That's big numbers. Easy. 6 cubed.
Just roll 6. He took my advice. Just roll 6.
Roll 6s.
You just get the most bang for his buck. That
being a total
helicopter.
Chad.
Yeah, that
getting those 666s.
plane in the back is still alive. But I don't really know. He's going to be able to move. He probably hovered this turn, so he didn't have to fly out the board. Looks like next turn he'll go back into flying, rotate 90 to the right, and then fly over some more Marines, get some more movement.
We do have a land speeder over there on the right side. You can just barely see it on stream Twitch, or on stream for those viewing. You can just barely see it on the right side of the midfield. That is a land speeder over there. I'm curious what Patrick is going to be wanting to do with that. See what that's loaded out with. Do you know what that's loaded out with?
I'm going to find out for you real quick.
Fortunately, Best Coast pairing has not worked on my phone. I cannot look at these lists.
Davis Fry ending his round 5. He ended up with the dub. Ended up with 420 battle points. Represent.
420 battle points. Nice.
Love to see it.
Love to see it.
Anthony Birdsong also finishing up with a win. Drukari ended up with 393 battle points. And Mark Hertel only 20 behind that. Or, I'm sorry, not even 20. 17. So let's look at Patrick's list real quick. See what these land speeders are armed with. These guys are just land speeder storm, so I think that gives them 1 storm bolter. Only 55-point models, so they can't be too tanky. Probably just there to hold objectives and move out real quick.
Land speeder storms. I can look that up on Battlescribe real.
Here, go ahead and. All right, you got it.
I got it.
Well, I guess it's just not going to charge. I guess it's just not fond enough.
Is the power pack on? Yeah, there. Now it's on.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Love to see it.
Technical difficulty. Hearing Adeptus Astartes. White scars.
That's kind of nasty. A little bit.
In a little bit, he says. Let's go back over to table 2, because it looks like they've got a little bit more operating here since Mark is only on second phase doing some stuff. So it looks like Yukari are living a little bit more than I expected to, especially in that bottom left corner. Some of the Incubi and the Chrono are still alive. There's that's his fight captain. There's a fight lieutenant coming down the left side. Another fighting character. Hoping to dish out some pain. That Dreadnought still alive all the way back there, just pouring out value.
What did you say that land speeder was?
Land speeder Storm. Yeah, it's not like equipped with Storm bolters or anything. It's just called land speeder.
Goes off. Bishop 17.
Don't know what that is.
Yeah,
That's
never
actually
seen
in the
it
white
before,
star list.
2 more wins on those bikes. Cool.
Let me see if that's in a generic Space Marine list real quick.
Yeah, a lot of these.
Typically, land speeders can be equipped with melta guns and or heavy bolters. So even then, that thing can still kind of pack a wallop. But I'm sure what it's really for is grabbing backfield objectives, line breaker, deploy scramblers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, only 110 points. Just gives you a little bit of mobility for your things that don't want to be in close combat.
It's interesting at what 9th edition has done to play. That these weird little units that people are suddenly like, I gotta have that weird fast guy. I gotta like run up and do stuff suddenly. And, you know, those models are never chosen in previous editions. Just not seen. It's like, so what if he's fast? He dies. I'm not taking him. He just gets murdered off the field.
Especially with the smaller board sizes, giving them a lot more room to operate, a lot more area to shine in. Definitely playing to their benefit.
Really feeling like it's a gory. You know, there's a lot to say that's really positive about 9th edition. I just some changes to the meta really hurt people who, you know, play a different play style than what is rewarded for the primary objective play. But other people, you know, definitely making out with it, and I certainly think that it's a big shakeup, and anything's good in this game and getting things to play differently. Seeing a
you can't
fresh,
be too stale.
Well, yeah, it's getting a fresh new meta in. That's what you're looking for, right?
I mean, some of these players have played for what? How long was before you gave it out?
A long time, like early '80s.
Almost as long as you've been alive, right?
I'm from the '90s, man. Not that old.
Well,
I just know about 5th edition. I was in college when 5th edition came out.
Oh, jeez, that makes you real old, huh?
Yeah.
College.
A whole 2010. Oh yeah. No, this game has definitely, I've seen it change through the years, and I definitely think it's probably in its healthiest state right now, especially in 9th edition.
Especially since so many things are able to come to the forefront. We've seen so many different varied lists over this tournament.
Yeah. Especially, you know, as Don was saying earlier, if you guys caught the stream, you know, Don was saying, you know, we've got a ton of people. There's been a huge resurgence, and you know, as much as COVID might have hurt the tournament scene, I definitely think it was great for the hobby. People all over the place in many different, you know, I've seen a ton of YouTube channels popping up here, left and right and center, with new Warhammer content. I see people talking about it all over the internet. So it has definitely grown in popularity in the last year, and that can only be a good thing for tournaments and you know, the scene and everything, and people just coming together and playing good old-fashioned plastic monsters and plastic space dudes killing each other.
Exactly.
That's what you want to see, you know.
Something interesting I just noticed over here on table 1, Mark's stream. You see this bike captain over here in the bottom left, kind of tied up in his chickens in his tank. That should have killed one of those last year. He definitely has a lot of close combat power and punch to put him. And he wasn't able to kill this transport with all the things shooting at him. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Nothing being in this transport. Maybe trying to stop him from getting shot
Might
at.
have just been there to challenge that objective.
Because it looks like the transport is kind of tri-pointed here with the 2 characters in the center of the Marines. Stop him from falling back, but he can spend that. Is it 1 or 2 CP to fall back through units?
It's 2 CP to fall back through units.
Can we get a table 1 and table 2 turn and points update? They didn't update their point score, but table 1 was strongly in favor of the Marines. Let's go through their secondaries and talk about where they're at right now. So Patrick on the table we're watching right now on table 1, the Marine player, bring it down. Mark has only lost what seems to be 2 tanks. I think the other 3 are just, we see at least 1 in the bottom.
At least 1 in the bottom, 1 up there. I don't know where the other 2 are.
I don't think they died. I don't think they had enough punch to put into them.
They might have. They might be gone. You know, he did have melt bikes, and those are still up. Some of them might be still up.
I think maybe just 1 melted bike left. So I think it's safe to assume that Mark has lost a total of 3 tanks so far, if not 4.
Yeah.
He's got
4 tanks, meaning that's at least 12 points going towards Patrick right now.
And all he's got to do is finish up. He's killed 1 chicken walker.
He's killed 1 chicken. So that is 13 points right there.
He's also got scramblers, which.
Sorry. I apologize. That would have been 8 points because of rings bounced.
Oh yeah, it's only 2 instead of 3.
Yes, 2 instead of 3. So that would have been 8 points plus 1 for a chicken walker. So that's 9 points right there. I'm sure that this was taken because there are some heavy-duty vehicle lists out there, you know, bike lists and stuff like that. Each of those rewarding 2 victory points apiece is a little unfair. You easily break over 20 points in a game from just that secondary.
Yeah, those changes definitely made sense.
Changes are good.
And then Patrick already got scramblers, so he's got those 10 secondary points and then engaged in all fronts. He's had a unit in every table corner every single turn. And since we're going into turn 4 here, he's already got he's got what? 9 for it, and he's going for the 15 if he gets it for 2 more turns. We'll see if Mark's able to stop him. Mark taking him with the while we stand, we fight. This is, he's got at least one of the tanks alive, which,
The denial of those victory points, and yes, Mark might, mid-game, since while we stand, we fight, is something that you're only going to see points for at the end of the game. It's a little hard sometimes to predict where points will lose, but this White Scars player, he is definitely playing at the top of his game. He has been hitting Mark where it hurts.
Hitting hard.
Hitting hard. Definitely, Mark has definitely lost quite a number of very important units that we've not seen lost the entire time we've seen Mark here, except for that one game with Sean towards the end of it.
So Mark currently, he took assassinated as well. I don't think he's come to see here.
Yep. You know what? I'm going to actually, as per chat's request, I'll go
figure out, take some pictures, kind of leaving my phone so I can get the direct play-by-play. And then engaging all front from Mark. I believe he's gotten 4 once when he had the plane, so that'll be 3. I think he's gotten 3 the other 2 times, so that's going to be another 6.
Engaging all fronts only rewards 2.
So that'll be 7 points total for the engage, and then we'll be back with the updated points for Sasha and Sasha and Kurt. Yeah, I think the Sasha and Kurt game is definitely going to be a super close one. I thought Space Marines had it in the first turn. Like they pushed up and were able to kill a lot. But over these last few turns, he hasn't been able to put out as much damage. It looks like he was able to take down 2 of the Raiders. But we still got racks lying around. We still got Incubi lying around. Those are not things you can sleep on, especially all those Chronos. Looks like we've lost 3 of the Chronos. Or no, they've actually just moved up. Back to the combat phase on Mark Bertel's turn. Looks like he was not able to fall back with that tank, probably out of command points to do it. So his chicken walkers were not able to put their guns into anything of value. I'm sure he would have loved to put him into that character. That was not really possible for him. Looks like we've got 4 attacks here. 3 hits looking for 4s.
1 at -3.
1 at -3. What are these attacks coming out from? From -3, I assume it's got to be one of the characters. An Electric Priest now going to activate. This is probably the bottom left into the, or no, this is, okay, so this is the bottom right, the Electric Priest going into the Assault Marines. Going to try and finish them off. That will get him control of the objective if he's able to do so. And Patrick, while he's ahead here, if he clonks out and Mark starts to be able to take back these objectives, they were both going to have max out on primary defenders in this game. Right now it looks like Patrick is going to easily max out on it. And neither player playing raise the objective. You can't be destroying objectives around in this game, which I'm sure Patrick would love to do, destroying those backfield objectives for Mark. It would be awesome for him to be able to take care of that. Alas, his secondaries were perfect enough as is. Bring it down, getting him so many as well as Scramble. Scrambler's just a good secondary overall, especially with, you can just tech 100 points in your list just to get Scramblers, which is probably what those speeders are for in Magic's list. Just things like Scramblers, not like 10 victory points. You don't really have to worry about as long as you do those actions with units with high movement and not as high shooting, but you don't feel super bad about losing out on that.
And it was a hit, so.
Looks like he's attacking back the Assault Marine into the Electro Priest.
No, 1. Because you didn't charge.
Didn't charge, so damage only on 1. And that must be someone that's hurting Mark a lot, +1 to damage on the charge with these units. Conrad coming back with the updated scores. Can't wait to hear what's actually going on. Get the play-by-play in a minute. I feel like for next year or any other events I try and take video.
And charged.
Sasha. Sasha. Their actual recorded points are underneath something Sasha has just put up things on top of. And I'm not going to move someone's stuff while they're trying to play this game. They're under time crunch right now. I'm not interacting with them. I'm not messing with them. They need to play their game to their fullest ability. And I'm not going to, as a commentator, I'm not here to disrupt
this game
your
looks very close, and we'll have to figure out once he moves that stuff on the next check around. We'll give you the up to the minute. But for now, these players are intensely battling it out.
Yeah.
Just like Mark doing some careful movement, moving up these Electro Priests who I'd assume would die. Looks like they are still alive. He's got 5 or 6 of them left.
Sasha has at least claimed, according to Kurt, at at least 20 points worth of secondaries right now. Nope. 20 points worth of primaries right now. But he has not recorded any amount of secondaries or anything like that. And he's only recorded 1 point for himself for secondaries and 10 points for himself for primaries. So right now, unfortunately, the curtain soccer game.
What were the secondaries you picked? I mean, we could probably get a good idea just from what's
let's double check. We got Herd the Prey, Banners, and Assassinate coming from Kurt. And Engage, While We Stand, and Oath of Moment coming out of Sasha. But from what I could tell from Sasha's kind of writing, actually,
7 up -1.
You want to look?
Oh yeah, they're over there. Yeah. Just not like this, but so for Kurt, let's go through that first. Herd is killing things with combat, which I think he's done a fair bit of. Probably has a few points on that, but if he hasn't kept track of that's going to be turn by turn.
I mean, those are all right there in that top right area. Those are all Hellions. So those are definitely taking the board, definitely getting those primary objectives in that top right area.
Yeah, I'm not sure how useful Hellions are.
Yeah, that beast -1, it might be -1.
But they are wounding on 4.
And they do get a lot of attacks.
Yeah, they get a lot of attacks. So you're trying to get that volume, quantity over quality.
And then Banners, it looks like that's not really something he's been able to get with the Marines in his backline. Maybe on that right objectives are probably 2 or 3 points from that so far, and hopefully going to sprout out more from there. And then also Assassination. I believe we may have gotten 1 or 2 characters over on the right side, but it looks like his 2 characters on the left side are still A-okay.
However, Mark and Patrick have actually been
Mark
pretty
and Patrick, oh my god, this is perfect. I love to see this. So Patrick up to 9 points on Shoot the Big Ones, as we had predicted. Deploy Scramblers, nothing on, I thought.
But of course, that's something that you're not going to really probably see any points on until the end of the game, because that suddenly is just all at once 10 points.
Yeah, he's performed that action. And then engaging all fronts, he's done up to 8. So Patrick doing really good so far on that front. 25 primary. If he gets another 20, he'll have maxed it out. And then Mark, 15 primary turn 1, and now 20. So he's only 5 behind on primary. So not as bad as it looks. He can still catch up for sure.
He's definitely on all of these objectives. I would never counter that. I'm looking at the secondary. Ooh, bud, Mark, you gotta get up there.
While we stand, while we can't know what his while we stand fights are, we will start to see those points add up. And I think it's safe to assume. Did you get a look at if there were any disintegrators left in the
there? He only has 2 tanks.
Only has 2 tanks. Okay. So it looks like 2 of those more disintegrators. So whether that's it's at a max, he's gonna get 10 for while we stand fight in case if when the chicken units are still alive. So that is that's not as good as he probably hoped for.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good for Mark. Actually, I'm a little shocked.
I'm gonna open that back up.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. The opens to my touch.
How are we? We're amazing. We're doing absolutely perfect. Voice a little bit hurty. Doing this for 18 hours straight doesn't feel so great in the throat, actually.
You don't say.
You wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah, I woke up after 13 hours of casting yesterday going, so.
Man, luckily I had my tea and honey. It tasted terrible. I hate tea.
Some peach chai tea in the mornings with some honey. Fantastic. In my little tea maker, boiler. Wait a minute. Lovely, lovely. Morning caffeine and pep up your day.
Something we love to see. Of course, I started my day with some water, and now I'm drinking a Monster on stream.
Drank more water, and now some Monster. So
my one Monster for the year. Just for a little bit extra curse of energy. Stay a little more motivated.
Watching out your system.
Okay.
So it looks like that Dune Rider on Mark's side did end up dying, and Patrick is starting to move his stuff around, getting onto the objectives with these land speeders. Gonna definitely contest, holding just the corner of him. He isn't any closer to those melee units than he has to be. He's definitely gonna come back down to the wire. I thought it was a lot worse looking for Mark earlier, but with all the amount of units and how spread out they are compared to these Space Marines, I think the main threats for the Space Marines, aside from that Primaris captain, now looking to start to take out some of these guys.
The Primaris captain has been doing a fair amount of work. He sorry, just an incredible amount of noise was coming out of the
it looks like they're pushing around trash cans, cleaning up the mall.
So
yeah, just an insane amount of work.
We are in the Westminster Town Mall.
Yeah.
If you do not know, we are here. They are graciously helping us out and hosting us. We are, of course, also in the specifically, we are in Tables and Towers, the people who graciously hosted this tournament. You can come here, and they are great people, great collection of miniatures and action figures. Wonderful group of guys who are hosting this tournament.
Yeah, everything's been a blast so far. And aside from a few mess ups on the side of BCP, it's been really well organized.
It has been great, and of course, this stream provided for you by Extraordinary Entertainment. Definitely check those guys out if you guys want some great producers.
The best production company I've ever actually seen. Absolutely amazing, these producers. I'm falling in love with them minute by minute. You see those switch between the dice cam whenever the players are rolling their dice.
They're
doing that work. Yeah.
A+.
Definitely an amazing job from them. I don't know whether the Space Marine player is going to try to deal with this play-in from Mark. I don't think he has it. He doesn't have the close combat to get into it with it. He might have that one flying character, but that flying character has better deserved elsewhere.
Yeah, that airplane has survived this entire game, and guess what? And this is kind of the worst Mark's ever done, so maybe the trick for fighting Mark is ignore the airplane and just fight the other stuff.
Yeah, that was one of the things with Eldar back when they were running a small amount of planes. You could just ignore the plane and boots in the ground.
Just try to take control of that map. Try to get what you need out of the game.
100%.
That one, yeah. 3 hits with a
And looks like this is in the close combat phase. I think you might have, or maybe a little bit of shooting left in this White Scar's army, but that's definitely not where his strength is.
No, it is in those blade guard and in those attack bikes. They are shooting stuff.
Next charge. No one's going to charge here.
Mark having to pull off Electro Priests.
It's not something you want to see from him. Looks like we're doing maybe some charges. Yeah, charges into that last disintegrator. Looks like that bottom left side of the board is going to go towards the Space Marine player. And Mark is not being able to protect him. He's got the one character left who might be able to intervene, kill these last Assault Marines, and then hold this objective in his command phase if he does it well. But we'll have to see the results of that. It looks like he's going to hold the far right objective because he's got the Electro Priest on there with the OBSEC. It looks like he's just out of towing the very top right objective. The White Scar's player does have a character left on there. Just not able to do anything yet, but I'm sure Mark will make quick work of that next turn.
Of course, we're working off of Mark currently losing on secondary objective, but of course we're using only what the players have decided to write down and provide for us. Of course, I'm not going to go in there and start poking them and bugging them and say, hey guys, what points are you at? I'm not doing that.
Hey.
They got a full game to play.
Yeah. And they're already coming down to the wire. Like those clocks are pretty close.
3 rolling ones. Shoots up.
Let's see how much time is left in the round. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to finish out these games.
Well, of course, all of them are on chess clocks, so they are being timed. Of course, when the chess clock runs out, you are basically dice down, only able to make saves. So get what you can out of the game. To the point that you think a unit's not going to be worth the time to even use it, I might recommend you just say, I leave that unit alone and move on.
20 minutes left in this round. Hopefully we'll be able to get the player from table 1 after this game over in for an interview. Whether it's Mark Hertel or Patrick I feel like I'm mispronouncing his name, but
don't know. We'll have to ask him if he wins. Of course, we're going to be also showing the award ceremony afterwards.
I believe that starts at 5:30. 5:30. So we'll probably take a little break after our interview, get some food, because we didn't have the chance to eat our lunch yet. Which you can't blame us for getting rules wrong because we're hungry, tired.
Very hungry. We've been at this for well over 18 hours. So, doing our best. We're here for the games. We aren't taking breaks, so we are only.
Well,
they're not transhuman monstrosities like the dirty Imperium.
You can speak for yourself. I mean, you don't got to speak to both of us.
I speak for myself and only for myself. That's what my lawyers tell me to do.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's see what's going on here. Can we go over to table 2 because it seems that activity is kind of
charges in.
Yeah, Sasha's getting some charges in on Kurt, getting into those Cronus' faces.
Looks like he's going to try and put some hurt on with these Marines. I feel like that's his
good to see. Glad to see it. Drukhari, don't feel bad for them. They are Drukhari. Feel bad for Craft World. I mean, I feel bad for Craft World. Don't get me
Me
wrong.
too.
I got a heart. Okay?
My boys, my OGs, my day ones. No longer doing as well, but they're still not bad
You
at
love
all.
you love them anyway.
I feel like I probably could have gone 4-1 if I tried my absolute best in this event. Would be terrified to play against Mark though, or any Death Guard. Death Guard just.
Death Guard are
Star
a
cannons.
hard group to play against. Definitely got to watch out for those really tanky armies when you're playing Eldar, because so much of your value comes from the fact that you can, dish out damage and not get it shot back at you. But if they're just tough enough to eat it, oof, it's rough.
Yeah, that glass cannon starts to come on back. Looks like Mark marking out on the. Or I'm sorry, that's a different table. We'll get back to that later. Some interesting stuff going on. So the close combat. What's going? So it looks like we're going into the Cavalry Warriors here. AP -3.
-3 AP on those weapons. Those must be the power swords going into them. All right. Looks like a bunch of wounds
These are
there.
Chronos. These are -3.
Seeing
2 or 3
what
damage.
Yep. Let's see if Kurt can.
Looking for if this is round 4 or 5 ups. 6 is gonna make it though.
You do have to appreciate that Sasha Edelkraut has decided to go with yellow dice for his yellow army. I think it's oddly fitting. It makes it real easy to differentiate these players.
Yeah, definitely the brightly colored army do make it very easy to kind of see what's going on even from this view. I feel like in the future, I don't know, we will have to figure out some kind of walk around the room camera solution so we can get a real idea for what all the models actually
More,
are.
do what we can.
Because things on the table when you're looking at them are definitely just saying from the top down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I don't want to keep harping on it because it's one of those things that we can't really provide,
can't do anything about it.
can't change. But man, I wish people could be here to look at some of these armies in this place. Even if you just came to do a walkthrough, it is a once a year kind of thing. You're not going to see this very often, where 106 players have shown up here, each of them with nearly almost completely full painted armies. I've seen a couple of not quite finished out armies, but that's all right. They can still play the game. They just don't get the free 10 points at the start of the round. But these armies have looked great, fantastic ones. Everyone's painted them up. And when you see that just on the board, all lined up, it really is kind of inspiring. It looks wonderful. I love it.
I'm really hoping we get a chance to show off those best painted armies when they go for their awards. That'd be awesome. But if we don't, I'm sure they'll be up on our Instagram page.
Yep.
marylandopen 40K.
Check it out if you get a chance.
Yeah, in this bottom left corner, it just looks like a mesh of look like Marines, and I think those are the Incubi on the far left, or those might just be Assault Marines. It doesn't help with my eyesight, it's absolutely terrible.
Well, I believe that most of that down there is Incubi mixed with those attack bike squads.
And I have reroll 1.
Yeah, I think.
No, I had 3.
Trying to discern what's going on.
An entire Chrono squad has been taken off the field, though. We got one Chrono squad mixed in with that Dreadnought there in the center of the field, and those attack bikes and Marines are definitely taking up that bottom left objective. I think Sasha's really got this on objectives right now. Really pushing Kurt to the limit here on these objectives. I have to say these two games have been great. They are coming down to the wire. Lots of skill you've seen getting played, and lots of
everyone is almost
very interesting kind of strategies that we haven't seen a lot here. These aggressive Marines pushing forward, really getting into the Drakari and the Admet's face.
3 -2 damage.
What are we hoping for here, Shayne? What are we looking at here for Kurt versus Sasha?
On the stone shoot, 2 up.
I'm gonna make a prediction.
2 up.
I think Sasha's got it.
You think Sasha's got it?
As much as I hate to admit it, just based on how the game has looked so far, while Drakari do have their obsec, Sasha has managed to take out a large bit of his army. Especially with those engaged, and while we stand with fights, he's probably got at least 2 points for that left. He's got that 1 Dreadnought still alive, but he's not worrying too much about that. But if he's playing a little bit, he's moving up into those Chronos, so he recognizes he needs to kill them. Maybe worth trading those 5 victory points to do so. And then,
we're talking about that melee combat that's going up there in the top right now, with those Marines mixed in with Hellions and the Raider. seeing what's going on there. He might be trying to melee that Raider down, which not outside the realm of possibility for Space Marines, given that the Raider's only a toughness 6.
Toughness 6. I'm fold like paid, put enough into it.
Yeah.
Until you get a 4 up save base.
4 up save, yeah, I was just about to ask. That save can't be that high.
Yeah, that is one thing that their 85 points per model don't net them is an amazing save.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where, you know, you look at the model and you think, oh, that's pretty balanced for 85 points. It's pretty weak, doesn't get a return shot in that much. And, but, you know, the meta points out that that's not quite the case. Those Dark Lances really doing a lot of work. And, you know, currently in the meta. And making, I think, the Drukhari faction really step up and really be able to take over, be one of the strongest factions out there.
So you got
Awesome. Looks like Sasha's starting to write things down. I'm going to go snap a picture before he changes things up, and I'm going to give you back in a minute. I also want to check the chest box and the players, see what we're at.
enough points. I get 22 engage.
All right. 10 on primary. So we're certainly not seeing the 15 necessary for holding more points. All right. You're seeing it's back to Kurt's turn. So Drukhari's going right now. Suspecting those Kronos made a fallback, try and get out of there and get out of that melee with that Dreadnought, which I do not think they could have really survived. That Dreadnought, you know, they hit like just a freight train in melee. Not something those Kronos want to be a part of, easily overtaking their toughness. That Dreadnought was a real threat, and probably not a bad move. Of course, Drukhari coming in with some really good stratagems that can also let you fire and charge and do all that wonderful stuff. That really makes them, like, you know, just pull some cheeky shenanigans. What he's going to do now. He might be moving those Hellions, trying to get them out of there, maybe somewhere else, you know, scoring objectives, contesting other locations.
It's a nail right there again.
Start killing some characters. I got the Monstrous too. Doing Monstrous.
Oh, yeah.
What you doing, buddy? What you doing? So how many of these characters are wounded? Get some wound counters here. 3.
And then there was one more big card.
Just trying to watch and see what's going on. There's a lot of discussion on both matches. I know you guys can't see what's going on with Mark and Patrick, but there's just a fair amount of discussion going on. Actually, can we go to table 1, please? I think I'm seeing some actual... Yeah, there's some shooting going on here.
Doesn't matter because, like, what do I do now? I'm just gonna charge these guys. Yeah.
All right, we're declaring charges right now. Mark is charging. I'm guessing those Electro Priests.
This game
somebody.
Absolutely down to the wire. They have less than 3 minutes left on the combined clock, and it looks like Sasha's game might have started a little bit later. Something with the times going on. They got an extension. It looks like.
It might have been because those judges came in there.
Yeah, but I think it's like a 20-30 minute. Don's checking it out, talking to the judges, sees what's going on here.
It could just be that Sasha is much and Kurt are much more fastidious with, you know, making sure their clocks aren't being, you know, aren't going. Because I have noticed that Sasha Eldecrout is very he's very intent on making sure that that clock works right, and that that's something to be commended.
Yeah.
And then at the end,
On him, let's see how much time is left in the round. So 7 minutes left in the round. So it seems like a difference of maybe this game started a little bit. I thought they started around the same. Or no, this game on the right did start a little bit later. We were pretty much done with the AdMech list and
by the
getting
time
out to the Marine by the time they were deploying.
Yep.
Sean Nain's game not done yet, so we won't be able to see if he's going to be maxing. Trying to figure out who's going to get prizes. We're going to figure all that out. It looks like this is almost done. This is the final score tally coming up right here.
We will likely, the commentators will likely not know until pretty much last minute. Of course, the runner, oh man, the word is blanking on my brain. People that are the event runners are going to be the ones that are actually going to be knowing that, and then they're going to be giving it to us so we can announce it. And of course, go to the prizes. Which will be on this stream when the prizes are going to be awarded. We're going to be using this stream, this camera, to watch it. So no, they are not getting stuff back here. We're going to be where the camera is pointed, simply.
Yeah.
What mistakes?
Trying to listen in to see what these final scores are. They were on the 5th
Well, I
round.
didn't deploy.
Not starting the plane on the board was the biggest mistake for me. Because
Right.
I
Could've
always
killed
thought, I
some
don't care
mistakes.
if you kill them. You're not shooting everything else, though.
Yep.
You're not killing that.
It's always good to
No,
review.
I mean, I could have killed him.
I don't care if you
I know a lot
No,
of
no,
players,
but
just
for-
the moment a game shows, I did this wrong, I did that wrong. Feel free to self-criticize, be self-conscious, be self-aware of what mistakes you've made, what you've done. But don't beat yourself up. There's the handshake
coming out. Let's hear and listen in so we can see what the scores are. Second handshake must have been an extra good game.
Yeah, no, that's cool. We'll get out of there. I can clear my shit immediately. So you guys can go home. So you guys say time limit?
Hey, Mike, can you send over to figure out the scores?
Then we ran out of
They just
time.
finished up. Thank you. And also get us the winner for an
I
interview.
think I made
We've got
plays,
the time.
Mark. Yeah. That would look good in the war room. We don't have a war room. No,
An interesting game, a blast to watch. Really curious as to how it turned out. We just couldn't tell from the secondaries being close. I think if I
And I
had
shot
it
so
in my
many
mind,
shots
it
into
was
those
probably the
stupid bikes.
Space
Those
Marine.
bikes should have been dead, like a lot.
Yeah, no, just the sheer
that-
number
if
of
those
tanks
bikes, like,
being
right here, if I killed one
tabled
bike squad, like
and
one
gotten
turn,
rid
like
of.
on first turn, like one of those bike squads should have been dead. One of those bike squads.
I'm definitely kind of telling from body language that Mark is
Statistically,
going,
one of those
kind of beating himself up a little bit right now. But
it is what it is. But like,
no, but I mean, he should
But,
be
like,
proud.
that's
He
the
did
thing, it's just
fantastic.
like-
Did
And if
amazing.
he did win,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I think it went to the Marine player. As much as that hurts to say after I...
You
It seems I
took
would
him
be,
up,
it
so
seems
talk
I would
about
be
so much.
losing my life savings.
You're gonna owe me a full egg roll.
An egg roll.
And for those in chat who were here yesterday, we did say we bet an egg roll. He did get his egg roll.
I didn't expect there to be an actual egg roll.
There
but
was
it
an egg
there.
roll.
It was
I
handed to me after the
keep my
stream.
word.
It was pretty good.
After 12 hours of
Yeah.
not eating.
yeah, the 78.
Definitely enjoyable. Players are going to start loading into this hall, getting prepped up for the award ceremony.
Can we go over to table 2, please?
Yeah.
All right, back to Sasha Eldekraut and Kurt Phillips. Kurt playing on Drew
Looks
Kari.
like the final score for round 1. Patrick McGinney with a score of 78 and Mark Curry with a loss of 69.
That is close. 17 points away from each other. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Definitely close. Up into the I think it was the first turn of just first and second turn of just being on more objectives. Ended up winning it for him. And then this table also coming down to the wire. Not sure what's going on with the time. The clocks were stopped about 10, 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Small pet peeve when people say statistically it's more about what happens on average, not necessarily that it should happen. I don't know enough about statistics to argue any kind of thing about it.
So, well, let me just double read that. Make sure I'm not.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thanks. Yep, 78 to 61. Fantastic. Love to see him. What a cool pen. It's got hair. It's cute.
So, just double check. Small pet peeve. When people say statistically, it's more about what happens on average, and not necessarily that it should statistically. I mean, not wrong. Statistically is, of course, when we're talking about this, we're kind of talking about averages.
Oh, yeah. Or no, he was referencing when the players said they should have died statistically.
I should, yes, like on average, as the dice rolls, as you know, things look when you do the fractions of the math.
I wouldn't blame them too hard because their brains are fried. Our brains are fried. After 5 games of 40K.
Look, there's nothing worse than throwing, 12 dice, 12 wounds at a model who's got a 3-up invul save, and that guy, knowing it's a 3-up invul save, you know that 1/3 of all things should go through 1/3 of those dice, should land 1 to 2, which on 12 dice is about, 4.
Yeah.
And seeing nothing come up, you go, statistically that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And I know that that's not the proper way to say it. But you're going to feel that way when it happens to you.
Interesting result here. Even though Patrick McNeely was able to win that game, he's still 7 points total below Mark Hertel. Mark's got his 437, Patrick with his 430. But John Tolman, a Death Guard player who we haven't seen on stream, has 439.
Not bad.
Managed to lose his second round and then win every round since.
Yep.
Definitely racking up a bunch of points. And then Stephen Christopher, the Necron player, at 434. Sean Naden's game not finished yet. But things are going to definitely be interesting for the scoring.
Interesting. And we'll see where Sasha Elderkraut and Kurt Phillips end up as well.
Looks like they are. Most of the combat up here is going to be focused in the top right. Looks like the bottom left has all been cleared out by the Space Marine player.
I really hope I've been saying Elderkraut's. Edelkraut. I took 2 years of German in college. I speak a little bit. I saw someone say viel Glück, which means, of course, like much luck, much goodness. And so just like,
Yeah. But
I know it. I know it.
Patrick tuning in as our first 5-0 player, but we still have 2 more players, or 4 more players that can end up as 5-0. We're going to have 2 more undefeated players. So let's see their score. Has Table 1 finished? Yep, Table 1 finished with the final score of 78-61 in favor of Patrick McNeely. A fantastic job from both players. A good tournament all around. Firm handshakes, and it seems like they were both fairly pleased, but just talking about their mistakes at the end of the round, something that I always like.
You just always do,
What could I have done better? Your opponent might have some insight as to how to play against their army.
Yep.
If I had good feedback like that.
Yeah, don't ever be afraid to ask that. Like what won you the game? Like what did I do that you capitalized on that beat me?
Yeah.
That's always fair to ask. Because you make mistakes. You're a player. You're human. You're gonna mess up at some point. And it's okay. It's okay to admit that and to know that, hey, someone could teach you something about the game. Even Mark Hertel, who is, great player, he came in, he scored 100 points in his first game here today. And, he could probably still learn something.
Yeah.
And, I don't know what it would be. I'm not as good as him.
Yeah, we didn't see that game one.
But I'm sure he could. And that's life, learning experience. Let's keep paying attention to the current game that's going on Table 2.
Of course, whenever I ask my opponents for feedback, what could I have done better? Next, you don't have anything to say. My plays are always perfect.
I think that's it.
Wish I could get some feedback, but I simply have nothing else to learn.
All I have to say is those dice hate me.
Blame it on the dice because the weight definitely feels bad. It looks like none of the Chronos are. No, it looks like all 3.
Yep.
No, they went up.
There are 2 left alive. They fell back away from the Dreadnought
Fell
previous
back
turns.
on to that objective.
Yep. Looks like Sasha is shooting into them.
I will update you on the scores. I did take pictures of them, so we should have an idea as to what's going on. So, with Oath, he had scored 5 points at the time pictures was at about the end of turn 3. Engage, he had scored 4. While we stand, we fight, he marked that he was going to score 10. I guess assuming those units wouldn't die. That could still be updated. Assassinate, no points coming from the Dark Eldar. He did not score a single one. Seems that was the big mistake for both of these players, taking Assassinate against the Space Marines, where the character is able to live.
Space Marines are tough to kill. They are incredibly difficult. A lot of them packing, good invul saves, great saves, great regular saves, and other abilities that just kind of are just veer them slightly into being really just hard to kill. A lot of ignore, like feel no pain. Feel no pain. Transhuman, all that kind of stuff. Just really able to stick on the board. Sticky characters. Something I would recommend everyone do is to definitely learn how Space Marine characters, like how tough they can be, how hard they can hit.
Which is stupidly tough.
Stupidly tough. like, don't be afraid to dump more than you think into these guys. They will take the hits.
My usually strategy is just dump mortal wounds into them. Usually they're not
best you can do.
that strong. The more
Advice: play Necrons.
Yeah. Necrons, strength 4, strength 5 sometimes, and there's T4. Definitely get a lot of value.
Lots of you know, the amount of mortal wounds you can put out from some of their special abilities. Play Necrons.
And to finish out the secondaries for Kurt, he had 2 points on Prey and 1 point on Banner. Looks like he's not doing greatest on secondaries, but he could just be keeping track of them and Sasha not. And then they both got 20 on primary in each turn, so each player rocking total, I'm sorry, 10. So each player rocking a total of 1 primary.
I said 12 inches. 12 shots. It wouldn't surprise you, would it? I did 18 the one time.
Yeah, 18 shots they're referencing from that Chronos. That time they did roll real high.
It was amazing.
8 or 7.
Something I'd love to see, and definitely something that's keeping him in this game, being able to get some luck in there. Luck at the Drukari.
Well, they survived Slanesh waking up. I mean, they can do anything.
Yeah. Looks like that was another point for assassination. Seems to have been kill a character on that rightmost objective.
Oh, that's why I got on it, because I was thinking.
Mark taking his army, starting to pack his stuff up, seeing players walk by from the event hall.
Right now, in case you're watching on stream, part of the they're actually kind of engaging with some terrain over there on the far right side. You can just barely see Kurt's fingers pointing at it. On a wider frame, you would be able to see that they are definitely kind of I wouldn't say heated, but definitely intense discussion about how that stuff's working.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get the full table.
Yeah, I was just thinking I could stand on the terrain right there, but.
Thank you. Yeah, they're trying to toe cover and spread out as much as they can. Just to be on that command point and just be able to do different things.
Meant to be.
Alright, looks like something.
4.
That's on the Vanguard bed? On the company squad? Yeah. So 4 up to mortal saves, 1 goes down.
Another 1 into the other.
Right, firing into one of Sasha's units that's hidden inside the terrain. That has routinely been a kind of an issue for us, the commenters, about these games, is that so much of, you know, it's a lot of benefit to be deploying your models inside these buildings and getting the benefits of this cover, the cover that, you know, in 9th edition has really gotten an overhaul and has made it really interesting and really tactical to play with. But of course, that makes it really difficult for us to see what's going on and know
luckily
what's there.
These players have been understanding of that and taking out the rubes.
We have flat out had entire streams where we thought there was nobody left on the board, and then the player just pulls about 60 dudes out from one of these buildings, and you go, oh, this was not what we thought it was. Quite a surprise, quite an upset.
Pitch. You needed 2. He auto dies. Shot.
Okay, we're just counting through everything that's shot in the shooting phase and going into the combat phase. I think this will be the last turn of this game, if they have updated the time correctly, because they didn't start that much later. And even then, we do have a hard stop for the round.
We're going to get a hard charge.
Got another 1 or 2 minutes left, if that.
See what the judges say about letting them play.
The round is over, but it seems 3 of the top 4 games are unfinished. Almost every other game is, with looks like a few. Yeah, so we have 6 total unfinished games. I'm just kind of waiting for these to finish up. The one on table 2 here.
I'm sure they're just probably playing out to their chess block and just seeing what they can get done. Whatever delayed them or whatever's causing them to be behind. Probably legal and probably, you know, okay by the judges.
You can conga line so that you can...
No, you can only hold 1 at a time. Well, no, I do want to stay on there, sorry. I was saying, we do want to hold that objective.
Yeah,
it looks like they're talking about their intention for
good sportsmanship here. You know, Sasha's helping Kurt get these models situated, get these models moved around.
Yeah, both players trying to get this game over and done with. I'm sure they're both incredibly tired after all this hard work.
Been on their feet for 6 hours, you know.
Exactly. Like, as much as we can complain about our voices, we haven't had to be standing the entire time.
I've done it recently.
Yeah.
I have played a 9-hour game of Warhammer. Just the other day.
Sean lost 73 to 70 against Sisters. It seems. That is unfortunate.
Two
An upset for
sisters.
my favorite players. Both of them lost in their final round. Very curious as to how these final standings are going to turn out. The awards have gone away from my predictions. Apparently, my all-knowing and omnipotence is not as reliable as I hoped for.
Oh no, self-doubt.
Oh no.
What's gonna happen to me?
Yeah, that's
Has a lot of hellions up there.
Yeah, they 2 squads of 10, and I think that might be a little bit more than that. They might be joined up a little bit.
That's a lot of dudes.
A lot of dudes and a lot of shooting, a lot of attacks if they get in close combat with anything. But it looks like they are staying on that objective for the rest of the game, not trying to do too much else, not trying to get caught out by anything.
Gotta get those points. Doesn't matter.
Does anybody know how many objectives can a one unit hold?
Looks like they're asking
What?
players from
How
the
many?
table.
How many objectives can one unit hold? That is 1.
It used to be 2.
Used to be 2. They have
Right, as
FAQ'd
many
it.
as you can fit them onto, really. But
Yeah. No, they had to stop that because people were taking blob units and stretching out across battlefields.
if your scores an 82 or better, you can take the event. We'll have to see it. I think this game is a little bit closer than. I don't think Kurt's going to take an 82.
Well, what were his secondaries again?
He took assassination. He took engage or herd and banners. And he hasn't gotten much for banners just because of the
Yeah,
constant.
that's true. And assassinate.
Been able to kill many characters.
Those characters are so hard to get rid
I
of.
think 85 is just going to be out of reach, or 82.
83.
Yeah, not going to be up there. We got Patrick coming over. Hope we get to ask him some questions about his game.
Hello, sir.
Hey there. Patrick coming right over. We'll get down to that in just a moment as he sets down his bag.
5 attacks with the other one.
Right over here.
Hello.
Yeah, man.
Congratulations on winning your game.
Goodness gracious, I'm all shaky. Holy crap.
Tell me about it. What happened?
Well, it was, I got first turn, luckily, and, Mark had some stuff in range. I had to screen with that unit of incursors, right, to stop his, in case he got there from assaulting me in turn 1. And I just kept feeding him units to keep his massive kill squads locked in that quarter.
I saw
and
that.
And they were just killing him and killing him.
Yeah,
and that's fine. And then at that point, I was, flaking out and trying to take off the right side of the board, which I think I was somewhat successful. We had a little mishap in the beginning, but we just caused him a CP, let him deep strike his plane. We worked it out. There's a lot going on. Everybody's stressed, so things happen.
Absolutely.
So I think that was the fair thing to do. And it all worked out. It didn't do too much damage to me, so I got lucky. Made a lot of saves when it counted. That was really it.
So what do you like most about White Scars when you play them?
It's just the sheer surprises everybody because we're so fast, right? We got the ability to leave combat, charge again. Once turn 3 hits, when I'm charging, I get the buffs. Mark kept correcting me. He's the Mechanicus player. I'm like, shit, I'm supposed to know what I'm doing. Whatever.
Yeah, Mark knows
I'm old, man. He's a
Does that-
mechanic right in his head. He doesn't stop. That's why he plays Mechanicus. He's amazing.
there you
Amazing
go.
player.
Man's a machine.
Top of the food chain.
For chat, real quick, if you guys have any questions for Patrick
McEnany.
for Patrick McEnany, if you have any questions for him, post them right now. Of course, there's a delay here. So
Yeah, no problem.
I'm glad we've been
that
getting
early.
your name right. I was worried we'd be getting it wrong.
Yeah, was that?
Yeah, so
We don't know how to say this guy's last name. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah. Lots of syllables.
Did you think you made any core mistakes that you were able to just recover from with good rules, or what was
At the
core
end,
factor?
the end of the game, I really messed up. I left him one of his while we stands, we fights because I shot stupid bullets instead of killing that tank, right? And that almost cost me dearly. That was a terrible error. I think up until that point, my mistake was not deploying scramblers. I was able to pull out the win. I knew at that point that it was gone when I blew it at turn 2. So my push was to kill tanks and own the battlefield and take the objectives. Because I had already blew it, so there was no chance at even stopping for it. So I think that was a key factor in the match. You can overcome that loss of stupidity by sheer aggression.
Sheer aggression. And that was like a real, I definitely say that, you nailed the aggression because when we saw that you got that first turn and you were all the way across the map and then charging into those striders and stuff.
And I had to do it. I had to stop the shooting, and he's got all the strats to keep jumping out and shooting me, and I'm like praying. That little Inquisitor girl, she blew herself up. I had the Rod of Galtamore. Finally came into play. She blew herself up.
She blew herself up.
Oh,
Wow.
that was amazing, and almost killed my chaplain. He went from 7 wounds, took a wound, and then all the way down to 3. and that would have gave Mark 3 more points, right? And right there at the end, the captain, Chaplin, Boston saves. I was like, oh my God, it was amazing. You know, and they make no saves like the whole game. I'm like, just units melting. And they're such tough units, but you know, what are you gonna do? There's big guns, lots of it. I'm just hunkering down. I really try to use the terrain. He still had his artillery, but that's my game. You know, run from terrain piece to terrain piece. I said my training from as a soldier, even though it was so long ago. That's what I did. You know, and that's how I play the game. I really don't even think. You know,
I gotta
just
say,
react to what's going on.
One of my buddies, when we first got into Warhammer, long, you know, in the long ancient distant past, before this guy was, you know,
A little baby.
he was a little tiny baby. My friend, he built a White Scars list.
1969 here, baby. But I'm not a boomer.
Not a boomer. Made it.
X-Gen.
Gotta do that Gen X.
Gotta
He
stick
played
right to it.
He started out White Scars, and you know, I'm sure he'd look at this and he'd be so, you know, so happy. I could tell him that, you know, White Scars list has, you know, come out. You're five rounds undefeated, right?
And there's some tough matches in there. Played two Marines, Mechanicus. The Death Guard list was nasty, piloted. The Ultramarines was list, but if I get first turn, I can pin you. Right? And then it's the same tactic. So regardless.
You're just tying them up.
Yeah. I didn't have to face the Drakari Menace, but I think that could have been
Never
virtually
ran
the
into
same
Drakari
thing.
this whole run.
But not only that, but in Texas. I went 18th in Texas. Didn't hit him. Hit everything but, you know.
Texas was what, a 7-round event?
8, and skipped them all the
13
way.
games.
Yeah, 13 games. So it's possible.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight
They made up
Living the
20%
dream.
of the meta here.
Yeah,
20%
I know there was
running
quite a few of them here, and you know what it is. I don't sweat it. I barely even look at the list. You know, I just look at the table, the mission, and whatever it is, You know, because you can only react to what you got. You know, just like that. You forget deploy scramblers. That's a big deal. It's 10 points. You stress out, lose the game, or you run like a crazy man and try to chop somebody's head off, which I think was the better alternative. You know,
fantastic.
It was a lot of fun.
What do you think your best unit was that did the most work?
It was definitely, and I think it was a matter, the Vanguard vets, they got in, it was the Meltabikes. Surviving, one wound left, Apothecary puts them back, brings them both in, boom, boom, boom. Because he had the while we stand, we fight, and his mobility, that's what enabled me to trap them dudes in the back, plus touching those tanks.
Yeah.
I stopped
more
his
shooting.
curb stomping units, and he's like, yeah, they got a 2-up MO. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah.
And I ran by them
Yeah.
and went after, you know, the other tank in the other way. And you know, whatever, you're gonna have, I've been playing since 5th, right? And there's always the boss units.
See,
You know,
man, playing
sometimes you
since
gotta
5th.
run. Sometimes you gotta run away from.
You got to do it.
You know, you just can't engage their monsters. They're gonna have monsters. That's okay. You're gonna kill them. All right. I gave him to him. I let him have it. And then he goes to 2-up CP. He spent like 19 CP in 2 seconds. I'm like, wow, Mark. You know? And then we had that one thing. I thought I had one left. He said, you ain't got one. I just, you know, I know I got one, but I don't. So whatever. Whenever that comes up, I always give the benefit of the doubt. Because, you know, I'm a smart guy, but I'm not that smart, and there's so much shit going on.
You were able to react well.
Yeah, you always give the benefit of the doubt to your opponent. You know, he's like, you don't, you can't see it. You know, yeah, all right, go ahead. You know? Sometimes it makes people angry even. I'm like,
for
I don't
chat,
wanna
this
fight.
is Patrick McAnini.
McAnini. Mac. It's a long C short. Don't make sense. I think it goes that way.
Yeah,
He has no idea.
He's our highest ranked undefeated player currently.
Yep.
Apparently, I don't know how long that's going to last.
Undefeated,
So.
ran White Scars. So
yeah, that's a big deal.
Very proud of him.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. We
Gentlemen,
really appreciate it.
awesome.
Thank you
Great
for
event.
interviewing.
Can't wait to
Awesome
come
talking
back.
to you.
I'm going to pre-pay my bill for the next one.
All right, we'll see you around. Thanks for coming on
See
with
you
us.
next year.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so let's see what's going on in this very last game up in here in Table 2. Kind of figure out how much time they have left. It looks like they should be finishing up. This should be the last battle, and I don't think they're going to be able to continue through. Looks like you can jump by either Sasha, Colt, or Zach Herman. Yeah, depending on how they score. But either way, it seems like he played a very good game, and player similar to my own heart, not thinking about it and just reacting, as he was saying. Definitely the kind of
feel
person.
the warrior instincts inside your soul when you play those kind of games.
And we're all setting up for the awards here, so we'll have that production going. What time is it currently? It's 5:48. I think we're going to try and get those awards started soon.
See, man, I gotta get over the towers. I gotta get over the tables and towers actual store because I still want to grab a model from them real quick today. Yeah.
Support your LGS.
Yeah.
100%, especially if we're running this event for us.
I always support LGS. I buy from LGS whenever I can. Also, just in general, shipping's real slow from the internet site. So if you can support your local game store, do so every chance you get. I guarantee you're going to be happier with it. You're not going to have to wait a month to get a codex like I did. So You know, and that might not be entirely GW's fault. There's a lot of issues right now with shipping, of course, given the pandemic, but still support your local game store.
Yeah. If someone could go over to the Wetwall and Warpy stream, I'm not sure what it's called or what they're streaming. It should just be Wetwall and Warpy. I'd love to hear how that game on Table 3 is going. We can really get a good look at it. And if they've got the up-to-the-date scores on there, I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything about their stream.
Are we not getting player audio anymore from Table 2?
There we go.
There we go.
Maybe because I just put my headphone.
Alright, we don't have +1, so they're 4.
So we got
4.
looking for 4s here. I think this is going into those last, what are they called? Not the Talos. The Chronos.
The Chronos?
Yeah. Seems it's picking up a lot of dice. Not sure what these attacks are coming from.
Something in that Black Templar list, man. Black Templar lay into it when it comes to melee. Well known for that.
Alright, so we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Or anyone that follows
11
Imperium.
minus 4 for
I'm sure that
11 minus 4 for 2 damage coming up from Sasha. Hopefully they have an invul save.
Something is hitting hard.
That's those some dead models. Yeah, that's those were the Hellions, and they did not survive.
That was the Blade Guard,
Yeah,
and that is why you take them, because they hit
why they're so good.
hard. Did I tweet out?
No, I think I pulled myself out when I went to the other room.
3.
All right, well, those Hellions, I think we're taken down to a man there. Those power blades are nasty when it comes down to melee combat. They tear you apart.
I think this is definitely going the way of Sasha. His Marines kind of just had to explode the entire time. If you play 5 turns, Mark Game also didn't go for. They did time out.
They timed out, yeah. Their chess clocks ran out.
I think they were able to get through their 5 turns. Probably not as much as they'd like to.
Patrick said that they got to their 5th turn. They got done with their 5th turn, but it was probably just barely. They were probably very rushed. Not necessarily making the best strategic plays, but you do what you can in those kind of situations.
Yeah. But they made the best of it, and they seemed like they had a good game, and Mark certainly learned something from it. And I hope Patrick did too.
On a 2.
After Sasha's game and hopefully the 3rd game, we'll have the, scores coming in. We'll know what's going on for the award ceremony. We'll announce that on with them. Just kind of tune into that when that's going on.
2 or 3. 2 are at -2.
Looks like 2 at -3, 2 at -2.
I would start with the -2. Pass. -3.
Passes the -2.
And I already spent my reroll.
He already spent his reroll, so he can't reroll that. And that's going to be a dead model.
That's a dead biker.
Yeah, that is a character, I think. So that'll go 2 assassinate. 3 points for that. Great streams, guy. Thank you very much. We try our best.
We appreciate it.
Especially, yeah.
This is kind of our first stream doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah, neither of us have ever cast an event before, so
no.
definitely
So we're definitely new at this. You know, of course we'll make mistakes. When people called us out earlier for not knowing the rules super well. I'm so sorry.
I'm not. You expect me to know every Imperium rule? God.
Well, I didn't know Blast. Yeah. I messed up Blast. I knew what Blast did.
You had the idea.
I had the idea. I just didn't know the exact number of models. You know, I actually compensated a little too far. It's like, make sure you're safe.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's not exactly like Blast comes up that often. I'm going to keep making excuses for myself, obviously, because I'm the best.
We cannot do any wrong, actually. That's kind of our whole thing. Two of the best 40 players in the world.
You can't prove it. Our games aren't on stream.
Yeah. Well, I would have loved to play. I think that would have been a fun game.
Oh, yeah.
I could show you my true might, my true omnipotence by tabling you on turn 2.
Tabling me on turn 2.
I think that I could do it.
What if I don't even deep strike until turn 3?
Then you boost in the ground.
Did I already roll that? I'm losing my shit, man. I'm losing it.
Yeah. Sounds like Kurt not doing so hot. His stuff is dying very quickly. These Space Marines are able to clean up all these objectives. I think it's going to go the way of Sasha. Just the amount of points is going to matter. It looks like they both scored 10 points in primary on their second round.
Sasha being basically everywhere on this map, getting those points from Engage.
Are you going to interview the winner? I don't think we're going to have time to.
We're not going to have time to. We're going to be starting the award ceremony at 6 o'clock
they were telling us
almost.
Yeah, we're supposed to start at 5:30. We're already running behind schedule.
We're like almost 30 minutes behind schedule.
We'll definitely
already.
try. We'll try our best to get the winner on camera.
Obviously, we want to talk to all these winners. We want to talk to all these people.
But I do think we have a limited amount of time in the venue. But yeah, we will try our best to get whoever wins on. Ask them some questions. Neither of the players that I expected to win. Collins Unit's homeboy, a page out of my own heart. Something I love to do. your buddy, your friend, your homeboy, your units. Homeboy shooting into homeboy. Does make it a little bit difficult to kind of understand what's going on, but it's a bummer and something you can't do anything about. Yeah, it looks like they are just finishing up their final shooting the Dreadnought. Trying to kill that Raider. Hitting on 5, so that's not going to do it.
Oh, that's not going to do it either.
4 twice.
Ah, that's 5.
Yeah.
We got the win. Thanks, sir.
Did you hit on a 5? Yeah. Then just roll your damage.
Min
damage.
4, so 5.
5 damage going through to that Raider.
Oh, that Dreadnought is down.
Yeah, so they take D3.
And it exploded. Oh, dear. 3 mortal wounds going into that Marine squad.
Yeah. It looks like one of them is going to take a wound or 2, depending on how many wounds those models have.
Yeah. Are those Centurions?
No way. No, it's not running Centurions. Probably a combat squad or a smaller unit of Blade Guard still left around.
The unit took 3 mortal wounds and didn't pull model off, so
I think he might have saved some with a Feel No Pain.
maybe what?
I think he might have saved something with a Feel No Pain, maybe.
Maybe a Feel No Pain.
Or that could be a character.
Might be a -1. Could be a character.
Guess we'll never know.
Want to do something
Not knowing now.
Yeah. It looks like
I
they're
don't want to get a young gotcha. I moved them back to be as far as possible, but
trying not to get a gotcha. He's Sasha being a great sport here, allowing him to change out what he's doing. Yeah, I think that kind of action means Sasha knows these types of moves in the bag. Does he have enough points into that first place? Let's see if the game on table 3 is finished up between Zach and Daniel. No, still unsubmitted.
Just trying to.
We'll leave it here, and then I'll try to kill
Yeah, because you can actually do a banner here, and it gives you another end game point also.
Yeah.
Sasha actually helping Kurt get a few more points out of this game.
Just drag out everything you
Being
can.
good sports, trying to help each other out.
Yeah. Like,
Sorry.
Yep, 30 seconds left.
okay, so you're done? Yep. Perfect. So I get 10 on primaries.
Listening in. Sasha gonna get 10 on primaries.
Alright. I got 1 more for both last turn.
10-4's having an 5-up Feel No Pain versus Morals is really good.
That is really good.
Yeah, I guess I made 2
Once again, don't know every list.
Yeah.
I don't know how many armies there are in this game. I can't count them right now. But let's just say I don't know what every single guy can do. I think that's fair. But I'm absolutely grateful for Chad for being there, for helping us out with some rules. And I'm noticing that it's not the same person every time, so we can definitely say that.
Definitely glad to use your wealth of knowledge.
Yeah. Thank you, Chad. You're the
real MVP.
You the real MVP.
But finishing this up, it looks like they're getting the last amount of dice roll. Going to start stacking up the primary. Sasha scored another 20. It looks like they didn't get 25.
Alright, so the only thing, if these guys will be, they can go at max.
Point of my burrito. Do you want my burrito? Is that what you want? No.
6, let's say the advanced because I got lucky as a 12.
Yeah. You lost the Dark Elder? You were 1 and 4 and you want to come on stream? No shot. This game's almost done, so we're going to finish up talking through what's going on
Take
here.
a break.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go
Then
on
we're
to
going to go straight into
prizes.
the awards.
Straight to
Yeah,
awards.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they're going there.
1 and 4 win nights.
They will.
I'm disappointed in the old man.
happens.
He's a good player. I promise you, one of the
Good
best
player.
I know. But
Wonderful
he
guy.
brought knights and
Brought
didn't
knights.
get matched up well.
No.
Bobby G killed all those things.
Bobby G, man.
I think it's been a little bit longer than 30 seconds on this table, but looks like they're just finishing up the final moves.
I think they're actually just counting some stuff
Yeah.
at the moment.
So he's trying to do one more attack, maybe the chaplain, or just thinking about it, doing a charge, maybe.
In that wraparound.
Can he just move through the wall? Why is he measuring around? Oh, he's doing the biker.
Yep.
They're trading spots, moving around.
Rex cannot. They can advance and charge, right?
They can advance and charge, and they can advance shoot.
I think they can advance charge with a strat. I don't know if they can advance charge. I mean, they know they can. Or no, but yeah, because they get the power.
So it's a 25 on if you like get the max, like a 6 and double 6s.
13.
Yeah, in optimum conditions, yeah, they can be killed. Moving that character just so he can't get assassinated. So this might be a little bit closer than I thought of.
If you roll 3 6s in a row, you get there.
Roll 3 6s in a row.
Cool, stop it.
Man, I wouldn't put it past him. They're too
That
far.
is a once in a while kind of luck. You're not going to see that more.
Yeah,
Or at a table.
he got his with the Chronos earlier.
Yeah, man.
He didn't get to ask for that twice.
curious what the two players are doing. I think they're just
If you roll
talking
three
about like
sixes,
they're talking it out, finishing out the round.
Doing the things that will matter.
Yeah.
The time is over, but the judges are just really, they're not really forcing dice down.
no, if you get correct. If you get 3 sixes, that doesn't. That one doesn't. So you can. You should try it.
Yeah, because if I'm holding 2 already, then.
All right. That's the.
But I think all they're
I think we're about to
gonna
see a
do
handshake
is,
right now, moving a little bit
place
more.
banner here, and then pop these
Place
here,
banner, and then
Placing banner, getting 1 point out of it.
whatever he can move in here, and just try to
Double.
shoot
Yep.
there. And
Trying to get a little more shots into something in the back.
so,
So you get 1 more banner. So you get at the beginning of the turn. We're done. You get 2 more banners now, and then you will get 3 banners at the end of the game.
All right, let's see the
blast.
final score.
Hits. Command point reroll.
And until
Second
one, one
doesn't
until
matter,
one.
I guess.
3 ones in a row instead of
Got
3
those
sixes in a
sixes.
row. Handshakes,
I have no idea.
double handshake.
Double handshake.
Love that.
Love to see
I
it.
get 1 more point on oath.
I get another
I had got 2 on the each.
Let's see.
Alright, and you get 10.
Listen in here.
So we tied primary the whole time.
Great. And now you get 3 on banners.
Sasha being a good sport, keeping track of all the points for both
So I got-
players.
How many last turn? 2?
So they only got 44 secondary each of them.
That one.
Yeah, correct. You got 2
Or
and
for
now you
primary,
got
I'm sorry.
Well, do I get 3 and then end game again?
No, you got
Right?
2. You got 2 and then because that banner was
At the beginning of turn 5, I get 2. Correct. Beginning of turn 5.
Yep.
And then at the end of the game, I get 3.
That
That's
was
5
pushed out.
total. Because that means I just got 5 just now.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Yep. And if it comes down to that 1 point, we'll check it. So I don't think you will get over 9 because you only had 4 banners before. You had 1 banner
Just
turn
going
1.
through, trying to recall what
Banners,
happened for the different banners or the different turns.
Banners turn
Yep.
3.
Turn
Banner's
three.
always making games a little bit more complicated than you should.
Yeah, especially if you're not keeping track of it turn by turn.
You know, trying to rush through, keeping that chess clock going can be a little stressful.
All right.
Especially on camera and especially in these final tables.
Already scored their secondary for not picking off orders at the end of the game.
I get 9 on oath. I get 8 on engage.
9 on oath, 8 on engage, 5.
8 on engage.
Yeah, it's going to be,
8.
Wait,
That looks like you win by 2 points.
looks like Kurt won by 2 points.
40. I have 17, 22.
So,
Makes a total of
62 on
You
Sasha.
have 18, 24. So that makes a total of 64.
64. Kurt has 1.
64 to 62, but that's not going to be the 82 Kurt needs to skyrocket himself into first
It is
position.
enough to win the game.
He did win the game. An excellent game played by both players,
All right.
and they're
Yes.
submitting their scores now.
Sasha 72.
And that is going to be our last and final game for the Maryland
Up
Open.
72 to 74. Sorry for getting the plus 10 for being battle ready.
Oh, yeah.
That dread not surviving. It's 5 points.
Let's see if Zach and Daniel have put their score. They have not.
74 to 72.
I was thinking you should have.
An incredibly close game.
Incredibly close game.
It was like
Wow.
here, and then you.
You only move forward.
Fantastic. You love to
Because
see.
they
You
were
love
so
to see
close. I
that.
was trying to get that's why I needed to punch
And then
down.
also you didn't fall back here with your character. To make sure it's
Sponsor talking about different mistakes. Sounds like we got some cheering coming out from the event hall.
What was the final score?
Clapping right into the mic.
74, 72. Damn. Yeah, no, I should have fallen back there with my cap.
We got it.
But
72
actually, then we
74.
would have tied.
Thanks.
Because it will take you away 3 points for assassinate and take me a point away for oath.
All right, we're just doing last minute.
So I don't like
Well, what could
ties,
have
so I'll
happened?
take it.
Coulda, woulda,
but-
shoulda.
We coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Coulda
What we should have
changed
done.
things.
Again, it's the most important thing you can really do is self-reflect. Learn about what you did.
Flipped around on the screen.
Because that game was definitely very close.
We were watching.
Because I'm stressed out, man.
We were watching you from the outside. It's like,
Yep.
"God, Sasha looks happy. This is
They were like, he's slumped. I'm like, well, Kurt's a slump.
Thoughts?
Kurt's
Empty.
Kurt looks sad.
Kill the audio.
Did I?
We're good to just be us.
Do we just want to
Yeah.
go? All right,
So-
awesome. So we're just gonna finish up the event,
That's
waiting
it.
for the awards to start.
All 5 rounds done. Oh my
God.
Yeah, that was stressful, tiring, but very exciting.
Very exciting.
I learned a
Love
lot.
to see it.
I learned a
Yeah.
lot more about the Imperium armies, and I think I'll definitely have a bigger advantage going into them in the future, which is something I love to learn.
More advantage to us.
Yeah.
So, lovely. You love to see it.
All right. So once we get
everyone playing great tonight.
we have Game 3 in.
Game 3 in.
Daniel Kennedy managed to pull it out with a win of 84 and a loss of 69 Zachary. So now we have the final placings. In first place, we've got, not based on battle points, but wins alone, Patrick McAnini with 430 battle points. Another 5-0 player, Kurt Phillips, the Drakari player we just watched win Game 2 at 423. And in third place, Daniel Kennedy with his AdMech with a total of 412, but the highest scoring player from the event was John Tolman with his Death Guard, 439 points. Got Mark Hertel coming in second for battle points there with 437. Stephen Christopher, the Necron player, 434. And then Nick, the Drakari player we got to see on screen, Nick DeVoe twice yesterday, ended up with 428.
Fantastic. These people playing to the top of their ability. These are some great games. People making very close to max points every round, well into the 80s and 70s. Some of them scoring perfect games early on in this
Early
tournament.
on, you see a lot of perfect 100 scores.
Perfect 100 scores.
It gets down to the wire. Every single game.
As you know, the games are whittled down and refined to these great players. You really see it. You really feel it as these these titans of skill come together and really like go at each other. You love it.
Some of the best players in the world, and certainly on the East Coast.
Absolutely.
I think,
I believe we're going to be taking a short break here, and we're going to be moving over to the award ceremony shortly. Just waiting for everyone to get.
It's going to be starting about 6:15, I believe.
6:15, we think. Just waiting for players to finish cleaning out their tables.
10 minutes, give us a chance to bite into our burritos or whatever waiting for us.
Yep. So.
So make sure you stick around. And if you are only interested in the games, thanks for coming by. I've been Shane. If you want to hear more from me, I stream at twitch.tv/talkfire. We're going to go ahead and switch over to our break. Conrad, it's been a pleasure commentating these games with you. And I can't wait to do the awards.
Yep.
And we'll get finished up. But thank you all very much for coming in, tuning in, and watching.
Had a blast, you guys. Have a good one.
Yep. Come here, man.
check. 1, check 2. Check, 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 check.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Anthony. Okay, could you tell everybody out in the hall to come on in? Going to do the awards and the raffles. Get it all done. Come on in. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, do we got everybody? Okay, first of all, everybody stand up if you're sitting down. You're not tired. It's only been 5 rounds. Only been 15 hours of play and all this other stuff. But give yourselves a round of applause for being the best Maryland Open ever, ever. It's awesome. You guys are just awesome. I got to tell you, you were sportsmen. You were great to play with each other. I didn't have any complaints. I didn't hear anything. You didn't give the judges a hard time. It was just peaceful and happy and exactly the way the hobby should be. I'm very pleased. Next year when we go to bigger and bigger and bigger, you guys come, play again, and carry the same attitude in with you. It's going to be awesome. Before I get started on the whole awards ceremony, I wanted to, man, it really doesn't need any introduction. He's the guy who hosted us here this year. Anthony Birdsong has a few things he wants to say. Stand back here.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for coming out. I really enjoyed you guys. Fun time, really exciting. I wanted to do something we weren't originally going to do, something that's really important to me. I wanted to give a couple sportsmanship prizes out. So the first one is one of my favorite opponents I've ever played, and he's just an all-around good guy. Ben, come on up here. We got to write down for Travis, $100 store credit. Thanks, Ben. That's really generous. Thank you. Yep. Next one might surprise some people, but actually, two people came up to me and said what a wonderful opponent he was. Ryan, come on up here. Giving you a sportsmanship award. Good job, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have. I just wanted to do two sportsmanship things. I'm going to turn it over to Don. Again, if you hadn't heard me, please support the store. Buy from us online, 15% off everything, Magic, Warhammer, Pokemon. That's it. Unless you're going to think of something.
I'll let you fill out the slip for him. There you go. Cool. Yeah, if you win any prize money, there's a great store across the hall to spend it in. I'm just saying. I heard really good things about it. They have a lot of inventory. So go over and get all the things you ever wanted. As you know, a lot of work, and this is where I do that thing, right? So just get comfortable. This is the thing where I talk about all the work that went into this and all the great people that were involved. And I want to start with Anthony and Travis. Anthony, who owns the store, and Travis, who runs it. We couldn't have done this. Travis, these guys worked their butts off. And Travis was here at 6:30 in the morning the other day with me. Please applause for him, for Travis, so he can hear you over there. And no one came up and asked me to punch either Nick or Derek, so I assume they did a great job as judges. And so let's give them an applause too. We had a painting judge here today. The guy that owns Flash Gets on YouTube, DJ Greger, did the judging for us. It was a little disjointed because we tried to do it on the fly. Learned that that's really, really hard to do in a big tournament. We're going to have to figure better ways to do it next year. But DJ did his best. He picked he looked over the models. He's a great painter himself, so he I think did a great job for us. So I want a round of applause for that extremely frustrating job. There's a Power Fisters Club that helped me start all this craziness 6 years ago. And there are some guys in that club. There's a lot of guys in that club. If they're watching now, thank you, all of you. But I also want to point out a couple guys that I kind of call my brain trust. It includes our judge, Nick. It includes Mike Anderson and Chris Goslin. It includes Walt Riker right in front of us. Chris and Mike, and can you guys raise your hands and be acknowledged? And I wanted one additional thing about Mike Anderson back there. He wins for coming the furthest. He came from Alaska to play here today. So, Mike Anderson, way to go, man. The Great North. He came from Alaska to play today. It was up to the last minute. I was worried he wouldn't make it, and then I saw him with the beard and everything. Anyway, way to go, Mike. Then we have these guys. I have heard that this is probably the best streamed tournament there's ever been, and it came from Mike and Josh back here, an extraordinary entertainment. And then standing and sitting next to them, having done how many hours? 18 hours of broadcasting, continuous broadcasting, 18 hours. You didn't know they were back here doing it that long. Shayne and Conrad, please, a hand. Everything they did is available to look at online on YouTube. And on Twitch. Those videos are up there. You can go watch. If you were interviewed by them, go see it. If you want to see the big games, go look at them. If you want to go make sure they looked at the dice right, go look at that. You know, if you want to check all that out, it's right there. Want to thank a few other people, the Historic Haven that built our trophies. They helped. They consulted with that. They built those things we raffled off, Historic Haven, and they loaned us a lot of terrain. And they were awesome partners for this tournament this time. Thank you, Historic Haven. I know you're watching. Thank you. Clap for Historic Haven, man. We had a couple vendors. We had Dimension Door. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, clap. And Pop Goes the Monkey. He's here somewhere. Where are you, Dan? There he is. We had the Magnet Baron. The thing I want to say about the Magnet Baron, Walt, could you bring that box up? Just lift it in the air. Okay, the Magnet Baron shipped this to me. It didn't get here till last night, so we didn't have it in the beginning. There is something in there for all of you. Just pick a little bag out of there. He sent over some stuff for you, like a goodie bag. So grab that out of there. And then, yeah, thank you, Magnet Baron. And then the help we had. And Wes, I'm sorry, man. I didn't even check out your booth. I can't believe it. Wes raffled off this stuff. He's going to come up here in a minute and give these things away. And then finally we have, yesterday we had a Kill Team tournament. Thank you, Peter Cook. I know you're not here, but thank you. We had Bob Carey, who was going to run AOS and got injured. He'll be back next year. But thank you, Bob, for your concern and your help. I want to thank Adele and Isel, who were here yesterday helping, and Mariah, who helped, and my daughter Mindy, who is right there, and she did this. She ran the booth for the whole time. Thank you, Mindy. And then, okay, so I want to talk just a little about next year, and we'll start with the prizes. Anthony, no, I got it, but I want to talk. You want to talk about the circuit, so we're gonna. Okay, Anthony and Mike and myself are partners in this Maryland Open now. We kind of all found each other this year and got together to make it this big. And next year we're going to go to 250 Super Major. We're going to probably be in Frederick at a convention center. If not, we'll find one. We're going to try to get a total, if we can, of 1,500 people to attend this event. It'll be the Expo. It'll be an Age of Sigmar tournament and a Kill Team tournament, probably Necromunda and some other things. We're gonna keep growing this. If we don't get the 1,500 and we just get the Super Major and the rest, we're going to keep going. We're going to end up in the convention center in a few years, but we want 5,000 people before we go there. So that's what the plan is for this, and you guys heard it here. Last year you heard me, if you were at the tournament, we were going to do 100 players this year. We did 106. Next year, 250 Super Major. Be here for that. Tell them how great this was, and let's see how it goes, okay? Now, supporting that tournament and is going to be a tournament circuit that I want Anthony to just spend a minute on. And then we're going to the prizes, so hang tight. Come on back here.
All right, so we talked about it for a minute. It's going to be called the Mid-Atlantic Tournament Circuit. Coastal Gaming is coming on board, so they're going to do the third week every month. We do the, I don't know, I don't want to say anything wrong, but anyway, it's going to culminate at the MDO, and we're going to have a championship belt. That was Sean Naden's idea, so we're going to do a championship belt, and that's what the winner's going to get. It's going to be one of the things they get. It's going to be really cool. One of the other things we're going to start doing at the store, I need to get Patrick's picture. Patrick's picture, because we're going to start getting a commission artist to draw a picture in whatever army you played of you. We're going to put it up on the walls. So we're really excited about that, but there's 4 stores that are participating in it. Well, 3 stores and a gaming club that are participating in it so far. And Don and I and Shayne and Ken are going to track scores. And so we'll have a grand prize for the winner at the end. That's basically it for now.
And that's going to be, it's kind of like a mini ITC in the Mid-Atlantic. So we're going to support the gaming community here and keep it live and fresh the whole time. We'll probably do things like certain tournaments, if you win, will earn you a free slot in the Maryland Open. So we're going to do things like that as we go forward. We're going to encourage the play, keep coming out here and at the other stores that will be online. We're going to put these stores, you'll find a list, until they launch their website, you'll find a list of them on the MarylandOpenGaming.com website. And if you, by the way, if you want a quick access to links for all the streaming that we did, you can find that on marylandopengaming.com too. It'll be right there. Now, before we do the raffle for the stuff that's on the counter in front of Mindy, I want to do the raffle for you. Come on up.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. So I'm Wes. I'm the owner of Sip Next Studio. First of all, big thanks to Anthony for having me out here. It's been a lot of fun. I saw a lot of you guys come by the booth. You spun the prize wheel, and now we're going to get rid of some prizes. Because the rule number 1 is be brief, be brilliant, but be gone. All right. So we'll start off with the Sisters of Battle Rhino. Yeah, the winning ticket number is 224071. And you don't have to be present to win for those that are watching or going to be checking the social media later tonight. I'll re-pull and I'll post it on Instagram and Facebook. So if you're not following us, jump on and follow us, Stiff Neck Studio. All right, so for the Harlequins, we're looking at 224103. Oh, I was like, oh, you didn't even come by the booth. You stealing tickets? All right, and last one for the Gretchen, 224054. All right. Well, yep, there you go.
Thank you very much. Big hand. Oh, wait, we might have a winner. Leon.
What do you got? Yep. There you go. Thanks.
Very good, Leon. Very good. Good to see you, man. All right, so now, Mindy, would you please bring up those 3? And maybe someone could help her and bring up the weapons and the chainsword. And Mindy, you're going to stay up here and pull these out, pull out these names. You do have to be present to win these. So if we call your name and you're not here, or if you're in the can or something, it's just the way it goes. We're going to start with, let's start with this weapon, the Imperium Pistol, loved by commissars everywhere. Take the lid off. I don't know.
Okay. Ben, Colin, Wade? Yeah. Oh,
yeah. All right. Give it to him. Give it to him. You can hand it to him.
Thank you.
All right, man. Good luck. Way to go. Awesome. Okay. Then next we're going to do this bolt pistol. Bolt pistol. Now you wish you bought a ticket, didn't you? Yeah. Pull the same name.
I know, right? Okay. Nick Holslander.
All right, Nick. Hand it to him, too. All right, very good, Nick. All right. Now my personal favorite, and if you don't want it, you can give it to me, the chainsword. Okay, okay, that's perfect for you. That's so yeah, the chainsword is up. Scramble them around, scramble around. Let's hear some music. Let's get some music on the big one. Yeah. I don't know. Don't you have any 40K music? Here we go.
John Chase.
Is he here? He's not here. Oh boy. No, everybody call him. If you have his number, call him and say, hey, guess what you didn't get? There you go.
Colin Goddard.
Oh my. Come on, Colin. Come on down. All right. Hand it to him. Beautiful. Congratulations, everybody. Yeah, there it goes. Goodbye. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mindy. How about a round of applause for Mindy for that? Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we're gonna do the prizes, the tournament prizes now. I want you to remind you, and it became very interesting this year because you can only win one. So we had some armies and some stuff and some models that were just like way out there. And we had to figure out what category to give them the award in because they could have potentially won more than one. There was just some beautiful work. You guys, as you know, at the Maryland Open, we celebrate the entire hobby. It's not just you and how well you play. It's also how well you paint, how well you convert, and how well your army's composed. And even the display boards sometimes, if that's setting off the things we like to see. It's very, we don't want to just be like one dimension. You just like someone who can melt all their opponents' faces is the guy that wins every year. So having said that, we also have some other awards. We have the Edison Award. Edison tried, and this was suggested by, was it Mike Anderson or Chris Goslin? I'm not sure. One of you guys suggested this. Edison tried 20,000 times to make a light bulb. Well, this guy tried this entire tournament to win a game, and he ended up with the lowest score, but a lot of respect from me. And I want to ask Josh Huna to come up. All right, Josh. Man, you were on it, and I want to. This is your prize, and giving you a mask. Everybody gets a mask because we'll need them again next year. And but this, yeah, we're also. This is a Space Marine backpack. Now, this Space Marine clearly did not have his best day in battle. I mean, there's nothing left of his body. They found this on the battlefield, okay? Melta hit the back of this, and I don't know what happened to the rest of them. But I don't know what happened to you today either, man, but you fought hard the whole day. You died. So there you go. All right. Take care. Now we have the grinder. So win or lose, the lowest possible margin of victory for the whole tournament. So in other words, he was fighting for that last point in the last round in every single game. And sometimes he won and sometimes he lost. But Larry Oliver should come up now. Larry, you're our grinder. The lowest margin of victory or loss for every game. Yeah. Okay, now one last thing for the grinder and for the Edison. You guys each get a free T-shirt there too, so let Mindy hook you up. Okay, so now keep in mind you can only win one prize. But for the best Xenos player today, we had Stephen Christopher. The best dirty alien. The best corrupted Xenos. Is Stephen here? No Stephen. Oh boy, I get more money. The best chaos player was Davis Fry. Davis Fry. Here, do you want to take his? Okay, I'll figure out this one. Oh, he's here? Okay, good. And then finally, the best Imperium player. Best Imperium. We had, oh man, try to read that name. Oh, Mark Hertel. All right, Mark. Good job, man. Now we get to the hobby awards. We have Model Smith, Paint Smith, and Hobby Ace. These were, again, difficult. For Model Smith, the third runner-up, or second runner-up, I guess, was Benjamin Hunt. The second runner-up, don't come up. You're just a runner-up. You don't get anything, man. You're just a runner-up. I know, man. I'm leading up to it because I want them to know that we thought you did good, but you fell short. Don't end the string. Do you not want me to tell you who came in second? I don't have to tell you. Okay, I'm going to tell you. Sasha Ecclekraut came in second. Edelkraut came in second for this. The winner of the Model Smith Award. Model Smith Award was the, I'm tricking you. I'm just become cruel. The Model Smith Award goes to, this is the best conversion, Walt Riker. Thank you, Walt. Very nice job. Yes. Oh, yeah, you get the mask, too. Oh, okay, give them all a mask. Yeah, that's you, too. Good point. Model Smith is out. Yeah, you're giving him one. Yeah, Dan, come on. Yeah, you need to have the folder. Dan also from Pop Goes the Monkey has a coupon for you for Model Smith. Dan is supporting this hobby with these things, so for Model Smith and Paints. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys. I can tell you the Paintsmith Award, which is the best painted single model. I can give you the second and third place. They don't get anything, but I can tell you who they are. If you don't want me to tell you, okay, you get a shirt and a mask. All right, thank you, Anthony. Okay, so Anthony, we don't have one your size. You came in second or third in this thing. You did, yep. Yeah, you can put on a mask. And Colin Goddard came in second. You hear? Very nice work, you guys. Your models are beautiful. We didn't want to not say your name, but because remember, this is going out. The whole world is watching right now. What are we? 8.9 million viewers, I think. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. A little more than that. Yeah, it's probably building because I'm so good at this. Yeah. Here we go. And then the winner of the Paintsmith Best Painted Model, Benjamin Hunt. Coming up, Benjamin. Yeah, we do. Yeah, this is real. This is real. This is really happening, man. Here you go. Yeah, tell them what model it was. Yep. It's very, very nice. Okay, so the hobby ace that we have, and it's more money. And oh, wait a minute, you forgot your money. Benjamin, there's money involved. And if you need help spending it, the store across the way is going to help you. Okay, and then finally, the hobby ace. So hobby ace is best army that included great conversions, great painting, great composition, great everything. This guy came here and he killed at this tournament. I want to invite Sasha Edelkraut to come up forward. I probably massacred your name, but here you go, man. Fantastic job. Fantastic. He was playing on the second table with the Imperial Fist in the last round. Yeah. Very good. Okay, so now we're getting to the playing part. Second runner-up. Now I'm going to tell you, you do get prizes now when I say second. They're really giving you something, so don't, come on up when I say your name. Second runner-up and this is based. These three prizes the next year are based purely on your player score. So you probably already knew who they are, but we're talking John Tolman. Thank you, John. Fantastic tournament, man. All right, John. First runner-up goes to Daniel Kennedy. Is Daniel here? There he is. Way to go, Daniel. Fantastic tournament, man. Go. Best General. We're going to Kurt Phillips. All right, man. Very, very good. All right. And finally, okay, aren't we all really winners? All right, yeah, that's right, because there is one grand champion, a combination, and man, he made it easy. He made it easy. He had a beautiful army. He had a great day. He was undefeated. He kicked ass in every way you can. It made it easy this year. Patrick McEnany. He's a Maryland Open grand champion. And Patrick, I see you looking at that Marine, and okay, let's get in here. I can stand back here. I'm good. Now I want to tell you about this Marine while Patrick walks away with it. Every single Maryland Open is going to give away that Marine. And now what's important about that is if you have one, it's absolutely, you can't buy it anywhere. You can only get that thing from here until whenever by winning this tournament. There's only going to be one in existence right now, and that's all there is. And you got it, man. Great job. So a round of applause. All right, well, that ends our tour. Oh, look at the reverb coming in now. That ends our tournament. I hope you guys have a fantastic, safe trip home, and you get really involved in the Mid-Atlantic Conference, and most importantly, that you're back here next year to play again. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night.
All teams that are primarily focused